Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Georgia. The fluorescent lights hum overhead as I adjust the electrodes on the dummy mannequin, checking the placement for what must be the 100th time today. My fingers move with practiced precision, even though exhaustion tugs at the corners of my awareness. You're still here? I glance up to find Marcus leaning against the doorframe of my lab, arms crossed, eyebrows raised in that knowing way of his. He's already got his coat on, scarf wrapped around his neck. Obviously, I gesture at the equipment spread across my workstation. These sensor arrays won't calibrate themselves. He steps inside, letting the door swing shut behind him. It's almost 8, on a Friday. Your point? My point is that normal people go home, have dinner, watch Netflix, decompress. I return my attention to the electrode placement, marking the optimal positions on my diagram. Normal people aren't trying to revolutionize our understanding of neural activity in sleep-deprived subjects. Right. How could I forget? He pulls up a stool and sits, clearly not taking the hint. So tell me about this study that's got you camping out in the lab like it's your apartment. A smile tugs at my lips despite myself. This is what I love talking about. What gets my blood pumping more than any holiday party ever could. Okay, so you know how most sleep studies focus on well-rested individuals or people with diagnosed disorders? Sure. Well, we're missing a huge population. People who are chronically sleep-deprived by choice or circumstance. Their brainwave patterns during what little sleep they do get could tell us so much about cognitive resilience, about how the brain compensates when it's running on fumes. I'm gesturing now, my hands painting pictures in the air. If we can map those patterns, understand the mechanisms, we might be able to develop interventions that actually help people who can't just get more sleep because of their jobs or their lives, or whatever's keeping them up. Marcus nods slowly. That's actually pretty brilliant. I know. I grin. The problem is finding the right participant. I need someone who's genuinely sleep-deprived, not just tired from a late night, but running on minimal sleep consistently. And they need to be willing to spend several nights in the lab with sensors attached to their head. Sounds sexy, doesn't it? I laugh, making another notation. I'm thinking I'll start canvassing tomorrow. Coffee shops, late-night diners, anywhere insomniacs congregate. Tomorrow's Saturday. Yeah, and? He gives me a look. Georgia, it's mid-December in New York City. Don't you want to, enjoy the holidays? See the tree at Rockefeller? Ice skate? Do literally anything festive? I set down my pen and meet his eyes. Why would I do that? Because it's nice? Because you've been working yourself into the ground for months? I like working myself into the ground. It's productive. It's lonely. His voice softens, and I hate that he's going there. Come on, everyone needs a break sometimes. I turn back to my equipment, fiddling with settings that don't need adjusting. Breaks are for people who have someone to take breaks with. The words come out sharper than I intend, and silence settles over the lab like dust. Georgia? I'm fine, Marcus. Really. I force brightness into my tone. I've got my research. I've got this study that could actually make a difference. That's enough. Is it, though? I don't answer. Instead, I pull up the protocol on my tablet, scrolling through the parameters, even though I've memorized every detail. He sighs, standing up and pushing the stool back under the counter. You're allowed to want more than just work, you know. That doesn't make you less dedicated or less accomplished. I know that. Do you? I look up at him, this colleague who's become a friend despite my best efforts to keep everyone at arm's length. His expression is concerned, not pitying, which is the only reason I don't tell him to mind his own business. I'm good at this, I say quietly. The research, the science, figuring out how things work. I'm good at it, and it matters. People need better sleep science. They need solutions. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I've got right now. I straighten my shoulders, pulling my professional armor back into place. Besides, the holidays in the city are overrated. Crowds, overpriced everything, tourists blocking the sidewalks. I'll take my quiet lab any day. Marcus shakes his head, but he's smiling a little. You're impossible. I prefer dedicated. Same thing in your case. He heads for the door, then pauses with his hand on the handle. For what it's worth, this study really is important. You're doing good work. Thanks. But if I come in on Christmas and find you've slept here, I'm staging an intervention. Noted. He leaves, and the lab feels bigger somehow. Emptier. I push the feeling away and return to my calibrations. The truth is, I don't know how to do holidays anymore. Not since everything fell apart. Not since I learned that trusting someone with your whole heart can lead to the kind of betrayal that makes you question everything you thought you knew about yourself. Work doesn't betray you. Research doesn't lie. Data doesn't promise you forever and then take it back when things get complicated. I power up the EEG machine, watching the baseline readings scroll across the screen. These patterns make sense. They follow rules, laws of physics and biology that don't change based on feelings or convenience. My phone buzzes. A text from my sister. Mom wants to know if you're coming for Christmas. I stare at the message for a long moment before typing back. Probably not. Big project at work. The 3 dots appear immediately. You always have a big project at work. This one's different. Could be groundbreaking. Georgia. Just my name. That's all she sends. And somehow it carries the weight of everything she's not saying. All the concern, the frustration, the love that I'm not sure I deserve. I'm fine, really. Tell Mom I love her. I silence my phone and set it face down on the counter. The mannequin stares at me with empty eyes, electrodes trailing from its plastic scalp like tentacles. In a few days, I'll have a real person in that chair. Someone tired, desperate for answers, willing to let me poke around in their neural patterns while they sleep. I'll learn something. I always do. And if the lab is quiet on Christmas, if the only company I have is the hum of machines and the glow of monitors, well, that's a choice I'm making. A valid choice. I just wish it felt less like hiding. My computer chimes with an incoming email. I welcome the distraction. Pulling up my inbox. It's from the department head, asking about my progress on the grant application. Right. Because groundbreaking research requires funding. And funding requires convincing people that your work matters more than the 100 other proposals crossing their desks. I open the document and start typing, losing myself in the familiar rhythm of academic persuasion. Words flow easily when I'm writing about science. It's only when I try to explain myself, my choices, my life, that I stumble. Outside the lab windows, The city glitters with holiday lights. Somewhere out there, people are laughing, drinking hot chocolate, kissing under mistletoe. And here I am, exactly where I want to be, exactly where I've chosen to be. I tell myself that's enough. I tell myself I'm fine.
Chapter 2. Cole. The conference room smells like expensive leather and ambition. I plant my hands on the polished mahogany table and lean forward, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make everyone uncomfortable. Let me be clear. My voice cuts through the tension. We're not accepting their counteroffer. It's insulting, and frankly, it shows they're not serious about this merger. Thompson shifts in his seat. With all due respect, their offer is only 3% below our target. 3% of $2 billion is $60 million, Thompson. You want to explain to our shareholders why we left that much on the table because we were too scared to negotiate? He shuts his mouth. Smart man. I straighten up, buttoning my suit jacket as I move toward the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. 23 floors up, the city sprawls beneath us like a game board. And I'm damn good at this game. Here's what's going to happen. I turn back to face the room. We counter at our original number, non-negotiable. We make it clear that if they want access to our distribution network and technology, they pay full price. We're not desperate, and we don't negotiate from a position of weakness. Martinez, our CFO, nods slowly. That's a bold move. What if they walk? They won't. I allow myself a slight smile. Their third-quarter earnings were trash. They need us more than we need them, and we all know it. They'll posture, their board will have a few heated meetings, and then they'll come back with our number. And if they don't, then we move on to Plan B. I've already got preliminary conversations going with Hartwell Industries. They're smaller, but hungry. Sometimes hungry is better than established. I catch my reflection in the window. Sharp suit, sharper expression. The man who rebuilt his father's company into something bigger, better, unstoppable. 27 and running a Fortune 500. Not bad for the kid everyone said was too young, too inexperienced, too ambitious for his own good. My skull throbs with a headache that's been building since 4 this morning. I push it down, lock it away with all the other inconvenient physical complaints my body keeps trying to register. Sarah, I want the revised proposal on my desk by end of day. I point at our lead counsel. Make sure legal reviews every comma. No mistakes, no wiggle room. Understood. Thompson, set up a call with their CEO tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'll deliver the message myself. He scribbles notes on his tablet. Done. The rest of you, I want projections for both scenarios. Successful merger and Plan B with Hartwell. Full analysis, risk assessment, integration timeline. I want to know every possible outcome before we make our move. Heads nod around the table. This is why they pay me the big bucks. Vision, strategy, the balls to play hardball when everyone else wants to play it safe. Questions? Silence. Good. Get to work. They file out, leaving me alone with the city and the relentless pressure building behind my eyes. I reach for the coffee that went cold an hour ago and drain it anyway. Bitter, thick, perfect. My phone vibrates. Mom's name lights up the screen. Dinner Sunday? Been too long. I can practically hear her voice. Warm, patient, laced with that particular brand of maternal concern she tries to disguise as casual invitation. She knows I've been living at the office. She always knows. Swamped with the merger. Rain check. The response comes immediately. Cole, you need to eat. You need to sleep. You need to be human occasionally. I'm fine, Mom. Your assistant told me you were in the office until 2 a.m. last night. Traitor. I'm firing her. Except I'm not, because she's the best assistant I've ever had and we both know it. Big deals require big hours. Big deals don't require you destroying yourself. I pocket the phone without responding. She means well. She always means well. But she doesn't understand that this is what it takes. You don't build an empire by clocking out at 5 and spending weekends at brunches. My father understood. He built this company from nothing, taught me that success demands sacrifice. Sure, he wasn't around much when I was growing up. Sure, I spent more time with nannies than parents. But look what he created. Look what he left me to build on. And I've tripled it. Tripled what took him 30 years to build, and I did it in 5. The headache spikes. I close my eyes, pressing fingers to my temples. Just need more coffee. Maybe some aspirin. Definitely need to clear my schedule for an hour to review the merger docs myself. Can't trust anyone else to catch every detail. Mr. Jacobson? I open my eyes. Rebecca, my assistant, stands in the doorway with that expression she gets when she's about to tell me something I don't want to hear. What? Your mother called. She said if you don't answer her text, she's coming to the office. Christ! I run a hand through my hair. Tell her I'll call her tonight. I did. She said she's heard that before. Then tell her. I catch myself. Getting snippy with Rebecca won't help. Never mind, I'll handle it. Also, Dr. Chen's office called to confirm your appointment tomorrow at 3. Cancel it. Sir, you've canceled the last 4 appointments. And I'm canceling this one too. I don't have time for a checkup when we're in the middle of negotiations. Rebecca's lips press into a thin line. Your mother made me promise to tell her if you canceled again. You work for me, not her. With respect, sir, she's scarier than you are. Despite myself, I almost smile. Almost. Fine, move it to next month. Dr. Chen said, next month, Rebecca. She nods and retreats. I hear her heels clicking down the hallway, probably already texting Mom with an update. The city glitters below me. Somewhere down there, people are living normal lives. 9-to-5 jobs, dinner with family, 8 hours of sleep. The thought makes me restless. What's the point of normal? Normal doesn't change the world. Normal doesn't build anything worth remembering. I pull up the merger files on my tablet, scrolling through pages of financial projections. The numbers blur together. I blink hard, forcing them back into focus. 60 million. That's what we're fighting for. 60 million that will push our market share to dominance, that will make us untouchable in the industry. Worth it. All of this is worth it. My reflection stares back at me from the darkened screen when the tablet dims. For a second, I barely recognize myself. When did the shadows under my eyes get so pronounced? When did my jaw get so tight? I look away. Mom's voice echoes in my head. You need to be human occasionally. But humans are weak. Humans need sleep and relationships and all the soft things that slow you down, hold you back, make you vulnerable. I learned that lesson the hard way. Let someone in, trust them with pieces of yourself, and they'll use it against you the moment it's convenient. Better to keep everything focused on what you can control. Numbers, deals, strategy. Love is for people with time to waste. I've got companies to run. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Thompson with the draft proposal. I skim through it, catching 3 errors in the first paragraph. Sloppy. Unacceptable. I fire back notes, my thumbs flying across the screen. Faster. We need to move faster. Every minute we waste is a minute our competitors gain ground. The headache pounds harder. I ignore it. Outside, the sun starts its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Beautiful, probably. I don't have time to notice. I have 60 million reasons to keep pushing. I have a legacy to build, a company to grow, a reputation to maintain. And if it means missing dinner with Mom, canceling doctor's appointments, and running on 4 hours of sleep, that's the price of greatness.
Chapter 3. Georgia. The bell above the pharmacy door chimes as I push through, arms loaded with flyers and my oversized tote bag threatening to spill research notes onto the scuffed linoleum floor. Jenny looks up from behind the counter, her reading glasses perched on her nose, and breaks into a grin. Dr. Smith, what brings you in on a Saturday morning? I dump my stack of flyers on the counter with more enthusiasm than grace. Community outreach, and I'm hoping you'll let me leave some of these by the register. She picks one up, scanning the bold text. Sleep study seeking participants, neural activity research, compensation provided. Her eyebrows rise. This your big project? This is my everything project. I lean against the counter, already launching into my pitch. I need chronically sleep-deprived people willing to spend a few nights in my lab while I monitor their brain activity. Think of all your customers who come in here at weird hours, buying energy drinks and caffeine pills. So basically my entire clientele. Exactly. You're sitting on a gold mine of potential participants. Jenny laughs, that warm sound that makes everyone in the neighborhood love her. You want me to recruit my customers for science experiments. I prefer groundbreaking research that could revolutionize our understanding of sleep deprivation. But sure, let's go with experiments. Girl, you're something else. She shakes her head, still smiling. How many do you need? Just one perfect candidate to start. Someone who's running on fumes consistently. Not just tired, but genuinely sleep-deprived by lifestyle or choice. Well, you're in the right place. She gestures around the pharmacy. Half the people who come in here look like extras from a zombie movie. I glance around, my trained eye automatically cataloging potential subjects. There's a guy in scrubs by the pain reliever aisle. Hospital worker, probably pulling doubles. He's swaying slightly, reaching for the extra strength everything. Near the vitamins, a woman in yoga pants and a stained sweatshirt clutches a toddler on her hip while the kid screams about wanting candy. Dark circles under her eyes, coffee stain on her shirt. New mom, maybe. Definitely exhausted, but probably situationally sleep-deprived rather than chronically. I'll put these by the register, Jenny says, arranging my flyers next to the impulse buy candy. And I'll mention it to anyone who looks like they haven't slept since the Bush administration. Which Bush? Either one. I grin, pulling out my business cards. You're the best. Seriously. If this study gets published, I'm thanking you in the acknowledgments. Just promise me you won't keep those poor people awake on purpose. I've got enough guilt about selling energy drinks to teenagers. Scout's honor. I'm studying people who are already sleep-deprived, not creating them. The bell chimes again. An older guy shuffles in, heading straight for the pharmacy counter with the prescription. Jenny excuses herself to help him, and I'm left scanning the aisles like a hunter stalking prey. Except my prey is exhausted professionals, willing to let me attach electrodes to their heads. My phone buzzes. Email notification. The grant committee, probably. My stomach clenches. I don't check it. Not yet. Not when I'm trying to stay positive and enthusiastic, instead of spiraling into panic about deadlines and funding and the very real possibility that I won't find the right participant in time. 4 weeks. That's all I've got before the grant deadline. 4 weeks to find someone, run the initial studies, gather enough preliminary data to make my proposal compelling. No pressure. I move through the aisles, pretending to browse while actually profiling everyone I see. That guy comparing energy drinks? Possible, but he looks college-aged. Probably just pulling all-nighters for finals. That woman squinting at allergy medication. Tired, yes, but the seasonal kind. I need someone whose sleep deprivation is a lifestyle. A choice they've made, consciously or not, that's become their normal. My mind drifts to Marcus's words from last night. It's lonely. He's not wrong. This obsession, this singular focus on work and research, it's isolated me. But what's the alternative? Trust someone again? Let someone in close enough to hurt me? Been there, done that. Have the emotional scars to prove it. Finding everything okay? I startle, turning to find Jenny beside me in the vitamin aisle. Just browsing, and people watching. Still hunting for your perfect sleep-deprived specimen. When you say it like that, it sounds creepy. Honey, it is a little creepy, but she's smiling. Although I guess all science is a little creepy when you think about it. Someone had to be the first person to say, let's cut open a dead body and see what's inside. That's the spirit. She studies me for a moment, her expression shifting to something softer. You doing okay? You look a little stressed. I'm fine. Just got a lot riding on this study. She doesn't sound convinced. When's the last time you did something fun? Not work, not research. Fun. I have fun. Reading medical journals doesn't count. What if I really enjoy medical journals? Then you need better hobbies. She pats my arm. I'm serious. All work and no play makes Georgia a dull girl. I'm a scientist. Dull is kind of our thing. You're also 27 and living in one of the most exciting cities in the world. You should be out there enjoying it. I adjust my bag on my shoulder, suddenly eager to change the subject. I should probably get going. Got a few more places to hit before lunch. Running away from my perfectly valid life advice? Strategically retreating. She laughs, walking me back toward the entrance. Well, good luck with your search. I'll keep an eye out for walking zombies who might want to participate. You're a gem. I'm almost to the door when a voice stops me. Excuse me? I turn to find an older woman approaching, one of my flyers in her hand. She's elegant, well-dressed in that effortless way that speaks of good taste and comfortable means. Her eyes are warm, curious. Yes, this study of yours. She taps the flyer. You're looking for people who don't sleep much? That's right. Chronically sleep-deprived individuals who... My son... She cuts me off, but gently. He'd be perfect for this. I feel that familiar spark of hope. Tell me about him. He's a CEO, works constantly. I don't think he's slept more than 4 or 5 hours a night in years. Her expression tightens with concern. It's not healthy. I keep telling him, but he doesn't listen. My heart rate picks up. This could be it. This could be exactly what I need. That does sound like he'd fit the criteria. The study involves several nights in a sleep lab, monitoring brain activity, some follow-up appointments. He'd be resistant, she warns. He thinks taking time for anything personal is weakness. Everything is work, work, work. A lot of high achievers feel that way. I pull out a business card, handing it to her. If you think he might be interested, have him contact me, or you can give me his information, and I'll reach out directly. She takes the card, studying it. You really think you can help people who don't sleep enough? I think understanding how the brain adapts to chronic sleep deprivation could lead to interventions that actually make a difference. Not just get more sleep advice, but real solutions for people whose lives don't allow for 8 hours a night. He needs something. She meets my eyes, and I see genuine worry there. He's running himself into the ground. The study could give him insights into what's happening in his brain. Sometimes data is more convincing than concern. She smiles slightly. You know workaholics well. I am one, so yeah. Then you understand why I'm worried. There's so much sadness in her eyes as she says this. I nod, though part of me is already calculating logistics. A CEO. High stress, chronic sleep deprivation, probably resistant to participation. It won't be easy to convince him, but if I can, the data would be incredible. What's his name? I ask, pulling out my phone to make a note. She hesitates, and I can see her weighing something. Actually, let me talk to him first. See if he's open to it. She tucks my card into her purse. I'm Nikki, by the way. Georgia, Dr. Georgia Smith. It's nice to meet you, Georgia. And thank you. Even if he says no, it's nice to know someone out there is trying to help people like him. People like us, I correct gently. She smiles. Really smiles this time. Yes, people like us. We exchange goodbyes, and I watch her leave through the pharmacy's main entrance. My mind already spinning with possibilities, concerns, and a healthy dose of professional intrigue. A CEO. Someone with real power, real resources, real reasons to say no to spending nights in my lab with wires attached to his head. Sleeping under observation like some kind of laboratory specimen, but also someone who clearly needs help, whether he knows it or not. Someone whose mother is worried enough to approach a complete stranger at a pharmacy and hand over contact information in the hopes that science might succeed where maternal concern has failed. I pull out my phone, finally checking that email notification that's been nagging at me for the past hour. It's from the grant committee, asking for a status update on my participant recruitment numbers. They want concrete data, measurable progress, proof that their money isn't being wasted on a study that can't attract enough subjects. The timing would be funny if it weren't so stressful. I stare at the screen, then glance back at the door where Nikki disappeared moments ago, her perfume still lingering faintly in the air. 4 weeks left until my deadline. One perfect, resistant workaholic CEO who may or may not be willing to participate in a sleep study that could change both our lives. This should be interesting.
Chapter 4. Cole. Mom's townhouse smells like rosemary and garlic, which means she's made her famous roast chicken. The scent hits me the moment I step through the door, and despite my exhaustion, my stomach growls. Cole! Finally! She appears from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel, her face lighting up in that way that always makes me feel like I'm 10 years old again. Hey, Mom. I kiss her cheek, already loosening my tie. The merger closed this afternoon, successfully at our number, but the victory feels hollow when I'm this damn tired. You look terrible. Love you too. I'm serious. She cups my face, studying me with those sharp maternal eyes that miss nothing. When's the last time you slept more than 4 hours? I sleep fine. Liar. She releases me, heading back to the kitchen. Dinner's almost ready. Pour yourself some wine. And don't you dare check your phone at the table. I follow her, already reaching for my phone out of habit. 3 emails marked urgent. A text from Thompson about the integration timeline. Another from... Cole. What? The phone. I'm just... Put it away or I'm confiscating it like you're 15 again. I pocket it, grabbing the wine bottle from the counter instead. You know I run a company, right? A Fortune 500 company. I can't just ignore messages. You can for an hour. She plates the chicken with practiced efficiency. The world won't end if you're unreachable during dinner. I pour 2 glasses, bringing them to the dining room table that's already set with her good china. She only uses the good china when she's planning to lecture me about something. This should be fun. We settle in, and for a few minutes there's just the sound of silverware and comfortable silence. The chicken is perfect, like always. Mom's cooking is one of the few things that can make me slow down, even briefly. So, she says, cutting into her green beans. I met someone interesting at the pharmacy yesterday. That's nice. A young researcher, very passionate about her work. I'm only half listening, my mind already drifting to tomorrow's board meeting. She's conducting a sleep study. That gets about 10% more of my attention. Okay? Looking for participants, people who are chronically sleep-deprived. She pauses. I immediately thought of you. I set down my fork. Mom? Don't mom me. When's the last time you had a full night's sleep? I sleep fine. You said that already. It's still a lie. She leans forward, her expression shifting from casual to concerned. Cole, I'm worried about you. You're working yourself to death. I'm building something. That takes sacrifice. It takes balance. Your father built his empire the same way I'm building mine. I pick up my fork again, stabbing at a piece of chicken with more force than necessary. He understood what it takes. Your father had his first heart attack at 49. The words land like a punch. I look up, meeting her eyes. He was lucky, she continues, her voice steady but fierce. Lucky that it wasn't fatal, that he got a wake-up call before it was too late. But you know what he told me in that hospital bed? I don't answer. He said he wished he'd spent less time at the office and more time living. He said no deal, no merger, no amount of success was worth missing your childhood. Her voice cracks slightly. Don't make me watch you learn that lesson the hard way. Guilt twists in my gut, sharp and uncomfortable. I shove it down. I'm 27, not 49. I've got time. Do you? She picks up her wine glass, studying me over the rim. Because from where I'm sitting, you look like hell. You're exhausted, you're stressed, and you're one bad quarter away from a breakdown. That's dramatic. Is it? She sets down her glass. Cole, I'm your mother. I know when you're running on fumes. And I know you won't listen to me when I tell you to slow down. So what? You want me to participate in some sleep study? Let some researcher poke around my brain while I try to sleep in a lab somewhere? Yes. No hesitation. Exactly that. I almost laugh. I don't have time for that. You don't have time to die young either, but you're working on it. Jesus, Mom! Don't take the Lord's name in vain at my dinner table. But her lips twitch. I'm serious about this. This researcher, Dr. Smith, she was lovely, smart, dedicated. She's trying to help people like you, people who can't just get more sleep because of their careers. I reach for my wine, buying time. The last thing I need is to waste hours in some lab, hooked up to machines when I've got a company to run. How many sessions are we talking about? I don't know. A few nights, some follow-up appointments. But think about it. What if her research could actually help? What if there are ways to optimize the sleep you do get, or interventions that could keep you from burning out? I'm not burning out. You're a terrible liar. She refills both our glasses. Just meet with her. Have a consultation. If you hate it, fine. You never have to think about it again. But at least give it a shot. I consider this. A consultation isn't a commitment. And if it gets Mom off my back about my health, fine. One meeting. Her whole face brightens. Really? One meeting. That's it. I'm not promising anything beyond that. That's all I'm asking. She's already reaching for her purse on the sideboard, pulling out a business card. Her name is Dr. Georgia Smith. She seems absolutely delightful. Beautiful, too. Dark curly hair, these gorgeous hazel eyes. The name registers a split second before she finishes the description. Georgia Smith. My hand freezes halfway to taking the card. It can't be. New York is huge. There are probably dozens of researchers named Georgia Smith. Hundreds, even. Except I can see her in my mind. Curly hair pulled back in a messy bun, hazel eyes bright with excitement when she talked about her research plans. The way she'd bite her lower lip when she was concentrating on a problem. The look on her face when she found out what I'd done. Cole? You okay? I force my expression neutral, taking the card from Mom's outstretched hand. Dr. Georgia Smith, Ph.D. Sleep Science Research, Columbia University Medical Center. Damn. Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking about my schedule. Well, I already took the liberty of reaching out to her. She's expecting to hear from you. Mom beams, completely oblivious to the bomb she just dropped. I told her you'd be resistant, but that you really need help. You what? Oh, don't be mad. She understood completely. Said a lot of high achievers are resistant to this kind of thing. I stare at the card, memories flooding back. Georgia, sophomore year. Late nights in the library, her explaining neural pathways while I pretended to understand just to keep her talking. The way she'd light up when discussing her research. The way she'd looked at me like I was something special. until I wasn't. When did you contact her? I keep my voice carefully neutral. This morning. She's setting up a preliminary meeting for next week. I'll get you the details. Next week. I'll see Georgia next week. The Georgia who swore she never wanted to see me again. The Georgia whose heart I broke when I got caught cheating on that ethics exam. The one thing her rigid moral compass couldn't forgive. The Georgia who told me I was exactly like every other ambitious jerk who'd sacrifice anything for success. She wasn't wrong. You're sure about this? I ask, buying time, trying to figure out how to explain without actually explaining anything. Absolutely. This could save your life, Cole. Mom reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. Please, for me, just give it a real chance. I look at my mother, at the worry etched in the lines around her eyes, the genuine fear that she's going to lose me the way she almost lost Dad. And I think about Georgia, about facing her after 5 years, about whether she even remembers me, or if I'm just another guy she dated in college. Except I know Georgia, she remembers everything. She catalogs data, files away information, never forgets a detail. She definitely remembers me. Okay, I hear myself say. I'll meet with her. Mom's relief is palpable. Thank you, really, thank you. I nod, pocketing the card and trying to ignore the way my pulse has kicked up. One meeting. I can handle one meeting, even if it's with the woman I destroyed. Even if she looks at me with those hazel eyes and sees exactly what I am. Someone who chose ambition over ethics, success over integrity. Someone who hasn't changed at all. I drain my wine glass and reach for the bottle. This is going to be a disaster.
Chapter 5. Georgia. I arranged the cookies on the plate for the third time, second-guessing the presentation. Too formal? Not formal enough. Does it scream desperate researcher trying too hard? They're just cookies, Georgia. I mutter, stepping back from the small table I've set up in the corner of my lab. Coffee, tea, sparkling water, cookies. Those fancy dark chocolate squares from the gourmet shop down the street. Everything screams, please participate in my study. I'm begging you. Which fair? I am begging. My phone shows 2:47 p.m. 13 minutes until Nikki's son arrives for the preliminary consultation. 13 minutes to transform from anxious researcher into confident professional who definitely has her life together and isn't writing everything on this one participant. I smooth down my blazer, the navy one that makes me look competent, and double-check my notes, standard intake questions, sleep patterns, lifestyle factors, medical history. Nothing invasive, just enough to determine if he's a good fit for the study, and to convince him that spending several nights in my lab with electrodes attached to his head is a completely normal, not at all weird thing to do. The lab looks good at least. I've cleared away the usual clutter, organized my equipment, even wiped down the counters. The EEG machine gleams in the corner like a well-behaved robot waiting to be useful. My stomach clenches. What if he says no? What if he takes one look at the setup and decides this whole thing is too invasive, too time-consuming, too... Footsteps in the hallway. Confident, measured, coming closer. I position myself near the door, tablet in hand, professional smile ready. First impressions matter. I need to project competence, authority, trustworthiness. The door swings open, and Cole Jacobson walks into my lab. Time stops. Every cell in my body freezes, my brain short-circuiting as it tries to process the impossible reality in front of me. Those sharp blue eyes, that jawline, the way he carries himself like he owns every room he enters. Older now, sharper, more polished in his expensive suit that probably costs more than my monthly rent, but unmistakably, impossibly, devastatingly Cole. Our eyes lock. His expression shifts through surprise, recognition, something that might be regret before settling into careful neutrality. Georgia. My name in his voice. That voice I haven't heard in 5 years. The voice that used to whisper promises, laugh at my jokes, tell me I was brilliant. The voice that lied. What? I can't finish the sentence. My tongue feels thick, useless. My mother? He steps fully into the lab, and I notice the shadows under his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. She set this up. Nikki? The elegant woman from the pharmacy. Of course. Of course, Cole's mother would be elegant and concerned, and completely oblivious to the fact that she just orchestrated the most awkward reunion in human history. She didn't. I try again, my voice coming out strangled. She didn't tell me your name, just said her son was a CEO who needed help. Silence stretches between us, thick with 5 years of unspoken words. He looks different, more tired, more successful. The college kid who charmed his way through business school has been replaced by someone harder, sharper. Someone who probably eats competitors for breakfast and doesn't think twice about it. Someone who cheated on an ethics exam and destroyed everything we had. I can go. He's already turning toward the door. This was clearly a mistake. Wait. The word comes out before I can stop it. Professional Georgia wrestles control back from emotionally compromised Georgia, and I force myself to straighten my spine, lift my chin. I'm a researcher. He's a potential participant. That's all this is. Just give me a second. I set down my tablet before I drop it, buying time to shove all the complicated feelings into a box labeled "Deal with later." He pauses, hand on the doorframe, looking back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Your mother went to a lot of trouble to set this up. I manage, my voice steadier now. And you're here. We might as well, we're both adults. We can be professional about this. Can we? The question hangs in the air. Fair? Very fair. I need a participant for my study. The words come out clipped, businesslike. You apparently need help with your sleep patterns. Those are facts. What happened between us was 5 years ago. Georgia. 3 to 4 hours a night, your mother said. Is that accurate? He studies me for a long moment, and I see the exact second he makes his decision. His posture shifts, becomes more formal. Business Cole, not personal Cole. 3 to 4 hours, sometimes less. My professional horror momentarily overrides my personal turmoil. That's not sustainable. You know that, right? I function fine. You look exhausted. Thanks, but there's no heat in it. We stand there, 2 people who used to know everything about each other. Now strangers in a lab filled with expensive equipment and the ghosts of who we used to be. I gesture to the small table. I have coffee and cookies. If you want to sit, we can go through the preliminary questions. You're serious about this. I'm serious about my research. I move to the table, needing something to do with my hands. Whether or not you participate is up to you. But you're here, and I'm here, and we might as well act like the professionals we're supposed to be. He follows slowly, lowering himself into the chair across from me. Up close, I can see more details. The fine lines around his eyes, the way his tie is loosened, like he's been wearing it for too many hours, the restless energy that seems to vibrate just beneath his carefully controlled surface. Help yourself. I push the cookie plate toward him, reaching for my tablet with hands that are almost steady. He doesn't take a cookie, just watches me with those blue eyes that still make my pulse stutter. Your mother is worried about you, I say, pulling up my intake questionnaire. She thinks you're running yourself into the ground. My mother worries about everything. Mothers tend to do that. I tap the screen, bringing up the first question. Let's start with the basics. How long have you been sleeping 3 to 4 hours a night? Few years, since I took over as CEO. I make a note, keeping my eyes on the tablet, safer than looking at him. And before that? 5, maybe 6 hours in college, less during finals. So you've been chronically sleep deprived for nearly a decade. I prefer efficiently managing my time. I glance up at that, catching the ghost of a smile on his lips. That smile used to undo me completely. Now it just makes my chest ache. Sleep deprivation isn't efficiency. It's biology. I return to my questions. Do you have difficulty falling asleep, or do you simply not allow yourself enough time? The latter. Why? Because there's always more work to do. Is there? Or is it a choice you're making? His jaw tightens. Is this part of the intake, or are you psychoanalyzing me? Both. I set down the tablet, meeting his eyes directly. I need to understand your relationship with sleep. Whether you can't sleep or won't sleep makes a difference in my research. Won't then. He leans back in his chair and I see tension ripple through his shoulders. I run a Fortune 500 company. That doesn't happen on 8 hours of sleep and weekends off. And you're already showing signs of chronic sleep deprivation. The shadows under your eyes, the way you're holding your shoulders. You're exhausted, Cole. Your body is screaming for rest. I don't need rest. I need to focus. On what? Dying young? Because that's where this is headed. The words come out sharper than I intend, professional distance cracking slightly. We stare at each other across the small table, and suddenly we're not researcher and subject anymore. We're two people who used to care about each other before everything fell apart. I have energy drinks, he says finally. Caffeine. It works fine. That's not sleep. That's artificially propping up a failing system. I pull up a chart on my tablet, turning it to face him. This is what happens to neural pathways under chronic sleep deprivation. The brain literally starts eating itself, pruning synapses to conserve energy. You're not functioning fine. You're functioning on borrowed time. He studies the chart, his expression unreadable. You'd be perfect for my study, I continue, hating how eager I sound. Exactly the kind of participant I need. Someone whose sleep deprivation is lifestyle-based, chronic, measurable. And you want me to spend several nights in your lab? 3 nights initially, monitored sleep, EEG readings, some cognitive testing, then follow-up sessions to track any changes. While you attach electrodes to my head and watch me sleep? That's generally how sleep studies work, yes. He picks up his coffee cup, wrapping his hands around it without drinking. This is insane. Which part? The study or the fact that your mother accidentally set us up? Both. But he's not leaving. He's still sitting there considering it. I should let him go. Should make this easy for both of us, thank him for his time, and find another participant. Except I can't, because he's perfect for my research, because I'm running out of time, because despite everything, I need this. I know this is awkward, I say carefully, but the study could genuinely help you, and it could help a lot of other people like you, people who can't just sleep more because of their careers or their lives. Cole perks a brow. People like you too? The observation catches me off guard. What? My mother mentioned something about that. You look exhausted too. His eyes track over my face, cataloging details with the same intensity he probably brings to business negotiations. You're running on fumes just like I am. This isn't about me. Isn't it though? You're trying to solve a problem you have. That's what good researchers do. He's not wrong. I hate that he's not wrong. 3 to 4 hours, I redirect, needing to stay on task. That's what you average. What's your sleep schedule like on a typical night? He sighs, setting down the coffee. I work until midnight, maybe 1 a.m., asleep by 2 if I'm lucky. Alarm goes off at 5:30. Every night? Pretty much. Weekends? What are weekends? I make notes, my brain already calculating the data potential. Do you have trouble falling asleep when you do lie down? Sometimes. Mine won't shut off. Nightmares? No. Sleep paralysis? Sleepwalking? Anything unusual? Just exhaustion. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the careful styling. Look, I know I need more sleep. My mother knows I need more sleep. Everyone knows I need more sleep. But knowing and doing are two different things. That's exactly why I need you for this study. I lean forward, passion overriding awkwardness. Because telling people to sleep more doesn't work. They need interventions, solutions that fit their actual lives. And I can't develop those without understanding what's happening in the brains of people like you. People like us, he corrects, echoing my words from earlier. Our eyes lock again and something shifts. Understanding, maybe? Or just mutual recognition of two workaholics who've sacrificed sleep on the altar of ambition. I want to help you, I say quietly. Professionally, as a researcher. What happened between us before, that's separate. That's history. Is it? It has to be. Because I need this study to work. And you need to figure out how to function without destroying yourself. I take a breath. Can we do this? Can we be adults and set aside the past for something that could actually matter? He's quiet for a long moment, studying me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. I genuinely want to help you with this, he finally says, despite our history. Relief floods through me. So sharp it's almost painful. Really? Really. He straightens in his chair and I see the CEO emerge, decisive, committed. Tell me what you need.
Chapter 6. Cole. She slides a thick manila folder across the table like we're negotiating a business deal. Maybe we are. Standard intake forms. Her voice is all business now, the brief moment of vulnerability sealed back up tight. Medical history, consent forms, liability waivers, the usual fun paperwork. I flip open the folder. The forms are extensive, detailed, the kind of thoroughness I'd expect from Georgia. She never did anything halfway. How long will this take to fill out? 30 minutes if you're thorough, less if you're not. She pulls out her own copy, clicking her pen. I can go through the basics with you now, or you can take it home and bring it back completed. Let's do it now. The words surprise me, but once they're out, I commit. Faster to knock this out than drag it across multiple meetings. Multiple exposures to those hazel eyes that see too damn much. She nods, already flipping to the first page. Full legal name? Cole Alexander Jacobson. Date of birth? I give her the information, watching her fill in the blanks with neat, precise handwriting. Same as college, when she'd take notes in the library with different colored pens for different concepts. Organized. Methodical. Everything I wasn't. Current medications? None. Her pen pauses. None? No sleep aids, nothing for headaches, no vitamins even? I take whatever's in the medicine cabinet when I need it. Nothing regular. She makes a note that looks suspiciously like judgment. Caffeine intake per day? Define intake. Cole. 4, maybe 5 cups of coffee. Energy drink in the afternoon if I'm dragging. Sometimes another at night if I'm working late. Jesus. She's writing faster now. That's easily 600 milligrams of caffeine daily. Probably more. Is that bad? It's terrible. Your adrenal system is probably screaming. She doesn't look up from the form. Alcohol consumption? Glass of wine with dinner sometimes. Scotch if I'm entertaining clients. How often is sometimes? Few times a week. More scribbling. I'm starting to feel like a case study in how not to treat your body. Exercise? Does walking to meetings count? She finally looks up, one eyebrow raised. No. Then no. Cole, you're 27, not 50. Your body needs... I know what my body needs. I just don't have time for it. You don't have time to not have a heart attack. But she drops it, returning to the form. Diagnosed medical conditions? None. Family history of sleep disorders? I think about Dad's late nights, his own inability to shut down. My father has insomnia sometimes. Nothing diagnosed. Heart disease in the family? Dad had a heart attack at 49. He's fine now. Her pen stills completely. When she looks at me this time, something soft crosses her face. Concern, maybe. Cole. He's fine, I repeat, cutting off whatever she's about to say. Changed his diet, exercises now. It was a wake-up call. And you don't see the parallel? I'm not my father. No, you're worse. At least he made it to 49. She catches herself, something flickering in her eyes. Sorry. That was unprofessional. It's fine. You're not wrong. I shift in my chair, suddenly uncomfortable with how well she can still read me. What else do you need? She takes a breath, visibly resetting. These next few questions are about your sleep environment. Do you sleep in complete darkness? Usually. Blackout curtains. Temperature? Cool. 68 degrees. Noise level? Quiet, high floor, good windows. Do you use screens before bed? Phone, laptop, TV? All of the above. How close to bedtime? Right up until I fall asleep, usually. She winces. That's not helping. The blue light from screens suppresses melatonin production, makes it harder for your brain to recognize it's time to sleep. I'll add it to the list of things I'm doing wrong. I'm not judging you. Aren't you? The question hangs between us. She sets down her pen, meeting my eyes directly. I'm assessing you. There's a difference. I need to understand your baseline before I can measure any changes. She picks up the pen again. Do you share your bed with anyone? The question is clinical, but something in the air shifts. No. Partner? Spouse? No. I catch the briefest flicker of something in her expression before it disappears. Curiosity? Relief? Probably just professional interest. Okay, she makes another note. Moving on to the actual study parameters. Like I mentioned, I need you for 3 nights initially. You'll come to the lab around 8 or 9 p.m. I'll attach the EEG sensors to your head. Don't worry, it's not painful, just slightly uncomfortable. How many sensors are we talking? 21 electrodes placed across your scalp, plus additional sensors for heart rate, breathing, eye movement. She pulls out a diagram, showing me a head covered in wires. You'll look like a very scientific cyborg. Fantastic! Once you're hooked up, you'll sleep in the observation room. She gestures toward a door I hadn't noticed earlier. It's actually comfortable. Good mattress, climate control, blackout capability. The goal is to replicate ideal sleep conditions. While you watch me sleep. While the equipment monitors your neural activity, yes. I'll be in the adjacent room, watching the data. Not you specifically. She clears her throat. It's not creepy. I didn't say it was. You were thinking it. She's not wrong. The idea of Georgia watching me sleep, vulnerable and unconscious, makes my skin prickle with awareness I don't want to examine. What's the time commitment per night? 8 to 9 hours. I nearly choke. What? I need to see what happens when you get a full night's sleep. How your brain responds to adequate rest. She leans forward, earnest. This is important, Cole. Your brain hasn't had proper sleep in years. The data from giving it what it actually needs could be groundbreaking. 9 hours. I'm already calculating the impossibility. I can't just disappear from work for 9 hours 3 nights in a row. Yes, you can. You're the CEO delegate. It's not that simple. It is, though. Her eyes flash with familiar stubbornness. You're choosing not to. There's a difference. I have responsibilities. You have an addiction to work that's literally killing you. She doesn't back down, doesn't soften. And I'm offering you a chance to get actual data about what that's doing to your brain. Scientific proof. The kind of evidence you can't ignore or explain away. I want to argue. Want to tell her she doesn't understand the pressure, the demands, the constant need to stay ahead. But looking at her, at the determination in those hazel eyes, I remember. She does understand. She's running on the same hamster wheel, just with different scenery. You really think this will help? I think you'll feel like a completely different person after a full night's sleep. Your cognitive function will improve, your stress response will normalize, even your physical coordination will be better. I don't have bad coordination. You knocked over your coffee cup earlier. Damn, I did, didn't I? Fine. The word comes out rougher than I intend. 9 hours. 3 nights. But I'm only doing this to get my mother off my back. Something in her expression tightens. Of course. And because. I pause, weighing my words. Because you need the data. For your grant. Yes. She flips to a new form, her handwriting less steady now. I have a deadline coming up. Need solid preliminary results to show the committee that this research is viable. When's the deadline? 4 weeks. That's tight. Tell me about it. She slides another packet across the table. This is everything you need to read before we start. Informed consent, explanation of procedures, potential risks and benefits, your rights as a participant. Read it carefully. Sign where indicated. Bring it back when you come for the first session. I take the packet, flipping through pages of dense text and legal disclaimers. When do you want to start? How's Thursday? This Thursday? As in 3 days from now? I did mention the deadline. She's not apologetic, just matter of fact. If that doesn't work, we can push to next week, but Thursday's fine. I'm already mentally rearranging my schedule, figuring out what can be moved, what can be delegated, what fires I'll be putting out on Friday after being unreachable all night. Come around 8. Wear comfortable clothes. No caffeine after noon. My jaw almost goes slack. You're joking. Dead serious. I need your baseline as clean as possible. That means no artificial stimulants contaminating the data. Half a day without coffee. The study might actually kill me. Better than the alternative, which is your current trajectory. She stands, extending her hand. Professional. Distant. Thank you for participating. I know this is awkward. I stand too, taking her hand. Her skin is warm, familiar in a way that makes my chest tight. Georgia. See you Thursday. She pulls her hand back, already turning away, gathering her notes like I'm already gone. I should leave. Should take my packet and my bruised ego and get the hell out of this lab that smells like her perfume and old memories. Instead, I hear myself say, for what it's worth, I am sorry. About before. She freezes, her back to me. I was an idiot, ambitious and stupid, and I hurt you. I know that doesn't fix anything, but you're right. She turns, her expression carefully neutral. It doesn't fix anything. And we're not doing this. We're not having that conversation. Georgia, I'm your researcher. You're my participant. That's all this is. Her voice is steady, controlled. What happened 5 years ago stays 5 years ago. We're adults. We're professionals. We keep this separate. Can we? We have to. She moves to the door, opening it in clear dismissal. See you Thursday, Cole. Don't forget to read the packet. I nod, accepting the boundary she's drawing. Probably smart. Definitely safer than dredging up all the stuff we left behind. I make it to the hallway before I look back. She's already at her desk, head bent over her tablet, hair falling forward to hide her face. Still beautiful. Still brilliant. Still completely off limits. I head for the elevator, packet clutched in my hand, wondering what the hell I just agreed to. 3 nights of sleeping while Georgia watches. 3 nights of being vulnerable, exposed, monitored. 3 nights of facing the woman I destroyed, the woman who sees right through every defense I've carefully constructed. This is definitely going to be a disaster. But I signed up anyway. Because Mom's right. Because I'm exhausted. Because maybe, just maybe, George's research can give me answers that don't require examining why I'm really running myself into the ground. My phone buzzes. Thompson asking about tomorrow's presentation. I respond immediately, falling back into the comfortable rhythm of work, deals, strategy. But the packet feels heavy in my hand. Thursday suddenly feels very close.
Chapter 7. Georgia. The morning light filters through my lab windows, casting long shadows across the equipment I've been obsessively calibrating for the past hour. My hands move automatically, adjusting sensors, checking connections, running diagnostic tests I've already run 3 times. Thursday, 2 days away. 2 days until Cole Jacobson walks back into my lab and lets me wire up his brain while he sleeps. I force myself to stop fidgeting with the EEG machine and pull out my tablet. Work. Focus on work. The study protocol needs finalizing. The data collection parameters need triple checking. The observation room needs. Someone's here early. I jump, nearly dropping the tablet. Marcus stands in the doorway, 2 cups of what smells like hot chocolate in his hands. Jesus, you scared me. Sorry. He holds out one of the cups. Peace offering. Extra marshmallows? I take it gratefully, wrapping my hands around the warmth. You're a lifesaver. I'm an enabler? He settles onto the stool across from me, studying my face with that knowing look. You've been here since 6, haven't you? 5:30. Georgia. I have a lot to prep. The first session is in 2 days, and I need everything perfect. You got your participant then. It's not a question. Yeah. I take a sip, buying time. The hot chocolate is perfect, rich, sweet, exactly what I need. CEO, chronically sleep-deprived, textbook case for what I'm studying. That's great. So why do you look like someone ran over your dog? Because the participant is my ex-boyfriend. Because seeing him again cracked open things I thought I'd sealed shut 5 years ago. Because he still makes my pulse race and I hate myself for it. Just stressed about the deadline, I say instead. 4 weeks to gather preliminary data, analyze it, and submit results that'll convince the grant committee I'm worth funding. You are worth funding. Your research is brilliant. Brilliant doesn't matter if I can't execute. I set down the hot chocolate, pulling up my study timeline. I need 3 nights minimum with this participant. Maybe more if the initial data looks promising. Then analysis, write-up, formatting for submission. You'll make it work. You always do. The confidence in his voice makes my chest tight. What if I don't, though? What if he backs out or the data isn't compelling enough? Or I've built this whole thing on a hypothesis that doesn't pan out? Then you adjust. Pivot. Try something else. Marcus leans forward. But that's not what's really bothering you, is it? Too perceptive. I've always hated that about him. It's complicated. Complicated how? I hesitate, weighing how much to share. Marcus is a colleague, but he's also become something close to a friend over the past year. Still, admitting that my perfect participant is someone I have messy history with feels too vulnerable. The participant, I start carefully. We knew each other. Before. His eyebrows rise. Knew each other how? College. We dated briefly. Oh, damn. Yeah. And now you're going to wire up his brain and watch him sleep for 3 nights? That's the plan. Georgia, he says my name like a sigh. That's not complicated. That's a goddamn disaster waiting to happen. I can handle it. Can you? The same question Cole asked me yesterday. I give Marcus the same answer I gave myself all night instead of sleeping. I have to. He's perfect for the study, the exact profile I need. If I turn him away because of personal history, I'm putting my feelings ahead of my research. There are other sleep-deprived people in New York. Not like him. The words come out fiercer than I intend. 3 to 4 hours a night for years. High functioning despite chronic deprivation. No diagnosed disorders, just lifestyle choices. He's exactly what I need to prove my hypothesis. Marcus studies me for a long moment. What happened between you two? Ancient history. Doesn't sound ancient if it's got you twisted up like this. I pick up my hot chocolate again, staring into the marshmallows like they hold answers. He was ambitious. I was ambitious. We wanted different things. It ended badly. Understatement of the century. But I'm not ready to explain how Cole's cheating on that ethics exam felt like a personal betrayal. How I'd built him up in my mind as someone who valued integrity, only to discover he'd sacrifice anything for success. How looking at him yesterday brought all of that rushing back, mixed with inconvenient attraction I have no business feeling. And now you're going to spend 3 nights in close proximity. Marcus shakes his head. You're braver than me. Or more desperate. Hey, his voice softens. Your research matters. Helping people who can't just sleep more because of their careers or their lives. That's important work. Don't diminish it. I'm not. I set down the cup, rubbing my temples. I didn't expect it to be him. When his mother approached me at the pharmacy, she was so worried about her son. Talked about how he works constantly, never takes care of himself. I thought I could help. You still can. Can I? Or am I just setting myself up to fail by mixing professional and personal? Only one way to find out. He stands, collecting his empty cup. But for what it's worth, you're one of the most professional people I know. If anyone can compartmentalize, it's you. I nod, not trusting my voice. After Marcus leaves, I sit in the quiet lab, surrounded by equipment that makes sense, neural pathways, brain waves, data that follows predictable patterns, not like emotions. Not like the way my heart kicked when Cole walked through that door. Not like the muscle memory of how his hand felt in mine. I pull out my laptop, determined to focus on work. The observation room needs final checks. The consent forms need filing. The data collection software needs one more test run. Instead, I find myself opening a browser, typing Cole Jacobson CEO into the search bar. I shouldn't. This is unprofessional. Borderline creepy. But my fingers move anyway. The results flood the screen. Articles from business journals, photos from charity galas, press releases about mergers and acquisitions. He's everywhere, this polished, successful version of the boy I knew. I click on an image. Cole in a tuxedo at some fancy event, champagne flute in hand, that confident smile that probably makes investors weak in the knees. The caption identifies the woman next to him as a colleague from Samson Industries. I scan the other photos, always someone different, business associates, fellow CEOs, beautiful women in expensive dresses, but no one labeled as girlfriend. No one called his partner. Single then, still married to his work. I closed the browser, disgusted with myself. What does it matter if he's single? What do I care who he dates or doesn't date? We're researcher and participant. That's all. Except my brain won't stop cataloging details. The shadows under his eyes that speak of bone-deep exhaustion. The tension in his shoulders that never fully released, even sitting in my lab. The way he looked at me when he apologized. Genuine regret in those blue eyes. 5 years. He's had 5 years to become someone different. Maybe he has. Maybe the ambitious kid who cheated has matured into someone with actual integrity. Or maybe he's just gotten better at hiding his compromises. I pull up my study notes, forcing my attention back to what matters. Neural activity patterns during sleep recovery. Cognitive improvement metrics. Baseline measurements versus post-intervention results. This is about science. About helping people like Cole who've pushed themselves to the edge of burnout. About developing interventions that actually work in the real world, not just lab conditions. Thursday. I'll attach the electrodes with steady professional hands. I'll monitor his brain waves with clinical detachment. I'll collect data that could change how we understand sleep deprivation. And I'll absolutely not think about how his hair will look mussed with sleep, or how vulnerable he'll be, unconscious and monitored, or how it'll feel to watch him sleep after all these years. Professional, detached, scientific. I repeat the words like a mantra, willing them to be true. My phone buzzes. Email notification. The grant committee, asking for a preliminary update on participant recruitment. I type back quickly. Participant secured. First session Thursday. Will provide initial data analysis next week. Professional, detached, scientific. The lab feels too quiet suddenly, too full of my own spiraling thoughts. I stand, moving to the observation room to check the setup one more time. The bed looks comfortable, inviting even. Blackout curtains. Climate control set to optimal sleep temperature. Everything designed to give the brain what it needs to rest properly. I picture Cole in that bed, eyes closed, breathing steady, brain finally getting the sleep it's been denied for years. My chest constricts. This is a mistake. Has to be. You can't mix personal history with professional research and expect it to end well. Except I don't have a choice. Not if I want this study to succeed. Not if I want to help the people I set out to help. Not if I'm honest about why I started this research in the first place, because I'm just like Cole, running on fumes, choosing work over rest, telling myself it's noble when really it's just fear. Fear of slowing down. Fear of facing what might be waiting in the quiet moments. Fear of admitting that maybe, possibly, I'm just as broken as the subjects I want to fix. I leave the observation room, closing the door firmly behind me. Thursday, 2 days. I can do this. I'm a professional, a scientist. I've spent 5 years building walls between me and anything that might hurt me again. Cole Jacobson is just another participant, just another data point, just another chance to prove my research works. And if I tell myself that enough times, maybe I'll start to believe it.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 8. Cole. The observation room is nicer than I expected. Not sterile like a hospital, not cramped like I imagined. Just a comfortable space with a king bed, blackout curtains, and medical equipment lurking in the corners like silent observers. I set my work suitcase by the door, packed for tomorrow's early meeting because there's no way in hell I'm going home first, and turned to find Georgia already setting up the electrode cart. "You came." She sounds surprised. I said I would. People say a lot of things. She organizes the wires with methodical precision, not looking at me. I half expected a cancellation text. Should I be offended? Just realistic. Now she does glance up, those hazel eyes cataloging my appearance. "You followed the no caffeine afternoon rule." "Barely. The afternoon was miserable." "Welcome to withdrawal." She wheels the cart closer. "How do you feel?" "Like my head is stuffed with cotton and someone replaced my thoughts with static." "That's normal. Your brain is used to being artificially stimulated. It's complaining." She gestures to the bed. "Have a seat. This works better if you're comfortable." I lower myself onto the mattress, good quality, expensive, and watch her gather supplies. She's wearing dark jeans and a simple blouse, hair pulled back in a low ponytail. Professional but relaxed. The lab coat is gone, replaced by an air of quiet competence. She's beautiful. Still. Always was. I shove the thought down. "So how does this work?" I ask, needing to fill the silence. "I'm going to attach 21 electrodes to your scalp using conductive paste. It'll feel weird but shouldn't hurt." She pulls on latex gloves with a snap that makes me flinch. Try not to move around too much once they're on. The wires aren't that fragile, but we want clean data. 21. Yep, plus sensors for your heart rate, breathing, and eye movement. She moves behind me, and I feel her fingers part my hair near my temple. This is going to be cold. The paste touches my skin, and I jerk involuntarily. Sorry. Her voice is softer now, closer. Should have warned you better. It's fine. Her fingers work with practiced efficiency, placing the electrode, securing it. The touch is clinical, professional, but I'm acutely aware of her proximity. The faint scent of her perfume, something citrusy, bright. The warmth of her breath when she leans close to check placement. This was a terrible idea. How often do you do this? I ask, desperate for distraction. Attach electrodes? A couple times a week usually. More now that the study's active. So I'm not your first? Definitely not. She moves to another section of my scalp. You're actually my easiest so far. Some people get really anxious about the wires. I run a Fortune 500 company. Takes more than some wires to rattle me. Right. The big bad CEO. There's amusement in her voice. Nothing scares you. I didn't say that. Her fingers pause for just a second. What does scare you? The question catches me off guard. Honest answer? Failure. Becoming irrelevant. Ending up like my father, full of regrets about roads not taken. Seeing Georgia again and realizing I never got over her. Quarterly earnings reports, I say instead. She laughs, actually laughs, and the sound does something dangerous to my chest. Liar. What about you? What scares Dr. Georgia Smith? Another electrode, another section of hair parted with gentle fingers. Running out of time before I make a difference. Spending my whole life in labs and having nothing to show for it except data no one cares about. Your research matters. Does it? She moves to the front of my head now, working near my hairline. I can see her face, the concentration there. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just hiding behind science because it's safer than actually living. The honesty floors me. This isn't the Georgia from 2 days ago, all professional distance and careful boundaries. This is real Georgia, vulnerable Georgia, the Georgia I fell for in college. You're not hiding, I tell her. You're trying to help people. That's the opposite of hiding, says the man who works 80-hour weeks to avoid examining his life. Touché. She smiles, small and fleeting, before returning to her work. More electrodes, more paste, more of her fingers in my hair, against my scalp, creating contact that's somehow more intimate than it should be. Almost done with the head, she murmurs. Then just the chest sensors for heart rate and breathing. Do I need to take off my shirt? Just unbutton it partway. The sensors stick to your skin. I work the buttons with fingers that are steadier than I feel. She attaches the sensors quickly, professionally, her touch brief and impersonal against my chest. But I notice her hands aren't quite steady either. Okay. She steps back, surveying her work. You officially look like a cyborg. How does it feel? Weird. Heavy. That's the weight of science. She's teasing now, some of the tension easing. The wires will connect to this. She indicates a machine beside the bed. Once you're settled, I'll plug you in and head to the observation room, where you'll watch me sleep, where I'll monitor your neural activity while you sleep. There's a difference. Is there? Our eyes meet. Hold. Something shifts in the air between us. She looks away first. I should let you get comfortable. Change into whatever you sleep in. There's a bathroom through that door if you need it. Georgia. Yeah? This is weird as hell, right? Not just me. A ghost of a smile. Completely weird. But we're doing it anyway. Why? Because I need the data. She pauses at the door. And because maybe you need to know what it's like to actually sleep. I sleep fine. You sleep like trash, and we both know it. She softens it with a smile. Trust me. By morning, you're going to feel like a new person. I don't want to be a new person. I like the current person. The current person is exhausted. She opens the door. Get settled. I'll be back in 10 to plug you in. She leaves, and I'm alone with the electrodes and the quiet and the growing realization that this was absolutely a mistake. But I change into the t-shirt and sweatpants I brought anyway. Brush my teeth. Try to pretend this is normal. When Georgia returns, she's all business again. Connects the wires, adjusts settings, explains that I can move around but try to stay mostly still. That there's a call button if I need anything. That she'll be monitoring all night but won't disturb me unless something goes wrong. Try to relax, she says, dimming the lights. I know it feels strange, but your brain will adjust. You pulling 3 consecutive all-nighters for this experiment? The question comes out before I can stop it. She pauses in the doorway. My sleep debt can be worked on later. That's ironic as hell. Says the man who thinks 4 hours is plenty. But she's smiling. Good night, Cole. Try to let your brain rest for once. The door closes. The room goes dark except for the faint glow from the monitoring equipment. I lie there, acutely aware of every wire, every sensor, every breath. George is watching. Not me, the data. But still, I close my eyes, expecting it to take hours. Expecting my mind to race with tomorrow's meetings, the integration timeline, the 1,000 details demanding attention. Instead, exhaustion pulls me under. And for the first time in years, I sleep like a baby.
Chapter 9. Georgia. The monitoring room hums with the quiet whir of equipment. 3 screens glow in front of me, each displaying different data streams from Cole's sleeping brain. And what data it is? I lean closer to the middle screen, watching the EEG patterns scroll past with growing fascination. The delta waves are deep, consistent, exactly what I'd expect from someone finally getting proper slow-wave sleep. But it's the theta activity during REM that makes my breath catch. Damn, I whisper to the empty room. His brain is healing. I can see it in the data, clear as day. The neural pathways that have been running on fumes for years are finally getting the restoration they desperately need. Synaptic cleanup, memory consolidation, all the processes that can only happen during quality sleep. I make notes rapidly, my pen flying across the paper. Timestamps, pattern observations. The moments when his brain shifts between sleep stages with the kind of regularity that suggests his circadian rhythm remembers what it's supposed to do, even if he's been ignoring it for years. The 4th screen, the one I told myself I wouldn't look at, shows the video feed from the observation room. I glance at it. Just once, just to make sure he's comfortable. He's sprawled across the bed, one arm flung over his head, the other resting on his chest. The wires trail from his scalp like some kind of medical Medusa, but his face is relaxed in a way I haven't seen since he walked into my lab. Younger, that's what he looks like. Younger and peaceful, and nothing like the tightly wound CEO who can't go 12 hours without checking his phone. Beautiful. I force my eyes back to the data. That's why I'm here, not to watch him sleep like some creepy stalker, but to collect groundbreaking research that could actually help people. Except my gaze drifts back to that fourth screen. The shadows under his eyes are still there, carved deep from years of neglect. His jaw holds tension even in sleep, like his body hasn't fully learned how to let go. And there's a thinness to his face that speaks of skipped meals and chronic stress. He's running himself into the ground, has been for years. The thought terrifies me more than it should. I zoom in on the cardiovascular data. Heart rate steady at 58 BPM. Blood pressure normal. Breathing deep and even. All good signs. All evidence that his body is finally getting what it needs. But the cortisol levels from the pre-sleep blood draw tell a different story. Sky high. The kind of chronic stress markers that lead to heart attacks and strokes and all the things that killed men like his father before they hit 50. Damn it, Cole, I mutter, making another note. 3:17 a.m. He's been asleep for 6 hours and 23 minutes. Deeper sleep than he's probably had in a decade, judging by the wave patterns. I should be ecstatic. This is exactly the data I need. Proof that proper sleep can restore neural function even after years of deprivation. Evidence that the brain wants to heal if given half a chance. Instead, I'm fighting the urge to march into that observation room and shake him awake just to yell at him about self-care. Professional, detached, scientific. The mantra isn't working tonight. I pull up the comparison software, overlaying his current patterns against typical sleep architecture for his age and demographic. The differences are stark. His slow-wave sleep is lasting longer, going deeper, like his brain is desperately trying to make up for lost time. You really have been destroying yourself, I whisper to the screens. The video feed shows him shifting slightly, rolling onto his side. The wires move with him. I design the setup to allow for natural sleep movement, and he settles back into stillness. I check the EEG. Brief arousal, then straight back into deep sleep. Perfect, my phone buzzes. Marcus. Texting from home because apparently he's as bad at sleeping as I am. How's it going? I type back one-handed, still watching the data. Amazing. His brain is eating up the sleep like it's starving. Which it is. Yeah. How are you doing? I stare at the message. How am I doing? Sitting in a dark room at 3 a.m, watching my ex-boyfriend sleep while monitoring his neural activity and fighting the inconvenient realization that I still care whether he lives or dies? Fine. Data is clean. Everything's working perfectly. That's not what I asked. Perceptive bastard. I'm professional. I'm detached. I'm very scientific. You're a liar. I don't respond to that. Can't, really. He's not wrong. Instead, I return my attention to the screens. The data doesn't lie, doesn't have complicated feelings, doesn't make my chest tight with worry about someone who stopped being my responsibility 5 years ago. 4:08 a.m. Another REM cycle beginning. I watch the rapid eye movements register on the EOG, the corresponding spike in theta waves. His brain is dreaming, processing, doing all the things it's supposed to do. I wonder what he's dreaming about. Work, probably. Mergers and acquisitions and quarterly reports. The things that consume his waking hours bleeding into sleep. Or maybe something else. Someone else. I shut that thought down immediately. The caffeine withdrawal data is interesting. His brain is working harder during REM, like it's compensating for the missing stimulant. Making notes about that could be useful for understanding how chronic caffeine use affects sleep architecture. 5:30 a.m. He stirs again, this time more purposefully. The EEG shows increased beta waves. Waking up, maybe. But no. He settles, shifts, goes back under. Still another 2 hours until his normal wake time. I need him to sleep through, to get the full restoration his brain is begging for. Stay asleep, I murmur to the screen. Just this once, let yourself rest. Like he can hear me, like he'd listen even if he could. I stand, stretching muscles that have been hunched over screens for hours. The observation room is just next door, one wall away. I could peek in, check on him physically instead of through cameras and data streams. Terrible idea, completely unprofessional. I'm at the door before I fully decide to move. The observation room is dark, except for the faint glow from the equipment displays. I step inside quietly, unnecessarily. He's deep in stage 3 sleep, wouldn't wake if I dropped a book. Up close, he looks even more exhausted, even more fragile, despite the expensive haircut and the tailored pajamas that probably cost more than my monthly grocery budget. The electrodes are holding perfectly. No artifacts in the signal. My placement was good. But that's not why I'm standing here at 5:47 in the morning, watching him sleep like some kind of sentinel. He looks young like this, vulnerable, nothing like the arrogant CEO who walked into my lab and turned my carefully ordered world sideways. More like the boy I fell for in college, the one who'd bring me coffee during late-night study sessions, who'd listen to me ramble about neural pathways like I was revealing the secrets of the universe, who'd kiss me in the library stacks and promise we'd change the world together, before ambition turned him into someone I didn't recognize, before I learned that integrity was negotiable when success was on the line. My chest hurts. This was a mistake. All of it. I should have found another participant, should have kept my past and my present separate like a smart person would. But watching his chest rise and fall, seeing the peace in his expression, I can't quite regret it. Because the data is extraordinary. Because his brain is healing right in front of my eyes. Well, in front of my monitoring equipment. Because maybe I need to prove to myself that I can do this, can face him without falling apart, can be professional, even when everything in me wants to reach out and smooth the worry lines from his forehead. I turn to leave before I do something stupid. His eyes open, just like that. 1 second asleep, the next staring right at me in the darkness. Georgia. His voice is rough with sleep, confused. Damn. Just checking the sensors, I say quickly, professionally. One was showing a weak signal. Go back to sleep. Lie, complete lie. All the sensors are perfect. He blinks slowly, still caught in that space between sleep and waking. What time is it? 5:50. You've got another hour and a half. Sleep, Cole. Feels weird. He shifts slightly, the wires moving with him. Heavy. That's deep sleep. Your brain isn't used to it. I move toward the door. You're doing great. Just let yourself rest. Georgia. I pause, hand on the doorframe. Yeah? Thank you. His eyes are already drifting closed again. For this? Something in my chest cracks. Sleep, I whisper. I make it back to the monitoring room before my hands start shaking. Professional. Detached. Scientific. The words taste like ash. On the screens, his brain waves deepen again. Back to sleep, his body demanding the rest he's denied it for too long. I sink into my chair, pulling my notes back in front of me like armor. The data is extraordinary. His neural patterns during restoration, the way his brain is compensating for years of deprivation, the healing happening in real time. This study could change everything. could help so many people who run themselves into the ground because they don't know any other way. People like Cole. People like me. I watched the sun start to rise through the window, painting the monitoring room in shades of gold. Another hour and a half until I wake him, until I unhook the wires and send him back to his life of 4-hour nights and endless pressure. But tonight, just for these 9 hours, his brain got what it needed. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all I can give him. I turn back to my data, filling pages with observations and patterns and groundbreaking research. And I absolutely don't think about how peaceful he looked sleeping, or how much I want him to look like that every night.
Chapter 10. Cole. I wake up and the world makes sense for the first time in years. No fog, no mental sluggishness, no headache pounding behind my eyes demanding caffeine before I can function like a human being. Just clarity. I lie there for a moment, staring at the ceiling, trying to process what this feels like. Alert, rested, the kind of awake I'd forgotten existed. Damn, I mutter. The door opens. Georgia steps in, tablet in hand, that professional mask firmly in place. But I catch the slight softening around her eyes when she sees I'm awake. Good morning. How do you feel? Like I could run a marathon, or solve world hunger, or actually focus in meetings without wanting to stab myself with a pen out of boredom. She almost smiles. That's the power of 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. I feel like a new person. Your brain got what it's been screaming for. She moves to the equipment, checking displays. Let me get these sensors off you. I sit up as she approaches, acutely aware that I look like hell. Bed hair, wrinkled t-shirt, probably drool on my face at some point. But she doesn't seem to care, already reaching for the first electrode. Her fingers work efficiently, peeling away the sensors with gentle precision. The paste pulls slightly at my hair, but I barely notice. Too distracted by her proximity, the concentration on her face, the faint citrus scent that's become associated with these sessions. The data was incredible, she says, focused on removing an electrode near my temple. Your brain went into deep restoration mode almost immediately. Slow-wave sleep that lasted longer than typical. REM cycles that were rich with theta activity. Translation for those of us who don't speak neuroscience? Your brain was so desperate for proper sleep that it basically gorged itself. She moves to another sensor. Like someone who's been starving finally getting a real meal. The metaphor hits harder than it should. That bad? That bad. She pauses, meeting my eyes. Cole, your cortisol levels are through the roof. Your cardiovascular stress markers are concerning. You're not just tired, you're systematically destroying your body. Tell me how you really feel. I'm serious. She returns to the electrodes, but her voice carries an edge now. Your father had his heart attack at 49. You're on track to beat that record. My hand shoots out before I think, catching her wrist gently. Not restraining, just contact. Connection. She freezes. I've never slept that good in my life, I tell her, meaning every word. Whatever you're doing, whatever this study is, it's working. Her eyes drop to where my fingers circle her wrist. I feel her pulse jumping under my thumb, quick and unsteady. That's just one night. But her voice has gone softer, less certain. You need consistent sleep, not a one-time restoration session. Then I'll come back. You're scheduled for tonight anyway. Day 2. I know. I don't release her wrist. Can't seem to make myself. But I'd come back even without the study. To feel like this again. Something shifts in her expression. Guard dropping, just for a second. And in that second, I see her. Not Dr. Georgia Smith, professional researcher. But Georgia, the woman I fell for in college. The one who looked at me like I mattered for more than just my ambition. The one I destroyed. She pulls back, gently but firmly. My hand falls away. You should get ready for work. Professional distance sliding back into place like armor. I'll compile the data from last night and have a preliminary report ready by this evening. Georgia! Have a good day at work, Cole. She's already moving toward the door, collecting wires, putting space between us. Report back here at 8 p.m. for day 2. No caffeine after noon. You know the drill. I should let her go. Should respect the boundary she's drawing. Should remember that we're researcher and subject, nothing more. But I'm still sitting there, wired up like a cyborg, feeling better than I have in years, and she's looking at me with those hazel eyes that see everything. I almost kiss her. Right there. Just lean forward and close the distance and taste her lips, and see if she still makes that small surprise sound when I catch her off guard. The impulse is so strong I actually start to move. She steps back, quick, decisive. 8 p.m., she repeats, and she's out the door before I can respond. I sit there in the silence, heart pounding for reasons that have nothing to do with the sensors still attached to my chest. Damn. I force myself to stand, to move to the bathroom and start peeling off the remaining electrodes myself. The conductive paste leaves residue in my hair. I'll need a shower before heading to the office. Good thing I packed extra clothes. But even as I go through the motions of getting ready, my brain won't shut up. 9 hours of sleep and I feel invincible, clear-headed, energized, like I could actually tackle the integration timeline without wanting to throw my laptop out a window. But more than that, more dangerous than that, is the way Georgia looked at me when I grabbed her wrist. The softness, the vulnerability, the possibility. I catch my reflection in the bathroom mirror. Same face, same sharp jawline, same blue eyes that have closed too many deals to count. But something's different. Rested, yeah, but also awake in a way that has nothing to do with sleep. I've spent 5 years convincing myself I was over her, that what we had was college nonsense, immature infatuation, nothing that mattered in the real world of business and success and building empires. 9 hours of sleep and that lie falls apart completely. I want her. Still. Always. And the terrifying part? I think maybe she wants me too. I finish getting ready on autopilot, checking my phone for the first time since yesterday afternoon. 73 emails, 15 texts, 3 missed calls. The world didn't end because I was unreachable. Huh. I pack up my things, smoothing down my suit jacket, and trying to look like a CEO instead of a guy who just had his world rocked by adequate sleep and proximity to his ex-girlfriend. When I emerge, Georgia's at her desk in the main lab, head bent over her tablet. She doesn't look up as I approach, too focused on whatever data she's analyzing. I'm heading out, I say. See you tonight. 8 p.m. Still not looking at me. I should leave. Should take my rested brain and my inconvenient feelings and get the hell out before I make this more complicated than it already is. Instead, I pause at the door. Georgia? Finally, she looks up. Yeah? Thank you. Really? I didn't know I could feel like this. Something softens in her expression. Just for a second. That's why I do this research. So people like you can remember what it's like to be human. People like us, I correct, echoing her words from before. A ghost of a smile. Get out of here. Go run your empire. I leave, but the image of her bent over that tablet stays with me. The exhaustion in her shoulders. The dark circles under her eyes that match my own. She's running herself into the ground, too. Preaching rest while practicing deprivation. The hypocrisy would be funny if it weren't so damn familiar. The morning air hits me as I exit the building, crisp and cold. December in New York. I should be freezing, should be rushing to my car to escape the chill. But I feel alive, alert, present in my body in a way I haven't experienced in years. 9 hours of sleep. That's all it took. And Georgia's hands in my hair, her fingers on my skin, her voice telling me to rest. I climb into my car, starting the engine and letting it warm up while I think. Tonight, another session. Another 9 hours of her monitoring my brain while I sleep like the dead. Another chance to see her, to be near her, to remember what it was like when we were good together, before I messed it all up with my ambition and my shortcuts and my inability to see what mattered until it was too late. My phone buzzes, Thompson asking about this morning's meeting. I respond automatically, falling back into CEO mode. But part of my brain stays in that lab, in that observation room, with Georgia and her soft expression and the way she looked at me like maybe, possibly, I was still worth saving. I pull out of the parking lot, heading toward the office and the endless demands waiting there. But for the first time in years, work doesn't feel like the only thing that matters. And that terrifies me more than any merger ever could.
Chapter 11. Georgia. Sunlight cuts through my bedroom curtains like an accusation. I peel my eyes open, squinting against the brightness, and immediately regret every life choice that led to this moment. My phone says 3:47 p.m. I slept through most of the day, to be expected when you pull an all-nighter. The apartment is quiet, peaceful, and serene. Meanwhile, I'm operating on vampire hours, monitoring Cole's brain all night and crashing during daylight like some kind of nocturnal researcher creature. I drag myself out of bed, muscles protesting. My back aches from hunched hours over monitoring equipment. My eyes feel gritty, dry from staring at screens. Even my hair hurts somehow. The irony doesn't escape me. Here I am, studying sleep deprivation while systematically destroying myself with the exact patterns I'm trying to fix. Coffee. I need coffee. I shuffle to the kitchen, start the machine, lean against the counter while it brews. The familiar ritual grounds me, pulls my brain into something resembling functionality, but all I can think about is Cole. Cole sprawled across that bed, finally getting the rest his body's been screaming for. Cole, with those blue eyes opening in the darkness, catching me watching him like some kind of creepy stalker. Cole, grabbing my wrist this morning with fingers that remembered exactly how to touch me. "Stop it," I muttered to the empty kitchen. The coffee machine beeps. I pour a cup, black and strong, and carry it to my tiny dining table that doubles as my home workspace. My laptop sits there, exactly where I left it yesterday, surrounded by printed research articles and scribbled notes. I open it. Pull up the data from last night. And there he is, translated into waves and numbers and patterns that make my researcher heart sing. The neural restoration is extraordinary. His slow-wave sleep lasted 43 minutes in the first cycle. That's nearly double the typical duration. His brain was so desperate for proper rest that it grabbed onto it with both hands and refused to let go. REM patterns showed rich theta activity, memory consolidation, emotional processing, all the things that can only happen during quality sleep, and his heart rate variability improved throughout the night. Cardiovascular system finally getting a break from the constant stress response. I make notes rapidly, my pen flying across fresh paper. Timestamp correlations, pattern observations. The moments when his sleep architecture looked textbook perfect. Exactly what a healthy 27-year-old should display. This data will secure my grant. I know it in my bones. The preliminary results are too compelling to ignore. Evidence that proper sleep can restore neural function even after years of chronic deprivation. I should be ecstatic. Instead, I'm fighting the urge to call him, to demand he promise me he'll keep sleeping like this, to beg him not to go back to his 4-hour nights and endless caffeine once the study ends. Professional, detached, scientific. The mantra tastes like a lie. I pull up the video feeds from last night, just to check, just to note any movement patterns that might correlate with the EEG data. Not because I want to see him sleeping again, except that's exactly what I'm doing. watching the timestamp from 5:47 a.m. when I walked into that observation room like an idiot. When his eyes opened and caught me standing there, all my carefully constructed boundaries crumbling. The way he looked at me. The way he said my name, rough with sleep, like it mattered. The way I almost didn't leave. Jesus, Georgia. I slammed the laptop closed, standing abruptly. The coffee sloshes in my mug but doesn't spill. I need to get a grip. This is a professional study. He's a participant. The fact that we have history doesn't change the fundamental nature of our relationship now. Researcher and subject, data collector and data source. Nothing more. My phone buzzes. Email notification. I grab it, grateful for the distraction. Marcus. How'd last night go? Did your ex-boyfriend make it through without drama? I type back quickly. Data was perfect. 9 hours uninterrupted. His brain is healing. That's not what I asked. Why is everyone so perceptive today? Study is progressing exactly as planned. No complications. You're dodging. I'm being professional. You're lying to yourself. There's a difference. I don't respond. Can't, really. He's absolutely right. Instead, I carry my coffee to the bathroom, stare at my reflection in the mirror. Dark circles under my eyes that rival Cole's. Hair a mess from sleeping on it wet. Skin that hasn't seen proper sunlight in weeks because I'm either in the lab or unconscious. I look like hell. I look exactly like the people I'm trying to help. The shower helps. Hot water, steam, the mindless routine of washing away the night. By the time I emerge, wrapped in a towel with dripping hair, I feel almost human. My phone shows 4:23 p.m. Less than 4 hours until Cole returns for day 2. Day 2 of 3. Then follow-up sessions. Then data analysis and grant submission and hopefully, finally, funding that will let me continue this research beyond preliminary studies. Research that matters. That could help people like Cole who've convinced themselves that sleep is optional. People like me who preach rest while practicing deprivation. I dress in comfortable jeans and a soft sweater. No need for professional armor when I'll be spending the night in a dark monitoring room anyway. Pull my hair back while it's still damp. Minimal makeup, because what's the point? Food. I should eat something. I wander back to the kitchen, survey the contents of my refrigerator with growing despair. Yogurt that expired last week, leftover Chinese food of questionable age, a bag of baby carrots that have gone sad and limp, grocery shopping. Add it to the list of normal human activities I've been neglecting. I settle for toast with peanut butter, eating it standing at the counter while scrolling through the rest of last night's data on my phone. Cole's baseline cortisol levels are alarming. The kind of chronic stress markers that lead to cardiovascular disease, diabetes, early death. His father's heart attack at 49 suddenly seems less like a fluke and more like a genetic inevitability combined with lifestyle destruction. Cole's on the same trajectory, maybe faster, given how much younger he started burning the candle at both ends. The thought makes my chest tight. I force myself to think clinically. This is why the research matters. Because people need interventions, not just lectures about sleeping more. They need data showing what sleep deprivation actually does. Evidence compelling enough to change behavior. Except I know Cole. Knew him. He doesn't change behavior based on evidence. He changes based on results. On winning. And right now, his definition of winning involves running a Fortune 500 company on 4 hours of sleep and enough caffeine to kill a horse. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Jenny. How's your study going? Perfectly. The CEO's exactly what I needed. That sounds vaguely dirty. For data, he's perfect for data collection. Uh-huh. Is he single? I stare at the text. Type, delete, type again. This is a professional research study, not a dating service. That's not a no. He's a participant. That's all. Who you used to date. Your words, not mine. I shove my phone in my pocket, abandoning the conversation before Jenny can extract any more uncomfortable truths. The toast sits heavy in my stomach. I force myself to finish it anyway, washing it down with the last of my coffee. 5:15 p.m. I should head to the lab. Get everything set up for tonight. Review the protocol. Make sure all the equipment is calibrated. Not think about how Cole looked this morning. Sleep rumpled and beautiful with that clarity in his eyes I haven't seen since college. Not remember how his fingers felt around my wrist, gentle but insistent. Not imagine what might have happened if I'd stayed in that observation room instead of running like a coward. Professional, detached, scientific. I grab my laptop and research bag, double-check that I have everything I need for another all-nighter of monitoring. The data is extraordinary. The preliminary results are exactly what I needed to secure future funding. This study will make a real difference for people struggling with chronic sleep deprivation. That's what matters. The research, the science, the potential to help thousands of people who've convinced themselves that sleep is a luxury they can't afford. Not the way my pulse kicks every time I think about seeing Cole again. Not the dangerous warmth spreading through my chest when I remember his thank you this morning, soft and genuine. Not the terrifying realization that 3 more nights of watching him sleep might break something in me I've worked very hard to keep intact. I lock my apartment door, head down the stairs to the street. The December air is cold, biting. I pull my coat tighter, grateful for the walk to the subway. Physical movement, fresh air, the rhythm of the city around me. Normal things, grounding things. Not thoughts of Cole Jacobson and his devastating blue eyes and the way he still makes me feel things I have no business feeling. The subway is crowded with evening commuters. I squeeze into a corner, pull out my phone to review notes, anything to keep my mind occupied. But all I can see is his data, the beautiful, perfect patterns of a brain finally getting what it needs. And underneath that, the terrifying knowledge that in 3 days, the study portion ends. He goes back to his life. I go back to mine. And this fragile connection we've rebuilt dissolves like it never existed. That should be a relief. It should be exactly what I want. So why does the thought make me want to cry?
Chapter 12. Cole. Sunday afternoon, and I'm sitting in George's lab, staring at data that apparently proves I'm not a complete disaster. These results. She's practically vibrating with excitement, gesturing at her laptop screen. Cole, your cognitive function improved by 42%. Reaction time, memory recall, executive function, all measurably better after just 3 nights of proper sleep. I lean closer, studying the graphs she's showing me. Lines and numbers that translate to my brain actually working the way it's supposed to. 42%. 42%. She scrolls to another chart. Your heart rate variability normalized. Cortisol levels dropped significantly. Even your blood pressure improved. In 3 nights. In 3 nights. She looks at me then, really looks at me, and I see the passion that always made her so damn compelling. This is exactly what I needed for the grant proposal. Concrete evidence that sleep restoration can reverse the damage from chronic deprivation. So I helped. You helped tremendously. She's beaming now, professional excitement mixing with something softer. I can't thank you enough. This data will make my entire study viable. About that. I shift in my chair, suddenly aware of how close we're sitting. Close enough that I can smell whatever subtle perfume she's wearing, something floral and understated. Repayment. Her expression shifts immediately, enthusiasm replaced by cautious confusion. She straightens in her seat, putting a few more inches of space between us. Oh, right. Yes, of course. I can handle reimbursement through the department, actually. I budgeted for participant compensation in my grant proposal. Hell no. She blinks, actually stops mid-sentence and just stares at me. What? Not money. I lean back, forcing myself to maintain eye contact even though this suddenly feels more vulnerable than I'd anticipated. I want to take you out. Silence. Complete, total silence. She's looking at me like I just spoke in a foreign language, like the data on her screen has suddenly rearranged itself into incomprehensible patterns. To eat, I clarify, because apparently my brain-to-mouth filter still needs work despite all that quality sleep. Lunch, brunch, dinner, whatever the hell you want. Your choice. I'm flexible. Her mouth opens slightly, closes, opens again. Seriously? Dead serious. I cross my arms, committed now. My brain is as clear as ever, and I'm not going to be talked out of this no matter what you says. She opens her mouth, closes it, stares at me like I've suggested we fly to the moon. Cool. Food, Georgia. Not a marriage proposal. Just food. With me. As a thank you. I don't need this. I know you don't need it. I want to. I stand, already pulling out my keys. Come on. My car's outside. Wherever you want. Now. You have other plans? She glances at her laptop, at the data still displayed, then back at me. I can see her calculating, weighing professional boundaries against what I'm pretty sure is actual hunger. When's the last time she ate a real meal? This isn't appropriate. Nonsense. Researchers and participants grab food together all the time. They do not. They should. I move toward the door, making the decision for both of us, calling what I'm pretty sure is her bluff. I'm leaving now. You coming with me or not? For a long moment, I genuinely think she'll refuse. That she'll stay rooted to that chair, will hide behind professional ethics and carefully maintain boundaries in all those protective walls she spent 5 years building since I destroyed what we had, since I chose a goddamn career over her. Then she sighs, this deep, resigned sound that tells me she knows this is a bad idea, but she's doing it anyway, closes her laptop with a decisive click, and stands. Fine. She reaches for her bag, but somewhere casual. I'm not dressed for anything fancy, and I'm not interested in being paraded around one of your usual spots. Victory tastes sweet. Your call entirely, I say, keeping my voice neutral, even though I want to grin like an idiot. I don't know this neighborhood well. Never had a reason to explore it before now. She grabs her coat from the back of her chair, shrugging into it with quick, efficient movements while pointedly avoiding my eyes. There's a burger place about 2 blocks away. Nothing special. Definitely not Michelin-starred, but the food's good and they don't care if you show up in jeans. Perfect. I hold the lab door open, following her out into the hallway. She's walking fast, like maybe if she moves quick enough she can outrun whatever this is becoming. I match her pace easily, 3 nights of proper sleep making my body feel 20 years younger. The elevator ride down is silent. I watch her reflection in the polished doors, cataloging the tension in her shoulders, the way she's gripping her bag like a lifeline. You can change your mind, I offer quietly. I know, but you're not going to. Her lips twitch, almost a smile. Apparently not. The parking garage is dim, cold. My car beeps as I unlock it, the sound echoing off concrete. Which way? I ask as we both settle in. Left out of the garage, then right at the second light. She buckles her seatbelt with precise movements. It's called Murphy's. Very unpretentious. Sounds perfect. I pull out, following her directions. The streets are Sunday afternoon quiet, that lull between brunch and dinner rush. This is weird, she says suddenly. Yeah, we're not supposed to be doing this. Probably not. Then why are we? I glance at her, catching those hazel eyes in the fading light. Because I haven't eaten anything decent in 3 days except cafeteria coffee and vending machine crap. because you helped me feel human again, and because I'm pretty sure you haven't had a real meal in longer than I have." She looks away, but I catch the ghost of a smile. "Left here," she directs. Murphy's is exactly what she promised. Small, unpretentious, the kind of place with vinyl booths and laminated menus. Perfect. I find parking on the street, kill the engine. "Last chance to back out," I tell her. "Stop giving me outs." "Why?" "Because I might take them." She reaches for the door handle. "Come on, I'm starving." I follow her inside, trying not to grin like an idiot. This might be the best decision I've made all week.
Chapter 13, Georgia. The burger arrives, and I attack it like a feral animal. No grace, no pretense, just pure, desperate hunger that's apparently been building for days without me noticing. Cole's doing the same across from me, demolishing his sandwich with the kind of focus usually reserved for hostile takeovers. We don't speak. Can't, really. When our mouths are occupied with actual food instead of caffeine and vending machine garbage. The fries are perfect. Crispy, salty. Exactly what my body's been screaming for. I dip one in ketchup, shove it in my mouth, reach for another before I finish chewing. Across from me, Cole pauses mid-bite to take a pull from his milkshake. Chocolate, because apparently even CEOs have basic taste preferences. My soda is cold and sweet and cuts through the grease perfectly. We eat in silence for maybe 5 full minutes. The only sounds are chewing, the clink of silverware, the ambient noise of the diner around us. It's the most comfortable I've felt around him since he walked back into my life. Finally, inevitably, we both slow down. The desperate edge of starvation gives way to actual satisfaction. I lean back against the vinyl booth, fries half gone, burger reduced to manageable bites instead of frantic consumption. "Thank you." The words come out quieter than I intend. Really, I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating. "Same." He wipes his mouth with a napkin, those blue eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my pulse stutter. "When's the last time you had a real meal?" Define real. "Georgia." "Thursday, maybe. Coffee and a granola bar yesterday morning. Nothing since then except whatever I could grab between monitoring sessions." His jaw tightens. "You're studying sleep deprivation while starving yourself. That's messed up," says the man who runs on caffeine and spite. "Ran," he corrects. Past tense. 3 nights of your study and I actually feel human again. Something warm spreads through my chest at that. Pride, maybe. Satisfaction that my research worked exactly like I hoped. Or something more dangerous that I'm not ready to examine. The data supports that. I reach for another fry, needing something to do with my hands. Your cognitive function, your physical markers, everything improved dramatically. Because you knew what you were doing. Because sleep science works when people actually commit to it. So make me commit. The words hang in the air between us, loaded with meaning I'm not sure either of us intended. I freeze, fry halfway to my mouth. What? Keep monitoring me. Beyond the 3 nights. Make it a longer-term study. He leans forward. Elbows on the table. Completely serious. You said preliminary data. That implies there's more to collect. Cole, I feel better than I have in years. You can see it in the numbers. Why would I go back to 4 hours and caffeine overdose when this actually works? Because it's not sustainable. Because I can't spend every night watching him sleep without my carefully constructed boundaries crumbling completely. Because 3 nights was already dangerous enough. The study was designed as a short intervention, I say instead. To prove concept, extended monitoring would require different protocols, additional funding, ethical review. So get the funding, do the review, Whatever it takes. His eyes are locked on mine, unwavering. I'm volunteering. Willing participant. You've already got baseline data. Why waste that? You have a company to run. I can delegate. You hate delegating. I hate feeling like trash more. He picks up his milkshake, takes a drink, sets it down with deliberate precision. 3 nights, Georgia. That's all it took to remember what it's like to actually think clearly. To not have a headache pounding behind my eyes every goddamn second. To feel like my body isn't actively trying to kill me. The raw honesty in his voice makes my chest ache. Outside, snow starts to fall, and soft, gentle flakes drifting past the diner window, catching the streetlights, and turning the city into something magical. I watch the snow instead of looking at him, safer that way. Can we continue seeing each other beyond this? The question makes me turn back, eyebrow raised. Seriously? He doesn't flinch, doesn't backtrack. Yeah, seriously. Snow falls harder now, accumulating on the sidewalk, on parked cars, painting everything white and clean. I want to see you. His voice is steady, certain. I like spending time with you again, despite everything. Despite cheating on that ethics exam, despite the breakup that shattered me, despite 5 years of carefully maintained distance. Despite all of it, he wants this, wants me. The thought terrifies me. Cole, I set down my soda, needing to address this head on. When we broke up, it wasn't on the best terms. I don't give a damn about that. The bluntness stops me mid-sentence. What we had before, what happened between us, that's history. He's leaning forward now, intense and focused. I care about here and now, about the fact that talking to you doesn't feel like work, that sitting across from you eating burgers is the most relaxed I've been in years that doesn't involve being unconscious. That's the sleep talking. Nonsense. That's me talking. Clear-headed, well-rested me who remembers what it's like to actually want something beyond the next merger. The snow outside is really coming down now, turning the street into a winter scene from a movie. Beautiful and surreal and nothing like the conversation happening in this booth. I should say no. Should draw that line firmly and protect what's left of my professional integrity. But I'm so tired of saying no. Of protecting myself, of pretending that seeing him again hasn't cracked something open inside me that I thought was sealed for good. I don't know if that's smart, I admit quietly. Probably not. He's almost smiling now. But when has smart ever been our strong suit? Fair point. The study is over. 3 nights, like we agreed. So this would be separate, not research, just us. Us, like we're a thing again, like 5 years of distance can be erased over burgers and data analysis. Except maybe it can. Maybe we're both different enough now that it could work, that we could be adults about this, instead of ambitious kids who didn't know how to balance career and connection. If I agree to this, I start. You're agreeing? If, I emphasize, if I agree we need ground rules, clear boundaries. This doesn't interfere with my research or your company. Done. And we take it slow, no expectations, just seeing what happens. I can do slow. The way he says it makes heat coil low in my stomach. Dangerous. Tempting. I mean it, Cole. So do I. He signals the server, pulling out his wallet before I can protest. I'm paying. Don't argue. I wasn't going to. Liar. He settles the bill in cash, leaves a tip that's easily 50%. The server's eyes go wide when she picks up the money, glancing at Cole like he's some kind of mythical creature. That's excessive, I mutter as we stand. That's gratitude for good service and decent food. He holds my coat while I shrug into it, the gesture so natural it makes my heart skip. Come on, I'll drive you home. You don't have to. Georgia? He's already heading for the door. Let me do this. Please. The snow is falling in earnest now, coating everything in fresh white. My breath fogs in the cold air as we hurry to his car. Inside, the heater kicks on immediately. He turns it up, directing the vents toward me without asking. Where to? I give him my address, settling into the passenger seat that still smells faintly of expensive leather. And his cologne. The drive is quiet, comfortable, the kind of silence that doesn't need filling with nervous chatter. Snow accumulates on the windshield faster than the wipers can clear it. The city looks different like this, softer, gentler, like nature's decided to give us all a fresh start. You're smiling, Cole observes. It's snowing. I like snow. Me too. He navigates the streets with confident ease, like he's driven this route 1,000 times instead of just now learning where I live. First real snow of the season. Feels like a fresh start. Yeah. His voice is quiet. It does. We pull up outside my building too soon. He puts the car in park but doesn't kill the engine. Thank you, I say. For dinner, for the ride, for all of it. Georgia. He turns to face me fully. I meant what I said about continuing this, about wanting to spend time with you. I know. Do you? The question hangs there, weighted with 5 years of history and 3 nights of proximity and this fragile thing rebuilding between us. Yeah, I whisper. I do. I reach for the door handle. His hand catches my wrist, gentle, questioning. Nothing like the desperate grab from days ago. Can I call you? Not about the study, just to talk. Yeah, the word comes easier than it should. You can call me. He releases my wrist. I climb out into the snow, which is already ankle deep and still falling. Get inside before you freeze, he calls through the open door. I wave, already moving toward my building, but I glance back once, catching him watching me through the snow. For the first time in a long time, I feel genuinely cared for. Like maybe this disaster waiting to happen might actually be worth the risk. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 14. Cole. The restaurant Mom picks is upscale even by my standards. White tablecloths, crystal stemware, the kind of hushed atmosphere where conversations happen in low murmurs and every waiter moves with practiced discretion. She's already seated when I arrive, looking elegant in a navy dress that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Her face lights up when she spots me. "Cole!" She stands, pulling me into a hug that smells like her signature perfume, something floral and expensive that's been the same since I was a kid. "Hey, Mom." She pulls back, hands on my shoulders, studying my face with those sharp maternal eyes. "You look different. Different good or different bad?" "Different rested." Her smile widens. The study worked. I settle into the chair across from her, accepting the menu from a hovering waiter. "Yeah, it did. Tell me everything." Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, snow falls in thick, lazy flakes, turning the city into something ethereal. The afternoon light catches each snowflake, making them shimmer like diamonds against the gray sky. 3 nights, I start, scanning the menu without really seeing it. 9 hours each. Dr. Smith monitored my brain activity, tracked all these patterns I don't fully understand. But the results... I set down the menu. "Mom, I haven't felt this good in years." "Years?" "Since before I took over as CEO, maybe longer." I lean back as the waiter returns for our order. Mom gets her usual. Salmon, no sauce. I order the steak, medium rare. When the waiter leaves, she's still watching me with that expression mothers get when they're trying not to say, "I told you so." The cognitive improvements were significant, I continue. Reaction time, memory, focus, all measurably better. My cardiovascular stress markers dropped. Even my blood pressure improved. After 3 nights. I pick up my water glass, the crystal cool against my palm. It's insane. I didn't realize how much I was running on fumes until I actually rested. Mom reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. "I'm so proud of you. For doing this. For taking care of yourself." The words hit harder than they should. When's the last time someone was proud of me for something that didn't involve closing a deal or beating projections? "Dr. Smith is brilliant," I say, needing to fill the silence. "Her research is groundbreaking. The way she explained what sleep deprivation does to neural pathways, how the brain literally starts eating itself to conserve energy." I shake my head. "I had no idea. And now you do." "Now I do." The food arrives perfectly plated, artfully arranged. The kind of presentation that costs extra, but tastes the same as simpler versions. Mom cuts into her salmon with delicate precision. "So what happens now?" "What do you mean?" "The study's over. You got your 3 nights of proper sleep. Your brain is functioning better." She pauses, fork halfway to her mouth. "Does this mean you'll finally change up your lifestyle?" The question makes my chest tight. "I don't know if I can," I admit. The CEO role, the demands, the constant pressure, it doesn't exactly allow for 8-hour nights and regular sleep schedules. "Cole," her voice sharpens, "you just told me how much better you feel, how your body is responding to proper rest, and you're already planning to go back to destroying yourself?" "I'm not planning anything. I'm being realistic. You're being stubborn." She sets down her fork with a decisive click. "Your health is more important than any merger, any deal, any amount of success." "Is it though?" The words come out before I can stop them. "Because Dad built his empire the same way. Late nights, constant work, sacrifice. And your father nearly died at 49. Her eyes flash with something fierce. "Cole, I watched the man I love collapse in our living room. Watched paramedics work on him while I tried not to completely fall apart. Do you have any idea what that's like?" I don't answer. Can't. He survived because he was lucky. Because the heart attack happened at home instead of during a business trip. Because the damage wasn't extensive enough to kill him outright. She leans forward. But you know what he said to me in that hospital bed? I've heard this story. Still shake my head anyway. He said every late night, every skipped meal, every moment he chose work over family, none of it was worth missing your childhood. None of it mattered when he was lying there wondering if he'd ever see you graduate, get married, have kids of your own. Outside, the snow falls harder. The city disappears behind a curtain of white, leaving just us in this bubble of warmth and honesty. I don't want to end up like him, I say quietly. Then don't. Simple. Direct. You have a choice, Cole. Every morning, every night, you choose how you spend your time and energy. Choose differently. It's not that simple. It is, though. She picks up her fork again, returns to her salmon like she hasn't just delivered a devastating truth. You're the CEO. You set the culture. You make the rules. If you decide that proper sleep and health are priorities, everyone else follows suit. I cut into my steak, watching pink juice pool on the white plate. Perfectly cooked. Exactly how I like it. I want to have my cake and eat it too, I admit. Work hard, close deals, grow the company, all while keeping everyone happy and staying healthy. That's not unreasonable, isn't it? Dad couldn't manage it. Most CEOs can't. The job demands everything. Only if you let it. Mom's voice gentles. What if you delegated more, trusted your team, accepted that you don't have to personally oversee every decision? What if I do and it all falls apart? What if you don't and you fall apart first? The question hangs in the snow-hushed air. I take a bite of steak, chew, swallow. The meat is tender, flavorful, perfectly seasoned. The study results were extraordinary, I say eventually. Dr. Smith thinks I could maintain those improvements with consistent sleep, 7 to 8 hours regularly, not just 3 nights of restoration. So do it. Just like that? Just like that. She smiles. Cole, you're brilliant. You took your father's company and tripled its value in 5 years. You closed deals people said were impossible. You built something remarkable. She pauses. Don't let the thing that makes you successful also be the thing that kills you. Through the window, I watch snow accumulate on the street below, covering everything in white, fresh, clean, new. I'm scared, I admit, of slowing down, of losing my edge, of becoming irrelevant if I'm not constantly pushing. That's the exhaustion talking, not reality. Mom reaches for her wine, takes a sip. You know what I've learned watching your father recover? That rest doesn't make you weak. It makes you sustainable. And sustainability is how you build something that lasts. The waiter appears to refill water glasses. We both wait in silence until he disappears again. I like how I feel now, I say quietly. Clear-headed. Present. Like my body isn't constantly screaming for sleep while I ignore it. Then keep feeling that way. By sleeping more. By taking care of yourself. She sets down her wine glass. Sleep, yes, but also eating real meals instead of vending machine garbage. Moving your body occasionally. Taking breaks that don't involve collapsing from exhaustion. Sounds revolutionary. Sounds like basic human maintenance. But she's smiling now. I'm serious, Cole. Don't end up like your father. Don't make me watch you learn these lessons the hard way. The fear in her voice, genuine and raw, makes my chest constrict. I'll try, I promise. To do better. To prioritize sleep and health alongside work. That's all I'm asking. She returns to her meal, tension easing from her shoulders. We eat in comfortable silence for a while. Outside, the snow transforms the city into something magical. Soft edges, quiet streets. The kind of beauty that only happens when nature decides to slow everything down. Tell me about Dr. Smith, Mom says eventually. She seemed lovely when I met her. I nearly choke on my steak. What about her? Is she always so passionate about her research? Yeah, it's kind of her thing. She must be good at what she does. The study results you described sound remarkable. She's brilliant. The words come out easier than they should. Her understanding of sleep architecture, neural pathways, all of it. She's years ahead of most researchers in her field. Mom's eyes sharpen with interest. You like her? She's my researcher. That's not what I asked. Damn maternal intuition. We knew each other in college, I admit. Dated briefly. It ended badly. The study was complicated. Complicated how? Complicated like I destroyed what we had because I was an ambitious idiot who prioritized success over integrity. I set down my fork. She's the one who helped me realize I needed to change, even back then. And now I'm trying to figure out if I can be someone worth her time. Mom smiles. Soft, knowing. Sounds like you already are. The snow outside falls heavier. The restaurant feels warm, insulated, like the rest of the world doesn't exist beyond these windows. Take care of yourself, Cole, Mom says quietly. Not just for me or your company or your future, for you, because you deserve to feel good, to be healthy, to build something sustainable instead of burning out before you're 30. I hear you. Do you? Because hearing and doing are very different things. Fair point. I'll make changes, I promise. Real ones. Starting with maintaining the sleep schedule Dr. Smith recommended. 7 to 8 hours? 7 to 8 hours. Every night? I'll do my best. Cole. Every night, I correct. Or as close as I can manage without letting the company fall apart. She nods, satisfied. That's all I'm asking. Sustainability over burnout. Health over ambition. Don't end up like your father, wondering if all those late nights were worth it when you're lying in a hospital bed. The image makes my stomach turn. I look out at the snow, at the city transformed into something gentle and new. Fresh starts, clean slates, all those cliches that suddenly feel relevant. I'm going to try, I tell her, to do better, be better, figure out how to have both, the success and the health. Good. Mom raises her wine glass. To new beginnings. I raise my water glass, clinking it against hers. Outside, snow blankets everything in white. Inside, I feel something shift. Maybe she's right. Maybe rest isn't weakness. Maybe sustainability is how you build something that actually lasts. And maybe, just maybe, I can figure out how to be successful without destroying myself in the process.
Chapter 15. Georgia. The holiday lights turn everything magical. I didn't expect this when Cole texted asking if I wanted to walk with him. Didn't expect to say yes so quickly either. But here I am, bundled in my warmest coat, walking beside him through the city while Christmas decorations transform familiar streets into something out of a storybook. I used to love this when I was a kid. Cole's breath creates small clouds in the frigid air, visible under the string lights overhead. Mom would drag me downtown every December to look at lights. Dad was always too busy, so it was just the two of us walking around for hours. I thought it was the biggest waste of time back then. Couldn't understand why we weren't doing something more productive. And now? Now I get it. He gestures at a storefront, completely covered in twinkling white lights. The display so elaborate it must have taken days to install. It's peaceful. Makes the city feel less aggressive? Yeah, exactly that. We pass a coffee cart parked on the corner. Its umbrella decorated with garland and red bows. The vendor calls out seasonal specials in a cheerful voice that somehow carries over the holiday music spilling from nearby shops and the general noise of pedestrian traffic. Want one? Cole's already moving toward the cart before I can even respond, that characteristic decisiveness kicking in. 2 peppermint lattes, he tells the vendor without hesitation. I didn't say yes. You were thinking it, though. He's not wrong, damn him. The smell of coffee and peppermint is absolutely intoxicating, cutting through the cold December air like a promise of warmth and comfort. My resistance was never going to last anyway. The vendor hands over 2 steaming cups with a cheerful, "Happy holidays." Cole pays without checking the total, slipping the vendor a generous tip before passing me my drink. We resume our walk down the crowded sidewalk, weaving between other pedestrians who've come out to enjoy the festive atmosphere. I wrap both hands around the cup immediately, letting the heat seep through the cardboard sleeve and into my frozen fingers. The warmth is almost painful at first, that sharp contrast between cold skin and hot liquid. I bring the cup to my lips carefully, blowing across the surface before taking that first tentative sip. It's perfect, sweet and minty, with just the right amount of espresso underneath. Exactly what I needed without even knowing I needed it. "I talked to my mom yesterday," Cole says after we've walked another block in comfortable silence, the kind that feels natural rather than awkward. About the study, about everything that's been going on. "How'd that go?" I glance at him over the rim of my cup, genuinely curious. He rarely mentions his family unprompted, always keeps that part of his life carefully compartmentalized. "She's proud of me." His voice carries something vulnerable, exposed in a way that makes me want to look away and lean closer at the same time. For actually taking care of myself for once. Said she'd been worried about me for years, but didn't know how to bring it up without starting a fight. "You should be proud too. What you've accomplished in just a few days, it's not easy." "I am?" He pauses at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change while a stream of yellow cabs rushes past. I promised her I'd keep it up. The sleep schedule? 7 to 8 hours minimum, no exceptions. No more running on caffeine and spite like I have been since college. The relief that floods through me is disproportionate, too intense for someone who's supposed to be professionally detached. "That's good," I manage. "Really good. Your body will thank you." My body's already thanking me. Haven't had a headache in days. Actually woke up this morning before my alarm, feeling rested instead of wanting to die. We cross the street. A group of carolers performs on the corner, their voices rising in harmony over silent night. "I'm genuinely happy you're making that commitment," I tell him. The data showed how much damage chronic deprivation was doing. Maintaining consistent sleep could add years to your life. Years I'd actually want to live instead of just surviving. The honesty in his voice makes my chest ache. We turn down a street lined with brownstones, each one decorated with wreaths and lights. Windows glow warm against the darkness, offering glimpses of other people's lives. Families gathering, couples cuddling on couches. The kind of normalcy I haven't made room for in years. "What about you?" Cole glances at me. "When's the last time you got 8 hours?" "That's different." "Nonsense." "I'm serious. I don't have the same stress markers you do." "Georgia." He stops walking, turning to face me fully. "You're running yourself into the ground too. I see it. The dark circles, the way you survive on coffee and granola bars, the exhaustion you think you're hiding." I take a sip of my latte instead of responding. The peppermint burns my tongue. "I'm a hypocrite," I admit finally. Lecturing about sleep hygiene while operating on 4 hours myself? So change. "It's not that simple." "It is, though." He starts walking again and I fall into step beside him. "You're the one who taught me that. Sleep isn't optional, it's maintenance. Basic human function." "I know." "Do you?" The same question I've been asking myself for weeks. Knowing something intellectually and actually implementing it are two entirely different things. We walk in silence for a while. The city moves around us, people rushing home from work, last-minute shoppers clutching bags, tourists snapping photos of the decorations. Everyone wrapped up in their own worlds, their own holiday preparations. Cole's penthouse building appears ahead, all glass and steel and modern architecture that screams money. He slows as we approach. You want to come up? My heart does something complicated. I don't know if that's smart. Probably not. He's almost smiling now. But I've got these fancy cookies my mom dropped off. Italian butter things that are criminally good. Seems wrong to eat them alone. Cookies? Homemade, still warm from her kitchen when she brought them over. The temptation is ridiculous. We're standing outside his building, holiday lights reflecting off glass, and I'm being seduced by the promise of baked goods. Just cookies, I clarify. Just cookies. But his eyes hold something that suggests cookies might not be the only thing on offer. I should say no, should maintain boundaries, should remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea. Yeah, I hear myself say. Okay? His smile is devastating. Come on. The lobby is exactly what I expected. Marble floors, modern art, a doorman who greets Cole by name. We take an elevator that's nicer than my entire apartment, rising smoothly to the top floor. The penthouse is ridiculous. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Open concept living space with furniture that probably costs more than my car. Kitchen with appliances I don't recognize, and everywhere the subtle signs of someone who lives here but doesn't really inhabit the space. No clutter, no personal touches, except a few framed photos on a shelf. Make yourself comfortable. Cole's already moving to the kitchen, pulling out a container from the counter. Fair warning, these are addictive. I set my latte on the coffee table, shed my coat. The city spreads out below us, a million lights twinkling in the darkness. He returns with the cookies on a plate, settling onto the couch beside me, close, not touching, but close enough that I feel the heat radiating from his body. I take a cookie, bite into it. Immediately understand why he described them as criminally good. Oh my God. Right? He grabs one for himself. Mom's been making these since I was a kid. Christmas tradition. We eat in comfortable silence, watching the city through the windows. The latte warms me from the inside, while the cookie melts on my tongue. Butter and vanilla and something else I can't identify. This is night, Cole says eventually. Just this. No pressure, no expectations. Yeah, but there is pressure. Expectation. The kind that builds in the silence between bites, in the way our shoulders are almost touching, in the lingering glances that last just a second too long. I reach for another cookie at the same time he does. Our fingers brush against each other, a spark of contact that sends electricity shooting up my arm. Neither of us pulls away. Instead, we stay frozen like that, fingertips barely touching over the plate of cookies, the moment stretching between us like pulled taffy. Georgia? My name sounds completely different in his voice right now. Rougher, lower, weighted with want and something darker, more primal. It's not the professional tone he uses in meetings or the careful politeness from our early interactions. This is something else entirely. I turn to face him fully, shifting on the couch cushions. His eyes aren't on mine. They're fixed on my mouth, tracking every tiny movement as I nervously bite my lower lip. The intensity of his stare makes my breath catch in my throat. The air between us shifts fundamentally, charges with an energy that makes the hair on my arms stand up. It becomes something electric and dangerous and absolutely impossible to ignore, no matter how much common sense screams at me to move away. He leans in slowly, deliberately, giving me time, plenty of time, to pull back, to say no, to stand up and leave, to remember all the very valid reasons this is a terrible idea. The list is long. We work together. We have history. We hurt each other once already. This could complicate everything we've been rebuilding. I don't move. Don't even breathe. His lips brush mine with exquisite gentleness. It's questioning, tentative, almost reverent. Nothing at all like the desperate, hungry kisses from college, those frantic makeout sessions that were all heat and urgency and fumbling, inexperienced passion. This is deliberate, controlled, a man who knows exactly what he wants and is willing to wait for permission. I kiss him back. Whatever control he was maintaining shatters. His hand comes up to cup my face, thumb stroking my cheekbone while his mouth claims mine with devastating thoroughness. I melt into him. Can't help it. 5 years of distance evaporate in the space of a heartbeat, replaced by this. His taste, his touch, the way he makes this small sound when I part my lips and let him in deeper. His other hand finds my waist, pulling me closer. I go willingly, my fingers tangling in his hair while our mouths move together like choreography we never forgot. He kisses like he does everything else. Focused, intense, completely present. No part of his attention anywhere but here. On me, on us. On the way our bodies remember this, even when our minds try to forget. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. His forehead rests against mine, his hand still cradling my face with a gentleness that makes my heart ache. I've wanted to do that since you walked into the observation room that first night, he whispers. Took you long enough? He laughs, the sound vibrating through me where we're pressed together. Had to make sure you wanted it too. I want it. The admission feels like jumping off a cliff. I want this, whatever this is. His smile is brilliant, beautiful. Everything I remember, and nothing like the haunted exhaustion I first saw weeks ago. Good, he murmurs against my lips, because I'm not letting you go this time. And when he kisses me again, I believe him.
Chapter 16. Cole. The kiss deepens. George is in my lap now, straddling me while her hands work through my hair with an urgency that makes my blood run hot. Her weight against me feels perfect, natural, like this is exactly where she's supposed to be. My hands find her waist, slide up under her sweater to touch warm skin. She gasps against my mouth, and I swallow the sound, wanting more. Cole. Tell me to stop, I murmur against her lips. Tell me this is a bad idea. It is a bad idea. Then stop me. She doesn't. Instead, she kisses me harder, rocking against me in a way that makes coherent thought impossible.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
My hand strokes absently up and down her spine, feeling the dampness of her skin, the rapid rise and fall of her ribcage as she catches her breath. Outside, snow continues to fall in thick, heavy flakes that blanket the city in white. Inside, we're warm and satisfied and tangled together in sheets that smell like sex and her perfume. That was... She starts. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have... Probably not. She turns to look at me, hazel eyes still dark with residual pleasure. I don't regret it. Good. I press a kiss to her forehead. Neither do I. She curls closer, head resting on my shoulder. Her fingers trace lazy patterns on my chest. Stay, I murmur. The night. Stay with me. Cole. Please, I want to wake up with you here. She's quiet for a moment. Then, okay. Relief floods through me. I pull her closer, breathing in the scent of her hair. Snow falls outside. Inside, we're together. And for the first time in years, that feels like enough.
Chapter 17. Georgia. The lab hums with its usual quiet efficiency. Equipment beeping, computers processing data, the subtle whir of climate control, keeping everything at optimal temperature. I've been staring at the same grant proposal paragraph for 20 minutes, and the words still aren't making sense. My mind keeps drifting back to Cole's penthouse, to his bed, to the way he looked at me in the morning light, sleep-rumpled and satisfied and absolutely devastating. It's been 3 days since I spent the night. 3 days of riding this incredible high of sleeping better, working more efficiently, actually eating regular meals because he keeps texting me reminders. 3 days of feeling like maybe, possibly, we're building something real this time. But underneath the euphoria, there's a growing unease I can't quite shake. My phone sits on the desk beside my laptop, conspicuously silent. No text from Cole since yesterday afternoon. No calls, nothing. You're spiraling. I jump at Marcus's voice. He's leaning against the doorframe of my office, coffee in hand, watching me with that knowing expression he gets when he's about to deliver uncomfortable truths. I'm working. You're staring at your screen like it personally offended you. He comes in without invitation, settling into the chair across from my desk. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Nonsense. He takes a sip of his coffee. You've been checking your phone every 30 seconds for the past hour. That's not nothing. I close my laptop with more force than necessary. Cole's been distant the past couple days. Distant how? Unavailable. Busy. Back to his old patterns. The words taste bitter. He promised he'd maintain his sleep schedule. 7 to 8 hours, no exceptions. But I checked the data from his fitness tracker. You're monitoring his sleep without his knowledge? He gave me access for the study. The study's over. Fair point. I run my hands through my hair, frustrated. He's averaging 5 hours again, maybe less. And he's not responding to my messages the way he was. Everything's one-word answers or delayed by hours. Marcus sets down his coffee with deliberate care. Georgia, listen to me very carefully. You need to trust that he's doing what's best for himself. But he's not. The data shows what his body's doing, not what his life requires. Marcus leans forward, voice gentle but firm. He's a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Sometimes that demands more than 8 hours of sleep allows. That's exactly the problem. He's falling back into the same destructive patterns. Or he's finding balance in a way that works for him. The words hit harder than they should. I sit back, staring at Marcus like he's betrayed me. You're supposed to be on my side. I am on your side. That's why I'm telling you this. He picks up his coffee again, cradling it between both hands. You can't control his choices. You can't monitor him like he's still a study participant. He's a grown man who gets to decide how he manages his own health. Even if those decisions are harmful, even then. I want to argue, want to pull up the data showing exactly how much damage he's doing, want to make Marcus understand that this isn't about control, it's about caring. But the look on his face stops me. You're scared, he says quietly. I'm concerned. You're scared that he's going back to being the person who hurt you, the one who chose ambition over everything else, including you. The accuracy makes my chest tight. Maybe, I admit. So talk to him about it, not the sleep data, not the health metrics. Talk to him about what you're actually afraid of. My phone buzzes. Both of us glance at it automatically. Cole's name lights up the screen. Sorry, I've been MIA. Merger negotiations going crazy. Can we talk tonight? Relief and anxiety war in my stomach. I type back quickly. Yeah, of course. Marcus watches me with knowing eyes. See, he's not disappearing. He's just busy. For now. Georgia. His voice carries a warning edge. Don't sabotage this before it even starts. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Trust that 3 nights of proper sleep taught him something, even if he can't maintain it perfectly while running a company. I know he's right. Intellectually, I know, but the fear sitting in my chest doesn't care about logic. What if he burns out again? The question comes out smaller than I intend. What if I watch him destroy himself and there's nothing I can do about it? Then you decide if you can handle that. If loving him is worth watching him make choices you don't agree with. Marcus stands, picks up his coffee. But you can't love someone and try to control them. That's not how this works. He leaves before I can respond. The office feels too quiet without him. I pull up Cole's fitness data again, even though I know I shouldn't. The sleep patterns are erratic. 5 hours Monday night, 4.5 Tuesday, 6 last night. Better than his pre-study average, but nowhere near the consistent 7 to 8 hours he promised. My fingers hover over my phone. I could text him right now, could demand explanations, could start this conversation with the accusations and data and all the fear churning in my gut. Or I could trust him, trust that he's trying, that he remembers how good he felt with proper rest, that he's finding his own balance instead of following my prescribed path. The grant proposal sits open on my laptop, still unfinished. I force myself to focus, to read the paragraph I've been staring at for the past half hour. My research is about helping people understand the importance of sleep, about giving them tools and knowledge to make better choices, not about controlling those choices once they have the information. Cole has the information now. He knows what sleep deprivation does to his body, his brain, his long-term health. He experienced firsthand how much better life can be with proper rest. What he does with that knowledge is his choice, even if it terrifies me. I close the fitness tracker app. Delete the bookmark. If Cole wants to share his sleep data with me, he will. But I'm done monitoring him like he's still a subject in my study. My phone buzzes again. Another text from Cole. I miss you. These past few days have been hell, but I keep thinking about you. And it makes it bearable. The tightness in my chest eases slightly. I type back, I miss you too. Tonight, let's just talk. No pressure, no expectations. Perfect. My place? 8 p.m. See you then. I set down my phone and returned to the grant proposal with renewed focus. The words finally start making sense, flowing together in coherent arguments about sleep restoration and neural function, and the importance of consistent rest for cognitive health. By the time I finish the section, 2 hours have passed. My coffee's gone cold, but I feel accomplished, productive, like maybe I can separate my personal feelings from my professional work after all. Marcus appears in my doorway again, eyebrow raised. Better? Getting there? Good. He nods toward my laptop. Grant deadline's in 2 weeks. You gonna make it? Yeah. The data from Cole's study is exactly what I needed. Preliminary results are strong enough to justify extended funding. And the personal situation? I glance at my phone, at Cole's text still visible on the screen. We're talking tonight, really talking, about expectations and boundaries and what this actually is between us. That's mature of you. Don't sound so surprised. He grins. Never surprised by you, Georgia. Just proud. After he leaves, I dive back into work with genuine focus. The grant proposal, the data analysis, the abstract I need to submit for next month's conference. All the professional obligations that define my life and career. But underneath it all, there's anticipation building for tonight. For seeing Cole again. For having the conversation we should have had days ago, instead of falling into bed and avoiding all the complicated questions. I want this to work. Want us to work. But Marcus is right. I can't control Cole's choices, can't monitor him, or manage him, or try to fix him. All I can do is be honest about what I need, what I'm afraid of, what I hope we're building together, and trust that he'll do the same. My phone stays silent for the rest of the afternoon. No more texts from Cole, but that's okay. He's working, dealing with merger negotiations, running his empire. I'm working too, building my career, pursuing research that matters. We're both driven people, both ambitious, both prone to sacrificing health for success. Maybe that's exactly why we understand each other, why this could work, if we're willing to be honest about the challenges. Or maybe it's why we're doomed to repeat the same patterns that destroyed us 5 years ago. Tonight, I'll find out which.
Chapter 18. Cole. The merger documents spread across my desk like a battle plan. Thompson sits across from me, tie loosened, looking as exhausted as I feel. The German subsidiary is pushing back on the integration timeline, he says, tapping a finger against the printed spreadsheet. They want 6 more months before consolidating operations. That's unacceptable. I lean back in my chair, rubbing my eyes. The headache's back, that familiar pressure building behind my temples. 6 months puts us into next fiscal year. The whole point of this timeline was to show quarterly gains by Q2. I know, but their HR department is concerned about layoffs, union contracts, severance packages, all the usual nonsense. I glance at the clock. 6:47 p.m. Georgia expects me at 8. Tell them 4 months. That's our final offer. I gather the documents into a pile, forcing decisiveness into my voice even though my brain feels like it's wading through mud. If they can't commit to that, we restructure without them and absorb the short-term losses. Thompson nods, making notes on his tablet. I'll set up a call for tomorrow morning. Make it afternoon. I need to clear some things first. He raises an eyebrow but doesn't comment. Smart man. After he leaves, I sit in the silence of my office, staring at the city through vast windows. The skyline's beautiful tonight, buildings lit against the darkness, but I can barely appreciate it through the exhaustion. 4 hours of sleep last night, maybe 5 the night before. I've lost track. The past few days have been absolute hell. Problems cropping up everywhere, fires that need putting out, employees who suddenly can't function without my direct input. I've been in back-to-back meetings since Monday, barely stopping to eat, definitely not stopping to sleep properly. My phone sits on the desk, George's last text still visible. See you then. I should cancel. Should tell her I need to work late, that the merger's demanding too much attention right now. She'd understand. She's rational, scientific, knows that business doesn't pause for personal convenience. But I miss her. Miss her so damn much it's becoming a physical ache. The study ended over a week ago. We had those perfect few days after, sleeping together, waking up together, actually feeling human for once. I remember how clear my head felt, how energized my body was. Like I could take on the world and actually win. Then reality crashed back in. The German subsidiary threw their tantrum. Our primary investor started making noise about quarterly projections. 2 key employees gave notice, both in positions critical enough that their departure could derail the entire integration process. And I fell back into old patterns without even noticing. Coffee instead of sleep. Vending machine crap instead of real meals. 18-hour days that blur together into one endless grind, Georgia's probably noticed. She's too observant not to. Too invested in sleep health to miss the signs of someone backsliding into deprivation. I pick up my phone, consider texting that I can't make it. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. No, I promised Mom I'd prioritize this. Promised myself I'd do better. And more than that, I want to see Georgia. Need to see her. To remember what it feels like to be around someone who gives a damn about me beyond quarterly earnings. I pack up my laptop, grab my coat. The office is mostly empty now. Just a few dedicated souls still hunched over their desks, sacrificing their evenings the same way I've been sacrificing mine. The drive to her apartment takes 20 minutes through light traffic. I use the time to rehearse what I'll say, how I'll explain that yes, I've been sleeping less, but it's temporary. Just until the merger settles. Just until things calm down. Except things never really calm down, do they? Her building is modest compared to my penthouse. 5 stories, brick facade, the kind of place grad students and young professionals occupy before they make enough money to upgrade. I park on the street, climb the stairs to the 3rd floor. She answers on the 2nd knock. And Christ, she's beautiful. Hair pulled back in a messy bun, wearing leggings and an oversized sweater that hangs off one shoulder. No makeup, no professional armor. Just Georgia, soft and real and looking at me with those hazel eyes that see everything. Hey. Her voice is careful, guarded. Hey. We stand there awkwardly in the doorway for a beat too long before she steps aside. Come in. Her apartment is exactly what I expected. Small but organized, books everywhere, a desk covered in research papers and sticky notes. The kind of controlled chaos that screams academic dedication. Coffee? She offers. Please. She moves to the kitchen, which is really just a corner of the main room, with a small counter and basic appliances. I watch her go through the motions, making coffee with practiced efficiency while tension builds in the silence. When she hands me the mug, our fingers brush. That same electric spark from before, still there despite everything. You look tired, she says quietly. I am tired. How much sleep did you get last night? Straight to it then. No small talk, no dancing around the issue. 4 hours, maybe 4.5. Her jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. And the night before? Georgia. How much? I don't know. 5. It's been crazy with the merger. She sets down her coffee with deliberate control. You promised. You promised your mom. You promised yourself. You promised me that you'd maintain the schedule. I'm trying. The words come out sharper than I intend. You think I want to go back to feeling like trash? I don't. But I can't exactly tell my entire company to hold their problems until I get my beauty sleep. That's not what I'm asking. Isn't it? I lean against her counter, suddenly too exhausted to stand unsupported. You want me to choose sleep over work, over the merger that's been in development for 18 months, over the hundreds of employees depending on this going smoothly. I want you to choose yourself. Her voice cracks slightly. I want you to remember how good you felt, how clear your head was, how much better everything worked when you were actually rested. I remember. God, do I remember. Those 3 nights in her lab, waking up feeling human. The days after, when thinking didn't feel like wading through quicksand. But this is temporary. Once the merger settles. It's never temporary, Cole. She's not yelling, but there's steel in her voice now. There's always another merger, another crisis, another reason to sacrifice your health. That's the whole damn problem. I want to argue. Want to explain that she doesn't understand the pressures of running a company, the weight of responsibility that sits on my shoulders every single day. But she's right, and we both know it. I'm doing my best, I say quietly. I know you are. She moves closer, close enough that I can smell her shampoo, something floral and clean. That's what scares me, that your best still isn't enough to prioritize yourself. What do you want from me? I want you alive in 10 years. The raw honesty in her voice makes my chest tight. I want you healthy and present and not collapsed in your office from a heart attack like your father. I want you to actually enjoy the success you're killing yourself to achieve. She reaches up, cups my face with both hands. The gentleness of the gesture nearly breaks me. I'm falling for you again, she whispers. Hard. And it terrifies me because I can see you destroying yourself, and I don't know how to stop it without trying to control you. Georgia, let me finish. Her thumbs stroke my cheekbones. I can't monitor you, can't track your sleep or manage your schedule or force you to make choices I think are better. That's not fair to either of us. So what does that mean? It means I need you to promise me, really promise me that you'll try. That the past few days were a temporary crisis response, not a permanent backslide. That once this merger settles, you'll go back to prioritizing sleep. I cover her hands with mine, holding them against my face. I promise. This is temporary. Just until we get through the integration timeline pushback. Just until things stabilize. And if they don't stabilize, they will. Cole. They will, I repeat, firmer this time. I'll make them stabilize. Delegate more, trust my team, all the stuff Mom's been telling me to do for years. But right now, this week, I need to be hands-on. These negotiations are too critical to mess up. She searches my face for a long moment. Whatever she sees there must satisfy her because she nods slowly. Okay, I believe you. Relief floods through me. Yeah? Yeah. She lets her hands drop from my face, but I catch them, lacing our fingers together. But if you start looking like death again, I'm staging an intervention. Your mom is already on board. You talked to my mom about this? She called me yesterday, very concerned about her workaholic son falling back into old patterns. Christ. I'm gonna kill her. Don't. She loves you. We both do. The words slip out before she can stop them. Her eyes widen slightly, like she didn't mean to say that out loud. You love me? My heart does something complicated. She tries to pull her hands away, but I hold firm. It's too soon to say that. You just did say it. I meant we both care about you. Care, not love. Liar. Her eyes widen. Cole, it's okay. I pull her closer, until we're chest to chest, her hands trapped between us. Because I love you too. Still. Again. Whatever the right word is for never really stopping. She makes this small sound, somewhere between a laugh and a sob. You're exhausted and emotional. You don't mean that. I absolutely mean it. I kiss her forehead, her nose, her lips. Soft, gentle, pouring everything I can't articulate into the contact. I love you. I'm bad at showing it right now because I'm drowning in work, but I love you. You're impossible. You love me anyway. Apparently. But she's smiling now, real and warm, and some of the tension bleeds out of the room. I rest my forehead against hers. I'm sorry. For being distant. For not texting enough. For falling back into bad habits when I promised I wouldn't. I'm sorry, too. For trying to monitor you like you're still a study participant. For not trusting that you know your own limits. To be fair, I don't really know my own limits. That's kind of the problem. She laughs, the sound vibrating through both of us. Yeah, it is. We stand like that for a while, just breathing together, letting the apologies and admissions settle between us. Stay tonight, she says eventually. Please, let me make sure you actually sleep. I have an early meeting, which you'll handle better with 6 hours of rest instead of 4. She pulls back to look at me. Stay. Let me take care of you for one night. How can I say no to that? Okay, I agree, but I need to leave by 6. Done. She leads me to her bedroom, small, cozy, dominated by a queen bed piled with pillows. I strip down to my boxers while she watches from the doorway, expression soft. You've lost weight, she observes. Stress eating. You mean not eating? Fair point. I climb into bed. The sheets smell like her, that same floral scent from her hair. She strips down to a tank top and underwear, joins me under the covers. For a moment I think she wants sex. I certainly wouldn't object. But instead she just curls against my side, head on my chest, one leg thrown over mine. "Sleep," she murmurs. "Just sleep." My body surrenders immediately. The exhaustion I've been fighting for days crashes over me like a wave, dragging me under before I can protest. The last thing I feel is George's hand over my heart, steady and sure.
Chapter 19. Georgia. Movement drags me from sleep. Not jarring, not urgent. Just the subtle shift of weight on the mattress, the sound of fabric rustling in the pre-dawn darkness. I crack my eyes open. The room's still dark. City lights filtering through the curtains, casting everything in shades of gray. The clock on my nightstand reads 5:43 a.m. Cole sits on the edge of the bed, already dressed in his suit pants and undershirt. His back's to me, shoulders tense with that familiar corporate readiness. "You're up," I murmur, voice rough with sleep. He turns, expression softening when he sees me watching. "Didn't mean to wake you." "It's okay." I stretch under the sheets, feeling the pleasant ache of good rest. "You sleep okay?" "Better than I have all week." He reaches back, hand finding my ankle through the blanket. His thumb traces small circles against the bone. "Thank you." "For what?" "For letting me stay. For taking care of me." His hand slides higher, over my calf, fingers warm through the thin fabric. "For loving me even when I'm bad at showing up." The touch shifts. Less comforting, more deliberate. My breath catches as his palm curves around my knee, pushing the blanket down slightly. His eyes hold mine in the dim light, asking permission. I don't say no. His hand continues its path upward, sliding along my thigh with intention. When he reaches the edge of my sleep shorts, he pauses. "Cole?" "I have 17 minutes before I need to leave." His voice drops lower, rougher. "Let me make them count." He leans over me, mouth finding mine in a kiss that's nothing like last night's gentleness. This is hungry, demanding, the kind of kiss that makes my toes curl and my body arch toward him automatically. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I really do have to go, he murmurs eventually. I know, but neither of us moves. Not yet. Outside, the city starts waking up. Traffic sounds filtering through the windows, the distant wail of a siren, all the noise of morning in New York. Inside, we're warm and tangled together in sheets that smell like sex and his cologne. Finally, reluctantly, I roll off him. Immediate loss of warmth, of connection. He sits up, reaching for his discarded clothes, with visible reluctance. I watch him dress from the bed, suit pants pulled up and fastened, undershirt smoothed down, the transformation from lover to CEO happening before my eyes. Tonight? He asks, shrugging into his dress shirt. Yeah, dinner. Perfect. He leans down, kisses me thoroughly, despite being fully dressed while I'm naked and debauched in the sheets. I love you. The words still make my heart stutter. I love you too. He straightens, grabbing his jacket and tie, pauses at the bedroom door to look back at me one more time. Thank you, he says quietly. For this. For everything. Then he's gone. I hear the apartment door close a moment later. I lie there in the aftermath, body humming with satisfaction, mind trying to process what just happened. What's been happening between us? This man, this impossible workaholic, beautiful disaster of a man. I'm falling for him all over again. Have fallen, really. Past tense, done deal. And unlike college, unlike the first time when we were young and stupid and didn't know how to handle the intensity between us, this feels different, more sustainable. Like we've both grown enough to maybe make this work, if he can keep his promises about prioritizing sleep, about taking care of himself. If I can trust him to make his own choices without trying to monitor and manage him. Big ifs. But as I stretch in bed, feeling pleasantly used and thoroughly satisfied, I think maybe we can do this. Maybe we can figure out how to be together without destroying each other in the process. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. Cole's name lights up the screen. Already miss you? Tonight can't come fast enough. I smile, typing back. Same. Now go run your empire. Yes, ma'am. I set the phone down and curl back into the sheets that still smell like him. Like us. Outside, the sun rises over the city. Inside, I'm falling deeper in love with a man who might finally be ready to catch me. And for the first time in years, that doesn't terrify me. It just feels right.
Chapter 20. Cole. The office explodes before I even make it to my desk. Cole, thank God. Rebecca intercepts me in the hallway, tablet clutched to her chest like a shield. The German subsidiary just sent over revised terms. They want 8 months now, not 6. And they're demanding executive retention bonuses that weren't in the original agreement. What? I stop mid-stride, the pleasant warmth from George's bed evaporating instantly. 8 months is completely unacceptable. That puts us into next fiscal year and tanks our quarterly projections. I know, but their legal team is threatening to walk if we don't meet their terms. She falls into step beside me as I continue toward my office. Thompson's been on call since 5 a.m. trying to negotiate, but they're not budging. I push through my office door, dropping my briefcase on the desk with more force than necessary. Get Thompson in here, and pull up the original contract terms. I want to see exactly what leverage we have. Already done. She taps her tablet, sending files to my computer. But there's more. Of course there is. One of our primary investors got wind of the delays. He's calling an emergency board meeting for this afternoon to discuss whether we should abort the entire merger. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. He can't do that without majority agreement. He's got 3 other board members ready to vote with him. They're spooked by the integration timeline and think we're overextending. I sink into my desk chair, exhaustion from too little sleep and too much stress crashing over me like a wave. The brief clarity I felt waking up in George's bed is already fading, replaced by the familiar fog of crisis management. What time's the board meeting? 3 p.m. 4 hours. I have 4 hours to salvage 18 months of work and convince 5 board members that this merger isn't a disaster waiting to happen. Coffee, I tell Rebecca. Black, double shot, and clear my morning calendar. I need to prep. She nods, already moving toward the door. Pauses. You look terrible, by the way. Thanks for the honesty. I'm serious, Cole. When's the last time you slept more than 4 hours? Last night, actually. The memory of George's sheets, her warmth against me, feels like something from another lifetime. Got a solid 6. Wow. What's the occasion? Just needed it. I power up my computer, pulling up the merger documents Thompson sent. Now please get me that coffee before I pass out. She leaves. I dive into the contracts, searching for any clause, any leverage point we can use to force the Germans back to reasonable terms. My phone buzzes. George's name lights up the screen. "How's your morning going?" I stare at the message, torn between responding honestly and not dumping the storm on her. She's got her own work, her own deadlines. The grant proposal she's been stressing about. "Busy. Merger complications. Might need to cancel tonight." I send it before I can second guess, already hating myself. Her response comes quickly. "That bad?" "Emergency board meeting. Germans are threatening to walk. Could lose the whole deal." "Jesus, okay. Do what you need to do. We can reschedule." The understanding in her words makes my chest tight. She's not angry, not demanding, just supportive. Like she gets that sometimes work explodes and there's nothing I can do about it. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Just take care of yourself. Eat something that isn't vending machine crap." Despite everything, I almost smile. "Yes, ma'am. I mean it, Cole. You can't negotiate effectively if your blood sugar crashes." She's right. Of course she's right. Rebecca returns with coffee and a bagel I didn't ask for. "Eat," she orders, setting both on my desk. "You're no good to anyone if you faint during the board meeting." "Did you and Georgia coordinate this intervention?" "Who's Georgia?" "Never mind." I grab the bagel, take a bite without tasting it. "Where's Thompson?" "Conference room 2. He's on with the German legal team now, trying to talk them down from 8 months. I wash down the bagel with scalding coffee, barely noticing the burn. "Tell him I'll be there in 5 minutes, and get our legal counsel looped in. If the Germans want to play hardball, we'll show them exactly what breach of contract looks like." The next 4 hours blur together in a haze of conference calls, contract reviews, and increasingly desperate negotiations. The Germans won't budge from 8 months. Our investors are threatening to pull funding if we can't guarantee Q2 gains. Thompson looks like he's aged a decade since this morning. "We could restructure the timeline," he suggests during a brief break. "Front-load some of the integration work, show progress in Q1 even if full consolidation takes longer. That requires additional capital outlay." I lean back in my conference room chair, rubbing my temples where a headache's building, which the board already rejected in last quarter's budget review. "So we're doomed." "We're not doomed. We just need to convince 5 board members that long-term gains outweigh short-term quarterly dips." "Good luck with that." The board meeting starts at 3 p.m. sharp. I walk in with Thompson, armed with revised projections and a presentation we threw together in 45 minutes. 5 faces stare back at me from around the conference table. 4 men in expensive suits. 1 woman who looks like she could buy and sell all of us. All of them skeptical. "Gentlemen, Ms. Chen." I take my seat at the head of the table, projecting confidence I don't feel. "Thank you for making time on such short notice." "Cut the pleasantries, Cole." That's Richard Morrison, the investor who called this meeting. Silver hair, power tie, the kind of old money arrogance that makes my teeth grind. "We're here because this merger is hemorrhaging value, and you don't seem to have a plan to stop the bleeding." That's not accurate. I pull up the presentation on the screen behind me. Yes, we've encountered delays with the German subsidiary, but the fundamentals of this merger remain sound. The projected synergies alone justify the extended timeline. Projected synergies don't mean anything if we can't deliver quarterly gains. Morrison leans forward, hands clasped on the polished table. "Our shareholders expect results, not promises. And they'll get results." I click to the next slide, showing revised integration phases. We front-load the operational consolidation, show immediate cost savings in Q1. The German timeline extends, yes, but we restructure to absorb that delay without impacting bottom line. That requires additional capital. Minimal additional capital. 3 million, maybe 4, which we recoup within 6 months through efficiency gains. Ms. Chen speaks up, her voice crisp and analytical. "What happens if the Germans walk entirely?" "They won't." I meet her eyes directly. Their legal team is posturing. They need this merger as much as we do. Their market share in the European sector is declining. We're their best option for stabilization. You're gambling our shareholders' money on that assumption. I'm making a calculated business decision based on 18 months of due diligence. The meeting continues for another 90 minutes. Questions, challenges, Thompson backing me up with financial projections, me defending every decision I've made since this merger started. By the time we call for a vote, I'm running on fumes and caffeine and sheer stubbornness. 4 votes in favor of continuing. 1 abstention. Morrison votes against. Surprise of the goddamn century. We won. Barely. I shake hands, accept congratulations, maintain the confident CEO facade until everyone files out. Then I collapse back into my chair, boneless with exhaustion. Thompson lingers in the doorway. That was close. Too close. You need sleep. I need this merger to stop trying to kill me. I check my phone. 5:47 p.m., 12 hours since I left George's bed. Feels like 12 years. 7 missed texts from her. I scroll through them with growing guilt. How's it going? Thinking about you. Just submitted the preliminary grant data. Your study results are getting attention already. Board meeting over yet? Cole? Getting worried. Text me when you can. I know you're busy. Just want to make sure you're okay. Damn. I call instead of texting. She answers on the first ring. Hey. Her voice carries relief and concern in equal measure. You survived. Barely. Board voted to continue the merger. Germans are still being difficult, but we bought ourselves time to work it out. That's good, right? Yeah, it's good. I lean back, closing my eyes. The office ceiling tiles blur. I'm sorry about tonight. I know I promised. Don't apologize. This is what you do. I get it. Do you? The question comes out sharper than intended. Because I'm failing at literally everything right now. The merger's a mess. The board's breathing down my neck. I've slept maybe 15 hours total this week, and I'm canceling on you after promising I'd do better. Silence on the other end. Georgia, I'm here. She takes a breath. Cole, I'm not expecting perfection. I know your job is demanding. I know sometimes fires happen and you have to cancel plans. That's not the same as falling back into destructive patterns. Isn't it, though? Because this feels exactly like college. Exactly like the stuff that drove us apart before. It's temporary. You keep saying that. Because it is. This is a crisis. An emergency. Not your standard operating procedure. I want to believe her. Want to believe this is just a rough patch. That once the merger settles, I'll go back to 7-hour nights and regular meals and actually having a life outside this office. But I can't shake the fear that this is who I am. That the rested, healthy version of me from those 3 nights in her lab was the anomaly, not the default. Talk to me. Her voice softens. What are you thinking? That I don't know how to do this. The admission scrapes out of me. How to balance work and health and you and all of it without something breaking. Then we figure it out together. How? I don't know yet, but we try. We communicate. We don't let weeks go by like we did before, building resentment and distance until it's too late to fix. The exhaustion makes me honest. I'm terrified of losing you again. Then don't push me away when things get hard. Let me in. Let me help, even if it's just reminding you to eat or checking that you're sleeping more than 4 hours. That's not your job. No, it's not. She pauses. But I want to do it anyway. Because I love you. And because watching you destroy yourself isn't an option I can handle. The words settle in my chest, warm and terrifying. I love you too, I tell her, even when I'm bad at showing it. I know. I can hear the smile in her voice. Now go home. Sleep. We'll figure out the rest tomorrow. Georgia. Go home, Cole, please. For me. I glance at my desk, at the mountain of work still waiting. The emails, the contracts, the endless demands that never stop coming. Then I stand up, grab my briefcase, and walk out. Rebecca looks shocked when I pass her desk. You're leaving? It's barely 6. Emergency situation. I keep walking toward the elevator. I'll be available by phone if anything critical happens. Otherwise, it waits until tomorrow. Who are you, and what did you do with my workaholic boss? I don't answer. Just get in the elevator and ride it down to the parking garage. The drive home takes 20 minutes. I use the time to breathe, to let the tension drain from my shoulders, to remind myself that the world won't end if I take one night for myself. My penthouse feels empty when I walk in. Too big, too quiet, designed for impressing clients rather than actually living. I strip off my suit, shower the day away, pull on comfortable clothes for the first time in what feels like weeks. My bed looks massive and inviting. I could sleep right now. Should sleep. Instead, I order dinner, real food, not takeout crap, and eat it slowly while watching the city lights through the windows. Georgia texts while I'm finishing the meal. You home? Yeah, ate dinner. About to crash. Good. Proud of you. The simple praise makes something warm bloom in my chest. Thank you. For understanding. For not giving up on me. Not giving up, just recalibrating expectations. I'll do better. Once this merger settles, I swear I'll prioritize sleep and health in us. I believe you. Now get some rest. Love you. Love you too. I set down my phone, finish my dinner, clean up the dishes because domestic normalcy feels grounding right now. Then I climb into bed at 8:30 p.m. like a responsible adult who values his health. Sleep doesn't come immediately. My brain's still racing with merger details, board presentations, all the fires that need putting out tomorrow. But I close my eyes and breathe and think about Georgia. About her hands in my hair this morning. About the way she said she loves me, like it's the simplest truth in the world. Eventually, exhaustion wins. I sleep. Not 8 hours. Not the perfect restoration Georgia wants for me. But 7 solid hours of unconsciousness that leave me feeling almost human when I wake. It's not perfect, but it's a start. And right now, that's enough.
Chapter 21. Georgia. The email arrives at 9:47 a.m. on a gray January morning. I'm hunched over my laptop in the lab, reviewing data for what feels like the 100th time, when the notification pops up. Subject line: Grant Review Committee, Final Decision. My heart stops. This is it? 2 years of funding, or back to scrambling for research money, the culmination of everything I've worked toward since starting this sleep study. I click it open with shaking fingers. Dear Dr. Smith, we are pleased to inform you that your grant application has been approved for full funding. The rest blurs together: numbers, timelines, budget allocations, all the administrative details that mean I can continue this research for another 2 years without worrying about where the money's coming from. I got it. I actually got it. Marcus, my voice comes out higher than usual. Marcus, get in here. He appears in my doorway within seconds, coffee in hand. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's right. I spin my laptop around so he can see the screen. I got the grant, full funding. 2 years. His face lights up. Georgia, that's incredible. I knew your preliminary data was strong, but Cole's results pushed it over the edge. I scrolled to the committee's comments. They specifically cited the dramatic cognitive improvements and the neural restoration patterns, said it was some of the most compelling sleep deprivation research they'd reviewed in years. Marcus rounds my desk, pulling me into a hug that lifts me off my feet. You did it, you brilliant, amazing woman. You actually did it. I laugh, hugging him back. The relief is overwhelming. 2 years. 2 years of stable research funding, of being able to expand the study, of proving that sleep restoration can genuinely change lives. When he sets me down, I'm grinning like an idiot. I need to tell Cole. He'll want to know his participation made this possible. So call him. I reach for my phone. Hesitate. It's been 10 days since I last saw him in person. 10 days of increasingly sporadic texts, missed calls, conversations that never quite happen because he's always in meetings or dealing with merger crises. 10 days of watching the fitness tracker data I promised myself I wouldn't monitor, except I deleted the app, stuck to that boundary. But Nikki's been calling. He's working himself to death. She told me 3 days ago, voice tight with worry. I stopped by his office yesterday, and he looked like a ghost. Dark circles, weight loss, that same haunted expression his father used to get. I tried calling Cole after that conversation, got voicemail, texted asking if he was okay, got a one-word response. Busy, not exactly encouraging. Marcus watches me with those knowing eyes. What's wrong? Nothing, just... I set down my phone. I don't even know if he'll answer. He's been completely unreachable lately. Try anyway. Worst case, you leave a voicemail. I dial before I can overthink it. The phone rings once, twice, 3 times. Voicemail? Again. Hey, it's me. I keep my voice light, trying not to let the disappointment bleed through. Just wanted to share some good news. The grant committee approved my application. 2 full years of funding. Your study results were a huge factor, so thank you. For that, for everything. I pause, debating whether to say more. Whether to ask if he's eating, sleeping, taking care of himself at all. Call me when you can. I miss you. I hang up before the words get heavier. Marcus squeezes my shoulder. He's probably just buried in work. Yeah, probably. But the unease sits heavy in my stomach. It's been 10 days. 10 days of him slipping back into old patterns, of promises about prioritizing sleep, getting buried under merger negotiations and board meetings, and all the endless demands of running a company. 10 days of me trying not to be that person, the one who monitors and manages and tries to control his choices. Except how do you love someone and watch them destroy themselves without saying anything? My phone stays silent for the rest of the morning. I throw myself into work, outlining the next phase of research now that funding's secured. Participant recruitment, extended monitoring protocols, all the logistics that need planning. But part of my brain stays fixated on Cole, on whether he's okay, on whether this merger is consuming him the way work always does, leaving nothing for himself, for us. At noon, Nikki calls. Georgia, honey, do you have a minute? The worry in her voice makes my chest tight. Of course. What's wrong? It's Cole. She takes a breath. I'm really concerned about him. He came by for dinner last night and barely touched his food. Said he had a conference call in an hour, couldn't stay long. He looked exhausted. I know. I've been trying to reach him, but he's not taking your calls either. Her voice sharpens. That's not like him. Even when he's busy, he usually finds time to at least text back. The merger's been complicated. Germans threatening to walk, board meeting drama, all of it. There's always something. Nikki's frustration bleeds through. That's the whole damn problem. There will always be another crisis, another deadline, another reason to sacrifice everything else. She's right. I know she's right. What do you want me to do? The question comes out smaller than I intend. I can't force him to prioritize his health, can't make him sleep or eat or slow down. All I can do is be here when he's ready to reach out. Is that enough for you? The question hits like a punch to the gut. I don't know. The honesty scrapes out. I love him, but I can't watch him destroy himself without it destroying me too. Then you need to tell him that, Nikki's voice gentles. Not as his doctor or his researcher, as the woman who loves him. He needs to hear what this is doing to you. After we hang up, I sit in my office staring at my phone. She's right. Of course she's right. But the thought of having that conversation, of telling Cole that watching him burn out is breaking my heart, makes me want to throw up. What if he chooses work? What if he hears what I'm saying and decides that his career matters more than our relationship? What if I lose him again because I can't handle watching him self-destruct? Marcus appears in my doorway again. Lunch? You need to eat something that isn't anxiety. Not hungry. Nonsense. Come on, my treat. We're celebrating your grant approval, even if you're too worried about your workaholic boyfriend to appreciate it. He's right. About all of it. I grab my coat, follow him out. We walk to the Thai place 2 blocks away, the cold January air biting at my face. Inside, warmth and the smell of curry envelop us. We order, settle into a corner booth. Talk to me, Marcus says once we have food. What's really going on? I got confirmation this morning. The research is solid, the grant's approved. Everything I've worked toward is finally happening. I push pad thai around my plate without eating. I should be ecstatic. But you're not? I'm worried about Cole. The admission feels like failure. Nikki says he's running himself into the ground, trying to solve this merger problem. Working insane hours, not sleeping, barely eating. All the patterns we worked so hard to break during the study. And you feel responsible? Don't I have some responsibility? I'm the one who showed him what proper sleep could do for his health. I'm the one who watched his cognitive function improve, his stress markers drop. I know what he's capable of when he takes care of himself. You're also not his keeper. Marcus spears a piece of chicken with his fork. He's a grown man who makes his own choices, even destructive ones. I know that intellectually, but emotionally? I finally take a bite of my food. It's good, flavorful, exactly what I needed. I can't separate loving him from caring about his well-being, and right now, his well-being is bad. So tell him. I've been trying. He won't answer my calls. Then show up, go to his office, make him look at you and have this conversation face to face. The thought makes my stomach clench. What if he doesn't want to see me? Then you'll know where you stand. Marcus's expression softens. Georgia, you deserve someone who shows up, who makes time for you even when work gets crazy. If Cole can't do that, you need to know now and before you're in too deep. I'm already in too deep. Then you need to figure out if he is too. We finish lunch in relative silence. Marcus pays despite my protests, walks me back to the lab. Think about it, he says before heading to his own office. Sometimes love means demanding better, for yourself and for them. I spend the afternoon trying to work, failing mostly. My brain keeps circling back to Cole, to Nikki's worry, to the 10 days of distance that feels more like 10 years. At 4:30, I make a decision. I pack up my laptop, grab my coat, head for the subway. The ride to Cole's office building takes 40 minutes. I use the time to rehearse what I'll say, how I'll balance honesty with compassion, concern with respect for his autonomy. By the time I arrive, I've talked myself out of this at least 5 times. But I walk through the lobby anyway, take the elevator to the executive floor, give my name to the receptionist. Is Mr. Jacobson expecting you? She asks. No, but tell him Georgia Smith is here. It's important. She makes a call, listens, nods. I'm sorry, Miss Smith. Mr. Jacobson is in meetings all afternoon. He asked if you could schedule something for later this week. Later this week. Like I'm a business appointment instead of his girlfriend. The hurt must show on my face because the receptionist's expression softens. I can leave a message that you stopped by? No, that's okay. I turn toward the elevator, feeling stupid and dismissed and angry all at once. My phone buzzes as I'm stepping into the elevator. Cole's name on the screen. Sorry, today's insane. Can we talk tonight? The same promise I've been getting for 10 days. I don't respond. Just ride the elevator down, walk out into the January cold, let the wind sting my face while I figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do now. My phone rings. Cole, actually calling instead of texting. I consider not answering. Consider making him feel the same frustration I've been feeling for days. But I'm not that petty. Hey. Georgia? His voice sounds rough. Exhausted. I'm sorry. I saw you were in the building, but I'm stuck in this conference call with the German legal team and it's always something, Cole. Silence on the other end. That's not fair, he says finally. Isn't it? Because from where I'm standing, it's been 10 days of you being too busy for even a 5-minute conversation. 10 days of promises to call back that never happened. 10 days of me watching you slip back into the exact patterns that nearly killed you. The merger's complicated. The merger will always be complicated. There will always be another crisis, another deadline, another reason you can't prioritize anything except work. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. I'm not asking you to choose between me and your career. I'm asking you to choose yourself. To remember how good you felt with proper sleep. To not destroy your health for quarterly projections. I'm doing my best. I know you are. That's what scares me. More silence. I hear voices in the background. Someone asking Cole a question. He covers the phone, responds to whoever's there, comes back to me. I have to go. This call. Yeah. Tears prick my eyes, and I hate it. Hate feeling this vulnerable. Go. Solve your merger. I'll be here when you're ready to actually show up. I hang up before he can respond. The walk back to the subway is a blur. I don't remember getting on the train. Don't remember the ride home. Just suddenly I'm in my apartment. Coat still on, staring at my phone like it might offer answers. It doesn't ring again. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Cole. Light sears through my eyelids. Wrong light. Too bright. Not the soft glow of my bedroom. I pry my eyes open, squinting against fluorescent overhead that makes my head pound immediately. Everything's wrong. The angle, the surface beneath me, the sharp pain in my neck from sleeping at a completely unnatural position. I'm in my office chair, still wearing yesterday's suit, now wrinkled beyond salvation. My laptop sits open in front of me, screen dark, mocking my complete failure at basic human functioning. What happened? I check my phone. 6:17 a.m. Thursday. Memory filters back in pieces. The conference call with German legal that went until midnight. Another call with our Asian investors at 2 a.m. Sitting down to review documents just for a minute, just to get my thoughts straight. And then nothing. I fell asleep. At my goddamn desk. Again. Morning. Rebecca's voice makes me jolt upright. She's standing in my doorway, coffee in one hand, paper bag in the other, looking at me with an expression somewhere between concern and resignation. What time did you get here? My voice comes out rough, unused. About 10 minutes ago. Found you passed out over your keyboard. She sets the coffee and bag on my desk. Croissant. Eat it. I don't argue. Can't, really. My stomach's eating itself, hollow and cramping from too many hours without food. The croissant is still warm. Must be fresh from the bakery downstairs. I tear into it like a starving animal, barely tasting butter and flaky pastry before swallowing. Rebecca watches me with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. How much sleep did you actually get? I don't know. Few hours, maybe? I wash down the croissant with scalding coffee. Black, bitter, exactly what I need. What time did I pass out? Based on your last email timestamp? Around 3 a.m. 3 hours then, maybe less. The German situation is still a dilemma, yes. But it'll be a dilemma whether you sleep or not. She crosses her arms, leaning against the doorframe. Cole, this is getting bad. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're running on fumes in spite. You fell asleep in your office chair for the second time this week. Her voice sharpens. Your mother called me again yesterday. She's worried sick about you. Guilt twists in my stomach, joining the croissant and coffee. She shouldn't have bothered you with that. She shouldn't have to worry about her son killing himself for a merger. Rebecca moves closer, sits in the chair across from my desk. Talk to me. What's really going on? The deal's falling apart. The admission scrapes out. Germans want terms we can't meet. Investors are threatening to pull funding. Board's breathing down my neck. And I can't delegate because every time I try, someone messes it up and creates more problems. So you're doing everything yourself. Someone has to. No. Her tone goes firm. Someone has to run this company, yes. But that doesn't mean personally micromanaging every crisis. You have a team. Use them. I am using them. You're using them to execute your decisions. That's not the same as trusting them to make decisions. She leans forward. When's the last time you actually slept? Real sleep? In a bed? For more than 4 hours? I try to remember. Draw a blank. Georgia's place. Week and a half ago. Rebecca's eyebrows rise. Georgia? What is she exactly? Girlfriend feels too casual. Partner too formal. Someone I'm seeing. She's a sleep researcher. Ironic. Yeah. I drain the coffee, wishing for another cup immediately. She's been calling, texting. I keep meaning to respond, but there's always something else that needs handling. So you're ignoring the sleep researcher who's worried about your sleep. Rebecca shakes her head. Cole, you realize how completely messed up that sounds? I'm not ignoring her, I'm just busy. Always busy. Too busy for your own health. Too busy for the people who care about you. She stands abruptly. You know what happened to your father, right? The heart attack at 49. The words hit like a punch. That's different. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, you're on the exact same trajectory. Working yourself to death, ignoring every warning sign. Convinced that if you just push a little harder, everything will work out. What do you want me to do? Frustration bleeds through. The merger's critical. I can't just walk away because I'm tired. I want you to take care of yourself before you end up in a hospital bed, wondering if it was worth it. She moves to the door, pauses. Your mother loves you. Georgia clearly loves you. I need this job too much to watch you destroy yourself. So figure out your priorities before you lose everything that actually matters. She leaves. The office feels too quiet. I stare at my phone. 7 missed calls from Georgia. 12 texts. all in the past 24 hours. The most recent came at 11:47 p.m. last night. Cole, I'm really worried about you. Please just let me know you're okay. I should call her. Should explain that I'm fine, just buried in work, that things will calm down soon. Except they won't calm down. There's always another crisis. Rebecca's right about that. My reflection in the dark laptop screen looks like death. Dark circles so pronounced they're almost black. Hollow cheeks from skipped meals. Skin pale and drawn. Hair sticking up from sleeping on my desk. Georgia saw me like this once. Right before the study. Told me I looked like hell. That my body was screaming for help. I looked better after those 3 nights. Felt better. Clear-headed and energized and actually capable of enjoying success instead of just surviving it. Now I'm right back where I started. My phone buzzes. Not Georgia this time. Mom. Of course. Rebecca told me she found you asleep at your desk. Cole, this has to stop. I type back quickly. I'm fine. Just a long night. Merger complications. There will always be complications. When are you going to choose yourself? The question echoes Rebecca's words. And George's. And probably everyone else in my life who's watched me self-destruct for the past decade. I set down the phone, open my laptop. Dozens of unread emails stare back at me, each one demanding immediate attention. The German legal team wants another call at 9 a.m. The board wants updated projections by noon. Thompson needs approval on restructured timeline proposals. All of it critical, all of it urgent, all of it requiring my personal input because apparently I'm the only person capable of making decisions. Except that's nonsense, isn't it? Thompson's been with the company 15 years. He knows these contracts better than anyone. The legal team is more than capable of negotiating terms without me micromanaging every clause. I've been doing this to myself. Creating dependency, refusing to delegate, convinced that only I can save this merger. And in the process, I'm destroying everything else. My phone buzzes again. George's name lights up the screen, but it's not a call or text. It's a calendar notification. Dinner with Cole. Tonight, 8 p.m. Right. I promised her that. 2 weeks ago, back when I still thought I could balance work and relationship and basic human needs. I checked the time. 6:43 a.m., 13 hours until I'm supposed to show up for dinner. 13 hours of meetings and calls and crisis management. I could cancel. Should cancel, probably. Tell her the merger needs my attention, that we'll reschedule when things calm down. Except things won't calm down. And if I cancel again, I'll lose her. Really lose her this time. Not the temporary distance of college, but permanent. Final. The kind of loss you don't come back from. The thought makes my chest physically ache. I pull up my calendar. The day's packed solid. Literally no gaps between commitments from 9 a.m. through 7 p.m. But as I stare at the schedule, something Rebecca said echoes in my head. You have a team. Use them. What if I actually did that? What if I trusted Thompson to handle the German negotiations? What if I let legal counsel make the calls they're perfectly qualified to make? What if I stepped back and let the people I hired to do their jobs actually do them? The thought terrifies me. What if they mess it up? What if the whole deal collapses because I wasn't there to micromanage every detail? But what if it doesn't? What if they're perfectly capable and I've been suffocating them with unnecessary oversight? I open my email, start typing before I can second guess. Thompson, your lead on the German negotiations. Full authority to make decisions within the parameters we discussed. Trust your judgment. I'll be available by phone for emergencies only. Send. Legal team, you have everything you need to finalize contract terms. Run with it. Update me on final decisions, but I trust your expertise. Send. The calendar stares back at me. All those meetings, all those calls. I start declining, delegating, trusting other people to handle stuff I've been convinced only I could manage. By the time I'm done, my schedule has actual gaps, space to breathe, room for things that aren't work. My phone immediately starts buzzing with confused responses. Thompson asking if I'm sure. Legal counsel double-checking that I really mean full authority. I respond to each one the same way. Yes, I trust you. Handle it. Rebecca reappears in my doorway, eyebrows raised. Did you just delegate the German negotiations? Yeah. To Thompson? He's been with the company 15 years. He knows these contracts better than I do. She stares at me like I've grown a second head. Who are you and what did you do with my micromanaging boss? I'm choosing myself. The words feel foreign but right. Or at least trying to. About damn time. But she's smiling now. Your mother will be pleased. Don't tell her yet. I need to prove I can actually maintain this before getting everyone's hopes up. After Rebecca leaves, I sit in the quiet office and breathe. The panic I expected, the fear that everything will fall apart without my constant intervention, doesn't come. Instead, there's just relief. Like maybe I don't have to carry everything alone. My phone buzzes. Georgia finally calling instead of texting. I answer immediately. Hey, Cole. Her voice carries a mix of relief and residual worry. You're alive. Yeah, sorry. I've been bad at communication lately. That's an understatement. But her tone's gentler now. Are you okay? Really okay? I'm getting there. I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. Rebecca found me passed out at my desk this morning. Not my finest moment. Jesus, Cole. I know. I've been falling back into every destructive pattern we worked to break. The admission scrapes out. But I'm making changes. Real ones. I just delegated the German negotiations to Thompson. Silence on the other end. You delegated? Yeah. Terrifying, but necessary. I close my eyes. I'm not doing this anymore, Georgia. The 18-hour days, the 4 hours of sleep, the constant crisis management. I can't sustain it, and I'm done trying. What changed? Rebecca threatened to quit. Mom's worried sick. And I realized that if I cancel dinner tonight, I'll lose you for good. My voice drops. I can't lose you again. Her breath catches audibly. Cole, I'm coming tonight. 8 p.m., wherever you want. And I'm staying. No phone calls, no emergency meetings, no work. Just us. You promise? I promise. No matter what fires are burning, they can wait until tomorrow. More silence. Then, okay, my place. I'll cook. You don't have to. I want to. Her voice warms. Just show up. That's all I'm asking. I'll be there. After we hang up, I check my newly cleared calendar. For the first time in weeks, tonight actually has space for living instead of just surviving. It's not perfect. The merger's still a mess. The Germans are still being difficult. There are 1,000 problems waiting to explode. But for tonight, they can wait. Tonight, I'm choosing myself. Choosing Georgia. Choosing the life I actually want instead of the one I've been grinding myself to dust trying to maintain.
Chapter 23. Georgia. The marinara sauce simmers on the stove, filling my apartment with the scent of garlic and basil. I stirred absently, watching the red bubbles pop and hiss against the sides of the pot. 8:02 p.m. Cole's late, not by much, but enough to make anxiety coil tight in my stomach. Maybe he's not coming. Maybe another crisis erupted, and he decided work was more important. Maybe I'm standing here cooking dinner for someone who's already chosen his answer. My phone sits on the counter, silent. No text explaining his delay, no calls apologizing, nothing. I turn down the heat on the sauce. Check the pasta water, not quite boiling yet. The salad sits ready in the fridge. Garlic bread, waiting to go in the oven. All this preparation for a conversation I'm dreading. The buzzer makes me jump. I press the intercom. Hello? It's me. His voice sounds rough. Exhausted. But he's here. I buzz him up, heart hammering against my ribs while I wait for him to come up to my door. The knock comes soft, tentative. I open the door. He looks terrible. Dark circles so pronounced they're practically bruises. Suit wrinkled like he slept in it, which, knowing him lately, he probably did. Hair disheveled, but his eyes lock on mine with an intensity that makes breathing difficult. Hey, he holds up a bottle of wine like a peace offering. I know I'm late. Traffic was... Come in. He steps inside, and I catch the scent of his cologne mixed with coffee and exhaustion. He sets the wine on my counter, turns to face me fully. For a moment, we just stand there, 2 feet apart, an ocean of unspoken words between us. You cooked? His gaze travels to the stove, the set table. Georgia, you didn't have to. I wanted to. I move back to the stove, needing something to do with my hands. Pasta, nothing fancy. It smells amazing. The pasta water finally boils. I dump in the penne, set the timer on my phone. Silence stretches between us, awkward and heavy. Cole leans against the counter. I'm sorry for being late, for the past 2 weeks, for all of it. I know. Do you? I turn to face him, wooden spoon still in my hand. I know you're trying, Cole. I know the merger's been hell. I know you're doing your best to juggle everything. I get all of that. But I can't do this anymore. The words come out quieter than I intend. I can't watch you work yourself to the bone and pretend it doesn't break my heart. His jaw tightens. I told you I'm making changes. I delegated the German negotiations, cleared my schedule tonight. I'm here. You're here now. What about tomorrow? Next week? The next time a crisis hits and you fall back into 18-hour days and 4 hours of sleep? That won't happen. Won't it? I set down the spoon with more force than necessary. Because I've heard these promises before, Cole. During the study, after the study. Every time we talk, you swear you'll do better. And then something comes up and all those good intentions disappear. This is different. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks exactly the same. My voice cracks despite my efforts to stay calm. You promised your mom you'd prioritize sleep. You promised me. You promised yourself. And then the merger got complicated, and suddenly none of that mattered anymore. That's not fair. Frustration bleeds into his tone. You're acting like I'm choosing to destroy myself. Like I enjoy running on fumes and feeling like trash. I know you don't enjoy it. That's what makes this so hard. Tears prick my eyes, and I hate it. Hate feeling this vulnerable. You're trapped in this cycle where work always comes first, where your health is always the thing that gets sacrificed. And I can't watch someone I love do that to themselves. So what are you saying? His voice goes quiet, dangerous. That we're done? That you're giving up on us because I had a rough couple weeks? I'm saying I need you to choose, Cole. The tears fall now, hot trails down my cheeks that I don't bother wiping away. Really choose? Not just promise you'll do better while falling back into the same destructive patterns. Actually commit to taking care of yourself. I am committed. Then prove it. The words come out sharp. Because right now, all I see is a man who says he wants to change, but doesn't actually do the work. Who delegates for one day and thinks that fixes years of burnout. Who shows up for dinner 2 weeks late and expects that to be enough. He flinches like I've slapped him. You think I'm not trying? His voice rises. You think I want to disappoint you? To worry my mother? To feel like I'm failing at everything that actually matters? I think you're trying to have everything without sacrificing anything. I swipe at my tears, frustrated. The successful career, the healthy relationship, the proper sleep. But you can't, Cole. Not the way you're approaching it. Something has to give, and it's always your health. Always us. That's not true. It is. I move to the stove, turn off the burner under the sauce. The pasta timer goes off, and I ignore it. When's the last time you chose me over work? Really chose me? Not just squeezed me in between meetings? He doesn't answer. That's what I thought. Georgia, I love you. The admission feels like ripping open a wound. I love you so much it physically hurts to watch you destroy yourself. But I can't be the person who stands by while you work yourself into a heart attack at 30. I just can't. So what? You're saying we need space? Time apart? His hands clench at his sides. That's nonsense, and you know it. Maybe it is. I meet his eyes. Let him see the pain there. But I need you to figure out your life, Cole. I need you to actually prioritize yourself, not just talk about it, because I can't keep doing this, waiting for you to show up, hoping this time will be different, watching you break every promise you make. I can fix this. He steps closer, desperate. Give me a chance. Let me prove I can change. You've had chances, multiple chances. And every single time, the same thing happens. My voice breaks completely. I want to believe you, Cole. God, I want to so badly. But I'm terrified that if I stay, I'll just be enabling this cycle. That my presence gives you permission to keep burning yourself out because you know I'll still be here. That's not, maybe we need some space. The words taste like ash. Until you figure out what you actually want. Until you can show me with actions, not just words, that you're committed to taking care of yourself. His face goes pale. You're breaking up with me. I'm asking you to choose yourself. Tears stream freely now. Because I can't choose you over your own well-being. I won't be the reason you ignore every warning sign until it's too late. This is insane. He runs his hands through his hair, agitated. I'm here. I showed up. I'm trying. Trying isn't enough anymore. The honesty cuts us both. I need to see sustained change. Weeks of proper sleep, not one night. Delegating as a permanent strategy, not a temporary fix. Actually treating your health like it matters instead of something to sacrifice whenever work gets hard. And if I do all that, if I prove I can maintain it, his voice carries desperation now. Then what? Then maybe we can try again. I wipe my face with shaking hands. But I can't keep breaking my own heart waiting for you to value yourself the way I value you. Georgia, please. He moves closer, reaching for me. Don't do this. We can figure it out together. No. I step back, needing the distance. You need to figure this out for yourself. Not for me, not for your mom, not to save our relationship. For you. Because you deserve to feel good, to be healthy, to build a life that's sustainable instead of grinding yourself to dust. The pasta water boils over, hissing against the hot burner. Neither of us moves to turn it off. This is all excuses, he says, voice going cold. You're scared of commitment, scared that if you let yourself really love me, you'll get hurt again. So you're manufacturing reasons to push me away. That's not true. Really? Because the second things get hard, you bail, just like you did in college when I made one mistake. The accusation stings. Don't you dare compare this to that ethics exam. You cheated, lied to me about it, violated every principle I believed in. And I've spent 5 years regretting it. His eyes flash. 5 years trying to be better, to prove I've changed. But apparently that's not good enough for you. This isn't about the past. My voice shakes with anger now, mixing with the tears. This is about right now. about watching you fall back into patterns that will literally kill you if you don't stop. So you're abandoning me when I need you most. I'm protecting myself. The truth spills out raw and painful. Because staying while you destroy yourself will destroy me too, and I can't do that. I won't. He stares at me for a long moment. Something in his expression shifts, understanding mixing with heartbreak. You really think I'm gonna fail? It's not a question. You don't believe I can actually change? I think you want to change. My voice gentles despite everything. But wanting isn't enough. You need to do the work, and you need to do it for yourself, not because you're trying to save us. So that's it? We're done? We're taking space until you figure out what you actually want. I cross my arms, hugging myself. I can't be your motivation, Cole. I can't be the reason you finally choose health over work. That's not sustainable. That's not real change. He nods slowly, jaw working like he's trying to swallow something bitter. I'll prove you wrong. His voice goes quiet but determined. I'll show you I can do this. That I can be the man you deserve. Don't do it for me. Tears blur my vision. Do it for yourself. Because you deserve to live, not just survive. He moves to the door, pauses with his hand on the knob, turns back to look at me one last time. I love you, he says. I know you don't believe that right now, but I do, and I'm going to make this right. Then he's gone. The apartment feels too quiet, too empty. The pasta's ruined, water boiled away to nothing, sauce scorched on the bottom of the pot. I sink to the floor, back against the cabinets, and let myself cry properly. Great heaving sobs that shake my whole body. I want to believe him, want to trust that this time will be different, that he'll actually follow through on all those promises. But I've been here before, loved him before, watched him choose ambition over everything else before. And I can't survive losing him again, so I'm choosing myself instead. Choosing my own heart, my own sanity, my own ability to function without constantly worrying if the man I love is going to work himself to death. It's the right choice. It has to be. Even if it feels like ripping my heart out of my chest and leaving it bleeding on the kitchen floor.
Chapter 24. Cole. The door closes behind me. Final. Devastating. I stand in the hallway staring at the scuffed paint on George's apartment door like it might offer answers. Like if I wait long enough, she'll change her mind, open it again, take back everything she just said. She doesn't. The hallway stays empty, silent except for muffled sounds from other apartments. TV noise, someone's music, life continuing like my world isn't currently imploding. I force myself to move. Down the stairs, each step mechanical, through the lobby, out into the January night where snow falls thick and fast, already coating the sidewalks in white. The cold hits like a physical blow. I didn't grab my coat from her apartment, left it draped over her chair in my rush to get out before I said something worse, before the anger and hurt spilling out of me destroyed what little chance we might have left. Snow soaks through my suit jacket immediately, melts against my neck, slides down my collar. I barely notice. My car sits 3 blocks away. I start walking, head down against the wind, hands shoved in my pockets because I'm an idiot who forgot gloves exist. The streets are nearly empty, most people smart enough to stay inside during a snowstorm. Just me and a few desperate souls hurrying between destinations, everyone hunched against the weather. I reach my car, unlock it with numb fingers, slide into the driver's seat and immediately regret it. The interior's freezing. My breath creates clouds in the dark space. I should start the engine, let it warm up. Should probably wait until visibility improves before driving in this mess. Instead, I just sit there, staring through the windshield at snow accumulating on the glass. Georgia's face won't leave my mind, the tears streaming down her cheeks, the pain in her eyes when she said she couldn't watch me destroy myself, the way her voice broke on, "I love you," like the words cost her everything. I messed up. Again. Fell right back into the same patterns that drove her away 5 years ago. Promised I'd changed, swore I'd prioritize health and rest in us, then let the merger consume me completely the second things got complicated. She's right. About all of it. The thought makes my chest physically ache. I start the engine. The heater sputters to life, blowing cold air that gradually warms. Defrost clears small circles on the windshield, revealing the street beyond, white, quiet, transforming under the storm. I should go home. Crawl into bed, get the sleep my body's screaming for, wake up tomorrow and figure out how to prove to Georgia I can actually change. But the thought of my empty penthouse, of lying awake replaying this conversation on endless loop, makes me want to drive off a bridge. Instead, I pull into traffic. Slow, careful, windshield wipers working overtime to clear snow that falls faster than they can handle. The roads are slick. My tires slip slightly when I brake at a red light, the car sliding a few inches before catching. I grip the steering wheel tighter, forcing focus despite the exhaustion pulling at my eyelids. Everything hurts. My head pounds from too little sleep and too much stress. My chest aches like something vital got ripped out and left bleeding on George's kitchen floor. Even my eyes burn, though I refuse to acknowledge whether that's from crying or just the general awfulness of existing right now. The light turns green. I ease forward, joining the sparse traffic heading uptown. Snow falls hypnotically. Fat flakes caught in my headlights, swirling patterns that make focusing difficult. I blink hard, trying to clear my vision. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Mom calling to check if I made it to Georgia's okay. Or Rebecca wanting to know how dinner went. Or Thompson with some crisis that absolutely cannot wait until morning. I ignore it. Can't handle talking to anyone right now. Can't handle explaining that I showed up, but it wasn't enough. That Georgia looked at me with those heartbroken eyes and told me she needs space. Space. Like distance will somehow fix what's broken between us. Like time apart will magically make me into someone who doesn't sacrifice health for success. Except she's right about that too. Being together while I'm destroying myself just enables the cycle. Gives me permission to keep burning out because I know she'll still be there. Until she won't be. The thought makes my hands shake on the wheel. I merge onto the highway. Less traffic here, just a few cars crawling through the snow. My wipers can barely keep up. Visibility drops to maybe 20 feet. I should slow down. Should probably pull over and wait for the storm to pass. Should make literally any responsible decision instead of driving through a blizzard while running on 3 hours of sleep and a broken heart. But slowing down means thinking. Means processing Georgia's words, her tears, the finality in her voice when she said we needed space. I can't process that yet. Can't handle the reality of losing her again because I'm too stubborn to change. My eyelids feel heavy. Wrong heavy. The kind of exhaustion that's not just tired but dangerous. I blink hard. Roll down the window despite the cold, letting snow and wind hit my face. The shock helps momentarily, sharpens my focus, clears some of the fog. But it doesn't last. Exhaustion pulls at me like quicksand. I've been running on empty for weeks, pushing through on caffeine and sheer willpower. Now, with adrenaline from the fight fading, my body's demanding payment. I blink again. The road blurs. No, not now. Just need to make it home. 20 more minutes. My eyes drift closed. Half a second. Maybe less. When they open, I've drifted across the lane. Damn! I jerk the wheel right, overcorrecting. The car fishtails on the slick road, back end sliding left while the front fights for traction. Heart hammering, I ease off the gas. Let the car straighten itself. Breathe. That was close. Too close. Pull over. The thought screams through the fear flooding my system. Pull over right now before you kill yourself or someone else. But the shoulder's buried under snow. No safe place to stop without risking getting stuck or rear-ended by someone who can't see me. Just a little further. Find an exit. Get off the highway. My vision blurs again. I force my eyes wide. Grip the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ache. Focus on the taillights ahead. Red dots in the swirling white. Something concrete to track. They're getting closer. No, I'm getting closer to them. I tap the brakes. Nothing happens. Tap harder. The pedal feels wrong. Mushy. Unresponsive. The taillights rush toward me. I slam the brakes fully. The car slides, completely out of control on the icy road. Time stretches, slows. Every detail crystalline and horrible. The car ahead swerving right, trying to avoid me. My hands yanking the wheel left. Tires screaming for purchase they can't find. Snow everywhere. Blinding white chaos. Impact. The sound is catastrophic. Metal shrieking, glass exploding. My body jerks forward against the seatbelt, then slams back. The airbag deploys with a bang that deafens. Then another impact. From behind this time. Someone rear-ended me in the confusion. The world spins. Or maybe that's just my head. Everything's wrong. Angles tilted. Sounds distorted. Pain blooming everywhere at once. Screaming. Not mine. Someone outside the car, high and terrified. I try to move. Can't. Something's wrong with my leg. My chest. Breathing hurts. Sharp stabbing pain that suggests ribs. Warmth spreads down my face. I touch it automatically, fingers coming away red. Blood. I'm bleeding. The thought feels distant. Abstract. Like it's happening to someone else. More screaming. Closer now. Someone's at my window, face pressed against the spider-webbed glass, mouth moving in words I can't hear through the ringing in my ears. I should respond. Should tell them I'm okay, call for help, do something useful. Instead, darkness creeps in from the edges. Sweet and inviting, promising relief from the pain screaming through every nerve. Georgia's face flashes through my mind. The way she looked tonight, tears on her cheeks, telling me she loves me, but can't watch me destroy myself. I'm sorry, I think. Or maybe say out loud. Can't tell anymore. The darkness swallows everything.
Chapter 25. Georgia. Sunlight streams through my curtains, too bright, too cheerful for how I feel inside. I wake up with swollen eyes and a headache that pulses behind my temples. The pillow's damp where I cried myself to sleep sometime around 3 a.m., mascara probably smeared across expensive cotton that I'll never get clean. My phone sits on the nightstand, silent. No calls from Cole, no texts apologizing or fighting back or doing anything except proving my point that when things get hard, he disappears. I grab the phone anyway, checking messages with pathetic hope that maybe nothing. Just work emails. A text from Marcus asking if I'm okay. Mom wanting to know if I'm coming home for her birthday next month. Normal life continuing while mine falls apart. I drag myself out of bed. Every movement weighted with exhaustion that has nothing to do with lack of sleep. The apartment still smells faintly of burned marinara sauce. I never cleaned up last night. Just left everything sitting on the stove like evidence of my complete failure. The coffee maker gurgles to life. I lean against the counter, watching dark liquid drip into the pot, while my brain refuses to engage with anything beyond basic function. My phone rings. For one stupid, hopeful second, I think it's Cole. That he couldn't sleep either. That he's calling to tell me I'm right, and he's ready to actually do the work. Nikki's name flashes on the screen instead. Disappointment crashes through me. I almost don't answer. Can't handle her questions about how dinner went. Can't explain that I basically dumped her son because watching him self-destruct was killing me too. But ignoring her feels cruel. Hey, my voice comes out rough, unused except for crying. Georgia. Something in her tone makes my spine straighten immediately. Wrong, something's very wrong. Honey, I need you to stay calm. Ice floods my veins. What happened? It's Cole. Her voice cracks, professional composure shattering. He was in a car accident last night. He's at Mount Sinai. They called me around midnight. I've been here ever since. The phone slips from my numb fingers. I catch it fumbling, pressing it back to my ear with shaking hands. Is he? I can't finish the question. Can't ask if he's alive, if he's okay, if this is my fault for sending him out into a snowstorm heartbroken and exhausted. He's alive. Nikki sounds like she's crying. But Georgia, they think he fell asleep at the wheel. Lost control on the highway, multiple car collision. He's got broken ribs, concussion, his leg. A sob cuts through. I'm so scared. My heart shatters into 1,000 pieces. I'm coming. The words are automatic, my body already moving toward my bedroom. Which hospital? Mount Sinai? Upper East Side location, ICU, 3rd floor. Please hurry. I know you two had dinner plans last night, but I don't know what happened and he's not conscious yet. I'm coming right now. 20 minutes. I hang up, stand frozen in my bedroom doorway while my brain tries to process. Cole's in the hospital. Cole fell asleep driving. Cole could have died because I sent him away when he needed me most. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. I move on autopilot. Pull on jeans, a sweater, boots. Don't bother with makeup. My face is already a disaster anyway. Grab my coat, my keys, my phone. Outside, the world's transformed. Snow blankets everything in pristine white, beautiful and horrible. The storm passed overnight, leaving behind crystal clear skies and freezing temperatures. Somewhere in this pretty winter wonderland, Cole crashed his car. Because he was exhausted. Because I pushed him away. Because I told him to prove himself instead of just loving him through his mess. I flagged down a cab with shaking hands. Mount Sinai, Upper East Side, fast as you can. The driver nods, pulling into traffic. Morning rush hour clogs the streets despite the snow. Every red light feels like torture. Every slow-moving car, an obstacle between me and Cole. My phone won't stop buzzing. Marcus asking where I am, if I'm okay. Work emails piling up. The grant committee wanting to schedule a call about next steps. I ignore all of it. Text Marcus back quickly. Cole's in the hospital. Car accident. Going there now. His response is immediate. Oh my God, let me know if you need anything. I stare out the window, watching the city pass in a blur of white and gray. People going about their normal days. Coffee runs, morning commutes, life continuing like my entire world isn't currently imploding. Guilt eats at me from the inside. I should have handled last night differently. Should have listened when he said he was making changes. Should have given him credit for actually showing up instead of immediately attacking. Should have seen the exhaustion written all over his face and made him stay, made him sleep on my couch instead of sending him back out into a blizzard. But I didn't. I pushed him away, told him we needed space, that trying wasn't good enough, broke his heart, and sent him driving through dangerous conditions while running on fumes. This is my fault. The cab pulls up to the hospital entrance. I shove money at the driver without checking the amount, practically fall out onto the sidewalk. Mount Sinai towers above me, glass and concrete, and the smell of antiseptic that makes my stomach turn. I rush through the automatic doors. The lobby's busy despite the early hour. People checking in, nurses moving between stations. That particular chaos of a city hospital. ICU, I tell the information desk. 3rd floor. Cole Jacobson. The volunteer checks her computer. Are you family? Girlfriend. The word feels both true and inadequate. His mother called me, Nikki Jacobson. She's already here. Elevator bank C, 3rd floor. Check-in at the nurse's station. I'm already moving before she finishes. Find the elevators, Jab the button repeatedly like that'll make them come faster. The ride up takes approximately 10 years. 3rd floor, ICU. The antiseptic smells stronger here, mixed with something medicinal that makes my throat tight. The nurse's station sits directly across from the elevators. A woman in blue scrubs looks up as I approach. "Can I help you?" Cole Jacobson, his mother. "Georgia!" Nikki's voice cuts through the clinical noise. I turn. She's coming down the hallway, looking smaller than I've ever seen her. Older, eyes red from crying, face drawn with worry. She pulls me into a fierce hug. "Thank you for coming," she whispers against my hair. I didn't know who else to call. "Of course I came." I hug her back just as tightly. "How is he? Can I see him?" She pulls away, wiping at her eyes. "He's stable. They've got him sedated for the pain. Broken ribs, fractured left femur, concussion. The airbag probably saved his life, but the impact..." Her voice breaks again. Horror floods through me. Jesus. The doctors say he's lucky. Could have been so much worse. Nikki takes a shaky breath. "But Georgia, they think he fell asleep. Witnesses said he drifted across lanes before the collision. The toxicology came back clean, so it wasn't drugs or alcohol, just exhaustion," I finish quietly. Guilt churning my stomach until I feel physically sick. "He hasn't been sleeping. The merger, everything." "I know." Nikki's expression shifts, something knowing entering her eyes. "You had dinner last night?" I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. "What happened?" The question breaks something inside me. Tears spill over, hot and shameful. "We fought. I told him we needed space, that I couldn't watch him destroy himself, and then I sent him away and he..." A sob cuts through. "This is my fault." "No." Nikki grabs my shoulders, forces me to meet her eyes. "Listen to me. This is not your fault. Cole made his own choices. Got in that car exhausted, drove in dangerous conditions, let work consume him to the point of collapse. That's on him, not you. But if I hadn't pushed him away, he'd still be running himself into the ground." Her voice goes firm. "Maybe not in a hospital bed today, but eventually. You know that. I know that. Hell, Cole knows that, even if he won't admit it." The words should comfort me. They don't. "Can I see him?" My voice comes out small, broken. "Please, I need to see him." Nikki studies my face for a long moment. Whatever she sees there makes her nod. "Come on." She leads me down the hallway, past other rooms with other disasters, other families dealing with their own emergencies. The ICU feels surreal, too bright, too clean, machines beeping in rhythm that should be soothing but just sounds ominous. We stop outside room 304. Through the window, I can see him. Cole, unconscious in the hospital bed, looking smaller than he should. Bruises bloom across his visible skin, face, arms everywhere. An IV snakes into his hand. Monitors track heartbeat, breathing, all the vital signs that prove he's alive, even though he looks half dead. My knees nearly buckle. "Go ahead." Nikki's hand presses gentle against my back. "I'll give you privacy." I force my feet to move, push through the door into the room where antiseptic smell mixes with something else. Blood, injury, the particular scent of trauma. Up close, he looks worse. The bruises darker, the cuts more pronounced. His left leg's in a brace, elevated slightly. Bandages wrap his ribs. An oxygen cannula sits under his nose. But he's breathing, chest rising and falling with mechanical regularity. I sink into the chair beside his bed, reach for his hand with trembling fingers. His skin's warm, alive, real despite how surreal this all feels. "I'm so sorry." The words come out barely audible. Cole, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have. My voice breaks completely. He doesn't respond, just lies there, unconscious and broken because I pushed him too hard when he was already falling apart.
Chapter 26. Cole. Pain drags me from darkness like a hook through flesh, sharp, insistent, relentless, everywhere at once. My chest feels like someone's crushing it beneath a steel boot. Each shallow breath sends fire through my ribs. My leg screams in protest, a deep, bone-grinding agony that pulses with my heartbeat. Even my face throbs, skin stretched tight over what must be massive bruising. I can barely move my jaw without wincing. Machines beep steadily somewhere to my left. The antiseptic smell fills my nose, sharp and medicinal. The mattress beneath me is firm, unfamiliar. Nothing like my expensive sheets at home. Hospital. I'm definitely in a hospital. Memory floods back in jagged fragments, each one more brutal than the last. The snowstorm. Georgia's devastated face when I showed up at her door. Her tears, her anger, the way she told me to leave. Driving when I knew damn well I shouldn't have. Too worked up to think straight. The roads slick with ice. Losing control of the car. That moment of pure terror before impact. Damn. I force my eyes open. Fluorescent lights assault my vision, making my head pound harder. Everything blurs for a moment before resolving into a typical hospital room. Monitors, IV stand, that particular institutional beige that screams medical facility. And Georgia. She's slumped in the chair beside my bed, head on the mattress near my hand, dark curls spilling across white sheets. Asleep. Her fingers rest against mine, barely touching, like even unconscious she needs the connection. She looks terrible. Face blotchy from crying, eyes swollen even in sleep. She's wearing jeans and a sweater I recognize from her apartment, no makeup, hair uncombed. She came. The realization makes my chest ache worse than the broken ribs. Georgia. My voice comes out rough, barely functional, throat raw like I've been screaming. Her head snaps up immediately, eyes flying open, taking half a second to focus on my face. Then she's moving, standing, leaning over me with hands hovering like she wants to touch, but is afraid of hurting me. Cole. Oh God, Cole. Tears stream down her face. You're awake. Hey. I try to smile. Pretty sure it comes out more like a grimace. Sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. Scare me? Her voice cracks. You crashed your car. Fell asleep at the wheel during a blizzard. You could have died. But I didn't. That's not... She cuts herself off, pressing shaking fingers to her mouth. More tears. I was so scared. When your mom called, when she said you were here, I thought, come here. She hesitates. I don't want to hurt you. Don't care, come here. She leans down carefully. I lift my good arm, the left one that isn't connected to various tubes and monitors, and pull her closer. Her forehead rests against mine, gentle, both of us breathing the same air. I'm okay, I whisper. Banged up, but okay. You're not okay. But she's not pulling away. Broken ribs, fractured femur, concussion. I've had worse. That's a lie, and we both know it. True. She pulls back slightly, hands framing my face with exquisite care. Avoids the cuts and bruises, just holds me like I'm something precious and breakable. I'm so sorry. Fresh tears spill over. Cole, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have sent you away like that. Shouldn't have given you that ultimatum when you were already exhausted. This is my fault. No, I cut her off firmly, despite how talking makes my chest scream. This is my fault. All of it. Falling back into destructive patterns, ignoring every warning sign, getting behind the wheel when I was too tired to function. You were right about everything. I wasn't right. I was scared and I pushed too hard. You pushed exactly as hard as I needed. I catch one of her hands, lace our fingers together. I've been destroying myself for years. You saw it, called me on it, asked me to choose myself, and I promised I would, then immediately fell back into the same stuff. Her thumb strokes across my knuckles. The merger doesn't matter. The words feel foreign but true. None of it matters if I'm dead. If I work myself into a grave like Dad, what's the point? More tears. She's fully crying now, shoulders shaking with sobs she's trying to suppress so she doesn't hurt me. I pull her closer despite the pain it causes. She curls carefully against my good side, head on my shoulder, one hand splayed over my heart where she can feel it beating. I can't keep living like this, I tell her. The ceiling tiles blur. Working 18-hour days, sleeping 4 hours if I'm lucky, treating my body like a machine I can run into the ground. I'm endangering myself, endangering other people. The accident... My voice breaks. There were other cars involved. I could have killed someone. But you didn't. Her hand presses firmer against my chest. Everyone walked away with minor injuries. The police report said it was an unavoidable accident due to road conditions. The police report is being polite. Shame burns through me. I fell asleep, Georgia. Lost consciousness behind the wheel because I was so exhausted I couldn't stay awake. That's on me. She doesn't argue. She doesn't try to convince me I'm being too hard on myself or that it wasn't my fault. She just holds me while I process the magnitude of what happened. What could have happened. The reality that I could have ended someone's life because I was too stubborn to admit I needed sleep. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken fears and possibilities. I'm stepping down, I say quietly, the words barely more than a whisper in the sterile hospital air. As CEO, as soon as I'm out of this hospital, I'm stepping down. She goes very still against me. Even her breathing seems to stop for a moment. What? I can't do it anymore. The job's killing me, literally killing me. And I refuse to die for quarterly projections and board approval and a company that'll replace me in 30 seconds if I'm gone. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. Cole. She pulls back carefully to look at my face, those hazel eyes searching mine like she's trying to determine if the medication is making me delirious. Are you serious? Dead serious. The pun's unintentional, but I'm too exhausted to care. I've been thinking about it for a while now, about priorities, about what actually matters in this life. And this? I gesture vaguely at the hospital room, the monitors tracking my vital signs, my broken body wrapped in bandages and connected to tubes. This is rock bottom. I either make real changes now, or I don't make it to 40. Hell, I might not make it to 35 if I keep going down this path. Fresh tears spill down her cheeks. You don't have to quit entirely. Maybe step back, delegate more. I tried delegating. Lasted one day before the guilt and anxiety pulled me back in. My chest aches saying it out loud. The job requires more than I can give while staying healthy. So I'm choosing health, choosing life, choosing the possibility of actually being with you instead of constantly disappointing you.
Chapter 27. Georgia. The week passes in a blur of hospital visits and sleepless nights. I'm there every day, sometimes twice a day when my schedule allows, mornings before work, evenings after the lab closes. During the weekend, I barely leave his bedside, just sit there watching monitors beep and nurses check vitals, and Cole sleep more than he's probably slept in years. The doctors say rest is crucial for healing. His body needs to repair broken bones, bruised organs, the trauma of impact that could have been so much worse. I try not to think about the could have been worse part. Try not to imagine the call going differently. Nikki's voice saying something final instead of just scared. Cole improves steadily. The bruising fades from black to purple to yellow-green. His ribs hurt less each day, breathing coming easier. Physical therapy starts working on his leg, getting him mobile on crutches despite the fracture. But the biggest change is how he looks when he's awake, lighter somehow. Like deciding to step down lifted a weight he'd been carrying so long, he forgot it was there. Thompson's been running things, he tells me on day 4, propped up in bed with his laptop balanced on his good leg. Finalized the German negotiations yesterday. 8-month timeline, but with terms that actually work. Without you micromanaging, I tease gently, perched in my usual chair. Shocking, right? But he's smiling. Real smile, not the exhausted grimace I've seen too often. Turns out my team is perfectly capable when I stop suffocating them with unnecessary oversight. I watch him type something, send an email, close the laptop with a visible satisfaction. Feels good? I ask. Feels terrifying. He sets the laptop aside. But also good. Like maybe I don't have to carry everything alone. Nikki arrives during our afternoon visit, carrying bags from some expensive deli. Lunch, she announces, starting to unpack containers. Real food, not hospital garbage. Cole lights up. Mom, you're a saint. I'm a woman who knows her son needs proper nutrition to heal, but she's beaming at him, relief written all over her face. We eat together, the 3 of us crammed into the small hospital room. Sandwiches, salad, fruit that actually tastes like fruit instead of cafeteria sadness. Nikki catches my eye while Cole's distracted with his sandwich. Mouths, thank you. I shake my head slightly. I haven't done anything except show up, but her expression says otherwise. Says she knows what it cost me to walk back in after our fight, to sit beside him day after day while guilt eats at me from the inside. Discharge papers came through, Cole says between bites. Tomorrow morning if my vitals stay stable overnight. Tomorrow? I sit up straighter. That's fast. Been here a week. Ribs are healing, legs stable enough for outpatient PT. No reason to keep taking up a bed someone else needs. He glances at his mom. I'll stay at your place for a while, until I can navigate my penthouse on crutches. Absolutely not. Nikki's voice goes firm. Your penthouse has stairs. My brownstone has stairs. You're going somewhere with elevator access. Then where? My apartment. The words come out before I can second guess them. Both of them turn to stare at me. I'm on the 3rd floor. Building has an elevator. And I want to help, if you'll let me. Cole's expression does something complicated. Georgia, you don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. I meet his eyes directly. Let me take care of you, please. You're doing the hard work of actually changing. Let me be there for it. Nikki's smile could power the entire hospital. That settles it then. Georgia's apartment it is. Discharge day arrives with bureaucratic fanfare, paperwork, medication instructions, physical therapy schedules. The nurse goes through everything twice while Cole nods patiently, and I take notes because someone needs to remember all this. Nikki's car sits at the curb outside, hazards blinking. We make slow progress. Cole on crutches. Me hovering anxiously beside him in case he needs support. Nikki carrying the bag of his belongings. I've got it, Cole says when I try to help him into the back seat, but he's grimacing with effort, the crutches awkward despite a week of practice. Let her help, Nikki chides gently. Pride doesn't heal broken bones faster. He relents, letting me steady him while he maneuvers into the car. The wince when he settles back tells me how much it still hurts despite the improving vitals. I slide in beside him. Nikki takes the driver's seat, adjusting mirrors with practiced efficiency. Everyone buckled? She asks. Yes, Mom. She pulls into traffic. The drive to my apartment takes 20 minutes through afternoon congestion. Cole stays quiet, staring out the window at the city passing by. I want to ask what he's thinking. Want to know if he's scared or relieved or some complicated mix of both. But Nikki's right there, and some conversations need privacy. My building appears. Familiar brick facade that suddenly feels inadequate. What if my apartment's too small? What if the elevator breaks? What if... We're here, Nikki announces, pulling into a loading zone. Getting Cole out takes teamwork. Nikki on one side, me on the other. Both of us supporting, while he leverages himself upright on the crutches. Sweat beads on his forehead despite the cold. Doing okay? I ask quietly. Just tired, but he's leaning heavily on the crutches. Let's get inside. The elevator's mercifully functional. We crowd in, riding up to the third floor in silence, broken only by the mechanical whir of the lift. My apartment door feels monumental suddenly. I unlock it, push it open, step aside so Cole can enter first. Nikki helps me guide him to the couch. He sinks down with visible relief, leg elevated on pillows I arrange with probably too much fussing. Comfortable? I hover anxiously. Yeah, good. He leans back against the cushions, eyes already drifting closed. Nikki touches my shoulder. I'm going to head out. Let you two settle. She bends to kiss Cole's forehead. Call me if you need anything. Anything at all. Thanks, Mom. His voice is soft, grateful. For everything. That's what family does. She straightens, gives me a meaningful look. Take care of each other. Then she's gone, apartment door clicking shut behind her. Silence settles over us. Cole with his eyes closed, breathing evening out. Me standing awkwardly in my own living room, suddenly unsure what to do with myself. Georgia. He doesn't open his eyes. Come sit with me. I perch carefully on the edge of the couch, mindful of his injuries. Not there? Here. He pats the space beside him. I curl against his good side, head on his shoulder, fitting together like we always have. His arm comes around me, holding me close despite the discomfort it must cause. Thank you, he murmurs against my hair. For this, for believing I can actually change. You're doing the work. I'm just here to support it. We sit in comfortable silence while afternoon light streams through my windows. Outside, the city continues its endless rush. Inside, we're still and quiet and healing. Cole shifts slightly, reaching for something in his pocket, pulls out his phone with visible effort. What are you doing? I ask. Something I should have done weeks ago. His fingers move across the screen, typing deliberately. I watch as he opens his email, starts composing. The words appear slowly, each one chosen with clear intention. He types for several minutes, then shows me the screen. A resignation letter. Formal, professional, final. My breath catches. Cole. Read it, he says quietly. I scan the words. Notice how he structured it. Effective immediately. Recommending Thompson as interim CEO, offering to consult during transition, but stepping away from active leadership. This is really happening, I whisper. Yeah. He hits send before I can respond. The whoosh of the email going through sounds impossibly loud. It's done. I pull back to look at his face, expecting fear, maybe regret. But he just looks peaceful. How do you feel? I ask. Terrified, relieved, free? He sets down the phone, meets my eyes. Like I just chose myself for the first time in my entire adult life. Tears prick my eyes. I'm so proud of you. Don't be proud yet. Haven't actually followed through on any of this. But he's smiling slightly. Just sent an email. The hard part's actually living it. We'll figure it out together. Yeah, his hand finds mine, fingers lacing. You're sure about this? About us trying again? I'm sure about wanting you healthy and happy. I squeeze his hand gently. The rest will work out as we go. Outside my window, snow begins to fall, soft, gentle flakes that catch the afternoon light and drift down to blanket the city in fresh white. Cole watches it with wonder in his eyes. It's beautiful. It is. We sit together on my couch, his hand in mine, watching snow transform the world outside. While inside, we begin the slow work of healing. This time, I think we might actually make it.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 28. Cole. The morning light wakes me gently. Not harsh fluorescence. Not my phone alarm screaming emergency. Just natural sunlight filtering through George's curtains, warm and unhurried. I keep my eyes closed, cataloging sensations. The softness of her couch beneath me. The distant sounds of the city waking up. Traffic, someone's music, life happening at a normal pace instead of the relentless urgency I've lived in for years. And sleep. Real restorative sleep that's transformed from impossible luxury into daily reality. 3 weeks since the accident. 3 weeks of George's gentle care, of following doctor's orders, of actually letting my body heal instead of pushing through pain with gritted teeth and caffeine. 3 weeks of the best rest of my entire goddamn life. My leg still aches, a dull throb that pulses with my heartbeat. The ribs twinge when I breathe deeply. But it's manageable pain, healing pain, the kind that gets better each day instead of accumulating until everything hurts constantly. I crack my eyes open. George's apartment greets me with familiar warmth, her books scattered across every surface, research papers organized in controlled chaos on her desk, the smell of coffee already brewing in the kitchen. She emerges from her bedroom, hair still messy from sleep, wearing one of my old college t-shirts that hangs to her thighs. Catches me watching and smiles. Morning. Her voice carries that soft quality it only has first thing. How'd you sleep? Like the dead. I shift carefully, testing my range of motion. Better than yesterday. What time is it? Almost 9. She moves to the kitchen, pours 2 mugs of coffee. Your PT appointment isn't until 11. We've got time. 9 a.m. When's the last time I slept past 7 without it being a crash from exhaustion? Can't remember. Probably college. Georgia brings me coffee, settles beside me on the couch with her own mug. Her legs curl under her, bare feet tucked against my good thigh. Big day today, she says, sipping carefully. Right. The grant review meeting. She's been preparing for weeks, using my study results as the cornerstone of her expanded research proposal. You nervous? I ask. Terrified. But she's smiling. Also excited. Your data was incredible, Cole. The cognitive improvements, the neural restoration patterns. The committee's never seen results this compelling from sleep intervention studies. Pride blooms warm in my chest. You did the work. I just slept. You did more than sleep. She sets down her mug, turning to face me fully. You trusted me. Let me monitor everything, followed protocols exactly. Gave me the kind of clean data researchers dream about. This grant approval? It's because you took the study seriously. Of course I took it seriously. You were running it. Her expression softens. Come with me, to my desk. I want to show you something. She helps me up, patient while I navigate the crutches. We're both getting better at this. Her knowing when to offer support versus when to let me struggle. Me accepting help without my pride getting in the way. Her desk is covered in graphs and charts, sleep architecture analyses, cognitive function metrics, biomarker trends. All of it color-coded and cross-referenced with the kind of meticulous organization that makes my former CEO brain appreciate her methodology. Look at this. She pulls up a presentation on her laptop. This is your baseline data. Remember how you felt before the study? The numbers paint a grim picture. 4 hours average sleep, fragmented, poor quality rest, cortisol through the roof, cognitive function deteriorating steadily despite my conviction I was fine. I remember feeling like hell, I admit. Headaches constantly. Couldn't focus without excessive caffeine. Everything felt harder than it should. Now look at this. She clicks to the next slide. Post-study data. After those 3 nights of proper sleep in the lab environment. The difference is staggering. Sleep quality improved dramatically. Stress hormones normalized. Cognitive metrics, reaction time, decision-making, memory consolidation, all significantly enhanced. This is after just 3 nights? I lean closer, studying the graphs. I knew I felt better, but seeing it quantified. It's remarkable. George's voice carries professional excitement mixed with personal pride. Most sleep studies take weeks to show this level of improvement. You responded incredibly well to proper rest, which suggests your body was desperate for it. She laughs, pulling up more slides. The grant committee specifically cited your results as evidence that sleep intervention can produce rapid, measurable improvements in high-stress populations. Corporate executives, medical professionals, anyone dealing with chronic sleep deprivation. So my dysfunction is helping science. The irony isn't lost on me. Glad something good came from nearly killing myself with overwork. Hey. She turns from the laptop, cupping my face gently. You're not that person anymore. You're choosing differently now. Thanks to you. Thanks to you choosing yourself. Her thumb strokes my cheekbone. I just provided the framework. You're doing the actual work. The work. Right. 3 weeks of religiously following sleep schedules. 8 hours minimum, no exceptions. No phone before bed. Actual wind-down routines instead of collapsing from exhaustion. 3 weeks of proper meals at regular intervals instead of vending machine garbage when I remembered to eat. 3 weeks of physical therapy, gentle exercise within my limitations, treating my body like something worth maintaining instead of a machine to run into the ground. It's been harder than I expected. Not physically. My body's loving the rest, healing faster than the doctors predicted. But mentally, emotionally, fighting the ingrained patterns that scream I should be working, producing, justifying my existence through endless productivity. Show me the rest, I say, gesturing to her laptop. The expanded study design. Her face lights up. For the next hour, she walks me through her proposal. Enrollment targets, monitoring protocols, the specific populations she wants to study. Her passion radiates through every word, hands moving expressively as she explains methodology. I'm so proud of her I could burst. When do you present this? I ask when she finishes. This afternoon, 2 p.m. Nerves creep into her voice. Committee wants to hear directly from me about the preliminary findings and future directions. You're going to kill it. You think? I know. I pull her closer, careful of my healing ribs. You're brilliant, your research is solid, and your presentation skills are phenomenal. They'd be idiots not to fund this. She melts against me, head on my shoulder. We stay like that, comfortable silence stretching between us while her laptop displays graphs that prove what I've been feeling, that proper sleep transforms everything. I'm grateful, I say quietly, that my mom dragged me into this, that you took a chance on me despite our history, that you cared enough to push when I was destroying myself. I'm grateful you're still here. Her voice catches slightly. When I got that call about the accident, when I thought I might have lost you, you didn't lose me. I'm right here. I know. She presses closer. And you're actually taking care of yourself. Not just talking about it, actually doing it. Do you know how incredible that is? Feels weird more than incredible. Honesty scrapes out. Like I'm cheating somehow. Sleeping 8 hours while Thompson handles the company transition. Doing PT instead of sitting in board meetings. Actually having time to think instead of constantly reacting to crises. That's not cheating. That's called having a sustainable life. Never had one of those before. Well, you do now. She pulls back to look at me, those hazel eyes serious. And I'm going to help you keep it. If you'll let me. Yeah? My voice drops. You sure you want to sign up for that? Monitoring my sleep schedule, making sure I eat, dealing with me when the panic hits that I'm not doing enough? Positive. No hesitation. Because I love you. And because watching you actually thrive instead of just survive is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. The words make my chest tight. I love you too, even when you're bossy about bedtimes. Especially when I'm bossy about bedtimes. I kiss her, slow and thorough, tasting coffee and promise and the future we're building together. When we break apart, she's breathing hard. We should probably get ready, she murmurs. PT appointment. PT can wait 5 minutes. I kiss her again, less gentle this time, more urgent despite my healing body's limitations. She responds immediately, careful of my injuries but matching my intensity. We break apart when the timer on her phone goes off, her reminder to eat breakfast before her presentation. Later, she promises, sliding off the couch. After PT, after my meeting, we'll continue this properly. I'm holding you to that. She makes breakfast while I shower carefully, maneuvering around the leg brace with practiced efficiency. When I emerge, she's set out eggs, toast, fruit, real food, balanced nutrition, the kind of meal I used to skip entirely. We eat together at her small table. She reviews her presentation notes while I scroll through emails from Thompson updating me on the company transition. Everything's running smoothly without me. The merger finalized. Q1 projections strong. Employee morale actually improved since I stepped down, probably because I'm not breathing down everyone's necks constantly. I should feel threatened by that. Should feel like my absence proves I wasn't essential. Instead, I just feel relief. Earth to coal. Georgia waves a hand in front of my face. You okay? Yeah. I set down my phone. Thompson sent the final merger documents. Everything's official. I'm officially no longer CEO. Her expression shifts, concern mixing with curiosity. How does that feel? Honestly, amazing. The truth surprises even me. Like I just shed a weight I didn't realize was crushing me. No regrets? None. I reach across the table, lace our fingers together. Best decision I've ever made, besides agreeing to your sleep study. Those are related decisions. Exactly. We finish breakfast. PT appointment looms, so we bundle up against February cold and head out. The session goes well. My range of motion improves daily. The therapist is pleased, talking about removing the crutches soon, transitioning to a cane. You're healing faster than expected, she tells me, making notes. Must be getting good rest. Georgia beams. He's averaging 8.5 hours nightly. Perfect. Keep that up. Sleep is when your body does its best healing work. After PT, we grab lunch from the Thai place Georgia loves. Return to her apartment with full stomachs and the afternoon still ahead of us. I should get ready, she says, glancing at the clock. 1 p.m. her presentation's in an hour. Are you sure you'll be okay here alone? I'm a grown man with a broken leg, not an infant. But I'm smiling. Go kill your grant review. I'll be here when you get back. She changes into professional attire, blazer, slacks, her hair tamed into submission. Looks every inch the brilliant researcher about to secure major funding. Wish me luck, she says, grabbing her bag. You don't need luck. You've got skill and data and passion. They'd be idiots not to fund you. She kisses me quickly. I love you. Love you too. Now go show them what proper sleep research looks like. After she leaves, the apartment feels too quiet. I settle on the couch, laptop balanced on my good leg. Open my email out of habit, then close it again. No emergencies, no fires demanding immediate attention. Just space. Time to exist without constant urgency. It's unsettling and wonderful. I pull up Netflix instead. Start a show Georgia mentioned wanting to watch. Let myself just be for a while. No productivity required. Hours pass. The show's actually good. Some British mystery I'd never have made time for before. I'm 3 episodes in when Georgia bursts through the door with her eyes bright. I got it! She's practically bouncing. They want to expand the study to include more participants. They love the data, love the methodology, said it was some of the most promising sleep research they'd reviewed in a decade. I'm up before I can think, crutches abandoned, pulling her into my arms despite the protest from my ribs. That's incredible. I'm so proud of you. Your results made it possible. She's crying now, happy tears. The committee specifically said your cognitive improvement metrics were groundbreaking. They want to replicate the study with a larger sample, see if we can produce consistent results across different high-stress populations. So I'm your star participant. You're my everything. She pulls back to look at me, face radiant. This grant means I can hire assistants, expand the lab, really dive into the research I've been dreaming about. And it's because you trusted me, because you took the study seriously and gave me perfect data. We celebrate with takeout and hot cocoa, curled together on her couch while snow falls outside the window. The city transforms under white blanket, peaceful and clean. This is nice, I murmur, watching flakes drift past glass. Just being here with you. No crisis, no deadline, just this. Get used to it. She rests her head on my shoulder, mug warming her hands. This is what sustainable life looks like. I could get used to this. Good, because I'm not letting you backslide. But she's smiling, voice soft. You're doing so well, Cole. Actually prioritizing sleep, eating properly, letting your body heal. I'm so proud of you. Couldn't do it without you. You could, but I'm glad you don't have to. We sit in comfortable silence, watching snow accumulate on the sill. The city's chaos muffled by weather and warmth, and the peace of finally choosing ourselves. It's a miracle we reunited the way we did, I say quietly. The words feel too small for what I mean. Your mom basically ambushing me into the study, me being desperate enough to try, you taking a chance despite our history. All of it. Fate, Georgia murmurs. Maybe. I tighten my arm around her. Whatever it was, I'm grateful. Because without you, without this study, without learning what actual rest feels like, I'd be dead by now. Or close enough that it wouldn't matter. She goes very still against me. Cole. I mean it. The admission scrapes out raw and honest. The path I was on, the way I was living, it was unsustainable. Another year, maybe 2 if I was lucky. then my heart would have given out like Dad's, or I'd have crashed my car worse than I did, or just collapsed at my desk one day and never woken up. Tears drip onto my shirt. She's crying silently, body shaking against mine. "Hey!" I tilt her face up gently. "I'm here. I'm okay. We're okay. I know." But she's full-on sobbing now. "I know, but when you say things like that, when I think about how close we came to losing you, we didn't lose. I'm right here." I wipe her tears with my thumbs, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm choosing this. Choosing health, choosing sleep, choosing you, choosing life. Every single day. Promise me. Her voice breaks. Promise you won't go back. That you'll keep prioritizing yourself even when it's hard. That you'll remember how good this feels and not let work consume you again. I promise. I press my forehead to hers. No more 18-hour days. No more 4 hours of sleep. No more sacrificing my health for quarterly projections. I'm done with that version of myself. I'm going to hold you to that. Good. I need you to. I kiss her softly. We're in this together now. Partners in actually living instead of just surviving. She nods against me, tears slowing. We stay like that while snow continues falling, transforming the city into something clean and new. Outside, the world rushes on, but inside George's apartment, we're warm and safe and healing, building something sustainable instead of burning bright and fast. I've never felt more alive.
Chapter 29. Georgia. The restaurant glows warm against the February night. I chose this place carefully. Hearth, a cozy Italian spot in the West Village that feels more like someone's grandmother's dining room than a typical NYC establishment. Exposed brick, mismatched vintage chairs, candles flickering on wooden tables. The kind of place where you linger over wine and conversation instead of rushing through courses. Cole's been cleared for full weight bearing this week. No more crutches, just a slight limp that improves daily. Physical therapy's going so well, his doctor talked about discharge next month. More importantly, he's sleeping. Really sleeping. 8 hours every night, sometimes more on weekends. The dark circles have faded. His face filled out again, losing that gaunt, haunted quality that terrified me. He looks healthy, happy, alive in ways I'd forgotten were possible. I watch him navigate the snowy sidewalk toward the restaurant entrance, taking his time, careful of icy patches, but moving with confidence. He catches me staring through the window and grins. My heart does something complicated in my chest. The hostess leads us to a corner table, secluded and intimate. Cole pulls out my chair before sitting across from me, movement smooth despite lingering stiffness. "This place is perfect," he says, studying the menu. "How'd you find it?" "Marcus recommended it. Said the carbonara's life-changing." Marcus has good taste. We order wine, appetizers, settle into easy conversation about his PT progress and my lab expansion plans. The grant funding came through last week. 2 full years, enough to hire 2 research assistants and upgrade equipment. "You're building an empire," Cole teases, sipping his wine. "Sleep research dynasty." Hardly a dynasty. Just trying to help people understand what proper rest can do. I reach across the table, lace our fingers together. "You're my best advertisement. Walking testimonial for the power of sleep." Exactly. The food arrives. Homemade pasta, rich sauces, bread that's still warm from the oven. We eat slowly, savoring flavors instead of inhaling meals between obligations. This is what sustainable life looks like. Actual time for dinner. Conversation that meanders instead of rushing towards some agenda. Presence instead of constant distraction. Cole sets down his fork midway through his entree. His expression shifts, nervous energy replacing the easy warmth. "Georgia." My name comes out careful. waited. My pulse quickens. Yeah? He reaches into his jacket pocket, pulls out a small velvet box that makes my breath stop entirely. I know this might seem fast. His voice wavers slightly. We've only been back together a few months, and technically we've been here before, back in college when everything was different. I can't speak, can't breathe, just stare at the box in his hands, while my heart hammers against my ribs. But here's the thing. He opens the box, revealing a ring that catches candlelight, and throws it back in brilliant flashes. Simple, elegant, exactly what I'd choose if I'd chosen it myself. I've wasted too much time. Too many years burning myself out for things that don't matter. Too many moments I can't get back because I was too busy, too tired, too convinced that work was more important than living. Tears prick my eyes. And then you gave me my life back? His voice breaks slightly. Showed me what actual rest feels like, what sustainable success looks like, what it means to choose myself instead of grinding towards some finish line that doesn't exist. Cole. It comes out barely audible. I don't want to waste any more time. He meets my eyes directly, no hesitation. I want to build a life with you, a real one, where we both prioritize health and happiness in each other, where sleep isn't a luxury, it's a foundation, where success means thriving together instead of surviving separately. The restaurant fades away. There's just him, this moment, the question hanging between us. Georgia Smith. He's smiling now despite the nerves dancing in his eyes. Will you marry me? My hand flies to my mouth. Happy tears spill over, tracking hot down my cheeks. Yes, the word bursts out between sobs. Yes, of course I'll marry you. His face transforms. Pure joy, relief, love so intense it's almost painful to witness. He stands, rounds the table despite his lingering limp, pulls me up into his arms. The ring box is still clutched in one hand while the other cups my face. Yeah? Like he needs confirmation despite my answer. Yeah. I'm full on crying now, laughing through tears. Yes, absolutely yes. He kisses me then, deep and thorough, tasting like wine and promise, and the future we're choosing together. The restaurant erupts in applause around us. Other diners cheering, someone whistling. We break apart, both of us grinning like idiots, while Cole fumbles with the ring box. May I? He asks, pulling out the ring. I nod, too overwhelmed for words. He slides it onto my finger. Perfect fit, like he measured somehow without me noticing. The diamond catches light, throwing rainbows across white tablecloth. It's beautiful, I manage through tears. You're beautiful. He kisses me again, softer this time. Thank you for not giving up on me, for pushing when I needed pushing, for believing I could change. You did the work. My hands frame his face, thumbs stroking his cheekbones. You chose yourself, chose health, chose life. I just provided the framework. We're a good team, the best team. We sit back down, but I can't stop staring at the ring. Can't stop touching it, making sure it's real, that this moment actually happened. Cole watches me with such tenderness it makes my chest ache. I called your mom, he admits. Asked permission properly. She cried for like 20 minutes. She knew? Fresh tears threaten. How long have you been planning this? Couple weeks. Since the grant approval came through, and I realized we were both building toward the same future. He reaches across the table, takes my hand again. Wanted to do it right this time. No half measures, no promises I'm not ready to keep. Real commitment to building something sustainable together. I love you so much. The words feel inadequate for what I'm feeling. You have no idea how proud I am. Not of the proposal, though that was perfect. Of you. of how hard you've worked to change, of watching you choose yourself every single day. Couldn't do it without you. You could, but I'm glad you don't have to. We finished dinner in a haze of joy and champagne. The restaurant comps us. Dessert appears. Tiramisu, neither of us ordered. Compliments of the chef who apparently loves proposals. Outside, snow falls again. Fat, lazy flakes drifting down to coat the city in white. Cole pulls me close on the sidewalk, both of us bundled against the cold. My ring catches streetlight, throwing sparkles across snow. This is real, right? I ask. Not some sleep-deprived hallucination? Very real. He kisses my temple. You're stuck with me now. For better or worse, in sickness and in health. With proper sleep schedules and sustainable work-life balance. Those are good vows. We should probably include them in the actual ceremony. I laugh, leaning into him. Deal. As long as we also promise to monitor each other's stress levels and enforce mandatory rest days. Obviously, that's foundational to a healthy marriage. We walk slowly through the snowy streets. No rush, nowhere urgent to be. Just together, engaged, building toward a future that prioritizes living instead of just surviving. My phone buzzes. Mom calling, probably because Cole told her and she's been waiting impatiently for confirmation. I answer, immediately overwhelmed by her squealing. You said yes? I said yes. I'm crying again, happy tears that won't stop. Mom, he asked, and it was perfect, and I can't believe this is real. Cole grins beside me, clearly hearing her excitement through the phone. We talk while walking, Mom crying and laughing and demanding details. Eventually, we hang up with promises to visit soon, to start planning, to let her help with everything. Your family's going to be insufferable, I tell Cole. So's yours. But he's beaming. Worth it, though. Completely worth it. We reach my building, ride the elevator up to the right floor, both of us still grinning like idiots. Inside my apartment, Cole pulls me close again, kisses me properly, thoroughly, without the restaurant audience. I'm going to be a good husband, he promises against my lips. Going to prioritize sleep and health and us, no backsliding. I know you are. My hands slide into his hair. Because we're partners now, in research and life, in making sure neither of us destroys ourselves, chasing things that don't matter. Best partnership I've ever had. Same. We kiss again, deeper this time. The ring presses against his neck where my hand rests, tangible proof that this is real, that we're choosing each other, that the future stretches ahead full of possibility instead of burnout. Outside, snow continues falling. Inside, we're warm and safe and engaged, building something sustainable, something that lasts, something worth every difficult choice that brought us here.
Chapter 30. Cole. Light filters through the curtains, soft and golden. Morning. But not the harsh, alarm-driven mornings I survived for years. This is gentle waking, natural rhythm, my body deciding when it's had enough rest instead of being forced awake mid-cycle. I keep my eyes closed, cataloging sensations. George is warm against my side, breathing slow and even. Her hair tickles my shoulder where her head rests. The sheets smell like her lavender detergent. Everything's soft, peaceful, right? My hand finds hers automatically. Fingers trace the ring that's lived there for 6 months now, since that snowy February night when I asked her to choose this life with me permanently. She stirs slightly, making that small sound she always does when waking. Not quite awake, but getting there. I press a kiss to her temple. Morning? She burrows closer, not ready to face the day yet. What time? Don't know, don't care. That makes her smile against my skin. Very unlike CEO Cole. Good thing he's dead. Not dead, evolved. Fair point. The man I was, driven, exhausted, burning himself to ash for quarterly projections, he doesn't exist anymore. What remains is something better, sustainable. Georgia shifts, rolling to face me properly. Eyes still heavy with sleep, hair wild around her face. Beautiful in ways that have nothing to do with performance or presentation. "Hi," she whispers. "Hi yourself." I tuck a curl behind her ear. "Sleep okay?" "Amazing. You?" "Best sleep of my life. Like every night since the accident." She props herself up slightly, studying my face. Her hand traces my jaw, touches lingering there like she's checking I'm real. "What are you thinking?" I ask. "That I almost lost you." Despite months passing, emotion still catches in her voice. That we got so lucky. That you're here, healthy, choosing yourself every single day. "Hey." I pull her down for a kiss. Slow, thorough, tasting like morning, but I don't care. I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. Good. She settles back against my chest, hands splayed over my heart. Because I love you. Stupidly. Completely forever. Forever's a long time. Better get comfortable then. I hold her close, feeling her heartbeat against mine. Outside, the city's waking up. Traffic building, people rushing to jobs and obligations. That used to be me. Now I'm here, warm in bed with my fiancé. No crisis demanding immediate attention. Georgia's breathing shifts. Her hand starts moving, fingers tracing patterns across my chest. Lower. Deliberate. My body responds immediately despite the early hour. "Georgia!" It comes out rougher than intended. "Hmm?" Innocent, but her hand keeps moving. Slides beneath the waistband of my boxers with clear intent. "What are you doing?" "Waking you up properly." She kisses my jaw, my neck. "Unless you don't want, I want. Definitely want." But my ribs are completely healed. Her hand wraps around my manhood, stroking slowly. "Doctor cleared you for all activities 2 months ago." True. The fractures knitted, the bruising faded. I'm back to full health, stronger even than before because I'm actually taking care of myself. Still, I don't want anything to go wrong, I manage while her hand works magic. "It won't." She shifts, straddling me carefully. The movement presses us together, her heat evident through thin fabric. "I'll go slow. We'll be gentle." My hands find her hips, gripping probably too tight. "Gentle's good." She grinds against me, friction making us both gasp. Her eyes lock on mine, pupils blown wide, hair falling around us like a curtain. "I love you," she breathes. "Love you too." I pull her down for another kiss. Messy, urgent, tasting like need and promise and the future we're building. She breaks away, sitting up to pull off my shirt she wore to bed. Bare skin revealed in morning light, perfect in mine. I reach for her, but she catches my hands, pins them gently to the pillow. "Let me." Her voice drops, commanding. "Just feel." Hard to argue with that.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
This is what healing looks like. Not just my broken bones mending, but the deeper fractures, the ones caused by years of self-destruction and misplaced priorities. Georgia didn't just save my life that night, she pushed me to join her study. She gave me permission to actually live it. "Thank you," I whisper against her hair, "for not giving up on me, for loving me through the mess, for showing me what life could be when I stopped trying to survive it and started actually living." She pulls back to look at me, face still wet but smiling. "Thank you for doing the work, for choosing health and sleep and us, for becoming the man you were always meant to be. We're a good team, the best team." I kiss her forehead, her cheeks, the tip of her nose. Gentle affection that has nothing to do with passion and everything to do with profound gratitude for this woman, this moment, this life we're building together. Outside, the world continues its relentless rush. Inside George's apartment, our apartment now, since I moved in last month, we're warm and safe and healing, building something that lasts instead of something that burns. I've never been more alive. And for the first time in my entire adult life, I'm actually grateful for it.